Lord of Spiritual Journeys. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Night Market. In the 90th year of the Third Tabo Era, that is, the 345th year since the establishment of the Earth Union, in the Huaxia region of East Asia. After the catastrophe became a thing of the past and the human race revived, the people of this land that had been passed down from ancient times rose again and became an important part of the Earth United State, the only legitimate regime on Earth. The General Office of the Earth Union and the Population Council are located in Beijing, Xinjiang, China. All human beings in the world are united under the Earth Union to deal with the sequelae of the world after the catastrophe, the era phenomenon. A phenomenon that cannot be explained by science but can have a profound impact on the world. It was night in the Eastern Hemisphere at this time. In the Xiningayu area on the banks of the Yangtze River in China, the city core was brightly lit, and the colorful neon lights shot into the night sky. The lights gradually weakened along the main roads of the city. Under the high-rise buildings, the street lights on the street were on all night. At this time, it was winter near the Spring Festival, but the pedestrians on the road were wearing thin clothes and did not feel the cold of winter at all. This was all due to the influence of the Tabo era. Its continuation made the Earth more and more suitable for the survival of life. Why didn't Niu Dana come out? Zheng Qing walked along the street and asked his good friend Qin Ji. They had agreed to go out together, but he broke the appointment. He lives a disorderly life and got into trouble, Qin Ji said with a little helplessness. Zheng Qing instantly became alert and asked, could it be that he was caught by the security patrol when he went to that kind of place? I didn't expect that Niu Dana, who is fed and talks nonsense, would do such a thing. He was stung by a bee when he was peeing in the park. Qin Ji looked at Zheng Qing in surprise. What are you talking about? Zheng Qing was stunned for a moment, and quickly changed his words in a sanctimonious manner. I'm talking about this. What do you think I'm talking about? I thought you were talking about that, Qin Ji said truthfully. You are so young and you don't learn well, and you still want that, dirty. Zheng Qing criticized seriously and forgot what he said. Qin Ji looked at Zheng Qing with disdain and said, you are still vulgar. Zheng Qing was slightly embarrassed and changed the subject, saying, does Niu Dana have diabetes? Why? Qin Ji was puzzled. Otherwise, how could he be targeted by bees? Zheng Qing said seriously. Qin Ji thought for a moment and nodded slowly, maybe. Mutton skewers, lamb skewers. An uncle selling lamb skewers on the street shouted in front of the stall, greeting passers-by. Want to eat? Zheng Qing stared at the lamb skewers on the grill, stopped, and saliva was slowly flowing in his mouth. Qin Ji touched the money in his pocket and said generously, eat. Let's eat to our heart's content today. Zheng Qing ran to the stall happily, swallowed his saliva, and said slightly louder, boss, 20 skewers per person. Qin Ji's face changed slightly, staring at Zheng Qing blankly. Can you eat it? If you can't eat it, I can help you, Zheng Qing said with a smile, obviously not understanding Qin Ji's true meaning. Because of the Tabo era, the global life explosion, cattle and sheep became extremely abundant, causing their meat prices to drop. A kebab of lamb is both rich and cheap, 1 yuan a kebab. If Xiningai was not a modern city with a high consumption level, the price of lamb skewers would be even lower. Qin Ji paid silently, and waited in front of the stall with Zheng Qing, eating while waiting for the uncle to grill. In the distant night scene, fireworks rose into the sky and bloomed, and thousands of scattered light points emitted colorful brilliance in the air, which was fleeting. In less than a moment, another firework rose into the sky and burst into light. The sound of fireworks exploding was faintly heard in front of the barbecue stall. Zheng Qing looked at the blooming fireworks and said softly, fireworks are being set off. What's so strange about that? Qin Ji ate the lamb skewers and glanced at the bright and extinguished fireworks in the night sky. What a fuss. School will start after the Chinese New Year. Zheng Qing sighed softly. The college entrance examination is still to come. Qin Ji didn't care. Zheng Qing's face was slightly discouraged. It turned out that people's feelings were incommensurate. When he was at home brushing papers for the college entrance examination every day, Qin Ji was busy playing games every day. It was really not easy for him to understand his anxiety and helplessness. Let's go. Zheng Qing took the lamb skewers given by the uncle and said. Qin Ji followed Zheng Qing's footsteps silently. The two ate skewers on the street and walked aimlessly. In front of them was a square. A large group of people gathered next to the fountain on the ground, watching the scene of the fountain shooting out. The water columns shot up into the sky rhythmically, causing people to exclaim. As the water column dissipated in the air, a large number of dust-like water droplets flew around, like a very thin mist. "Hold it for me." Qin Ji saw the fountain and stuffed the mutton skewers in his hand to Zheng Qing, took out his mobile phone and took pictures of the fountain water scene. Zheng Qing held the mutton skewers and watched the fountain performance that was shot out in a regular pattern. He soon ate up his mutton skewers. When he ran out of food, he looked around and found a vendor selling cotton candy in a corner of the square. He patted Qin Ji on the shoulder and asked, "Do you want to eat cotton candy?" "I'm busy, go by yourself." Qin Ji stared at the screen of his mobile phone, wanting to wait for the scene of the fountain shooting out. "Then you wait here for me," Zheng Qing said, holding a handful of mutton skewers and walking to the corner selling cotton candy. "Boss, 5 yuan of cotton candy," he shouted as soon as he arrived at the stall. The vendor hurriedly got busy, turned on the machine to beat the sugar into cotton-like silk, and used a bamboo stick to collect the sugar silk in the machine. Before long, a large ball was gathered. The child passing by here stared at the big ball of cotton candy in Zheng Qing's hand with envy, turned around and looked at the middle-aged woman walking with him, and said, "Mom, I want to eat cotton candy." "That's not cost-effective, it's the same to eat white sugar when I go home later," the middle-aged woman said without even looking at it. "But white sugar is not as delicious as this," the child protested slightly. "Why do you have so many demands, kid? Go away." The middle-aged woman grabbed the child's hand and pulled him away. Zheng Qing ate cotton candy and returned to Qin Ji's previous position, but found that he was not there. Where did he go? He looked at the strangers passing by in a daze. There was no trace of Qin Ji. Didn't we tell him to wait for me here? How could he be so worrying when he was so old? He stood there without moving, eating cotton candy bite by bite, thinking that instead of looking for Qin Ji, it would be better to wait for him to come back. By the way, Zheng Qing's eyes moved to the kebabs very naturally. This is also for Qin Ji's good. If the mutton skewers are cold, he will inevitably throw them away and waste food. I am also based on the idea of saving money. He comforted himself and made a mouthful of the mutton skewers without hesitation. When Zheng Qing threw away the mutton skewers and cotton candy skewers, he did not see Qin Ji coming back. Where did he go? He couldn't help but mutter, took out his mobile phone and dialed Qin Ji's number. The phone rang for a long time, but Zheng Qing did not see Qin Ji answer. Damn it! He turned off the phone with a little annoyance. Where did this kid go? He slowly turned around and scanned the people in the square, trying to find Qin Ji's figure, but he didn't find anything after looking around. Instead, he found a store selling popcorn. Forget it, waiting is the same as waiting, and waiting is the same as waiting. I'd better wait. Zheng Qing temporarily forgot about Qin Ji's existence and ran to the store to ask about the price of popcorn. He bought a bucket of caramel-flavored popcorn, and just turned around. He saw the mother and son he met at the cotton candy vendor. The child saw the popcorn in Zheng Qing's hand, and his innocent eyes showed desire. He said, "Mom, I want to eat popcorn." "The corn at home is cheaper," the middle-aged woman said with a reproachful glance at Zheng Qing. "But." "No buts." Before the child could say anything, I was dragged away by the middle-aged woman roughly. Zheng Qing felt pity for the child in his heart, and leisurely ate popcorn and returned to his original position, waiting for Qin Ji. Just when he was about to finish eating the popcorn, he finally saw Qin Ji squeezed back from the crowd. "Where did you go?" Zheng Qing asked. Qin Ji said excitedly, "I met a beautiful white girl with light blonde hair. They asked me for directions, so I took the initiative to take them there." "You are really helpful, great." Zheng Qing rolled his eyes at him. "That girl is really beautiful," Qin Ji said seriously. "So, do you know her name?" Zheng Qing felt that he was too stupid when he thought that he was waiting for him here foolishly. "Elizabeth," Qin Ji looked quite proud. "This name is so common, are you sure it's not made up to deceive you?" Zheng Qing looked at Qin Ji with a slightly pitiful look, and said, "Look at the current female protagonists in European and American cartoons, 8 out of 10 are called Elizabeth. How could it be?" Qin Ji did not admit, "You think too much?" "I hope I think too much," Zheng Qing said. "I have waited for you for so long, shouldn't you treat me to a cup of milk tea?" "I am sure you think too much," Qin Ji emphasized again. Okay, milk tea, milk tea." Zheng Qing did not want to argue, and only wanted to drink milk tea. There is a milk tea shop in front, Qin compromised. The two walked past a fountain and went to the milk tea shop in front to buy milk tea. Suddenly, a man wearing a black baseball cap and a mask broke through the crowd and ran straight over. Zheng Qing saw it and hurriedly pulled Qin aside. The man walked quickly and rushed in front of Zheng Qing and the others, bringing a gust of wind. "What are you doing?" Qin looked at the man's back with a slight dissatisfaction. After a while, several more people wearing black windbreakers and wearing the security deacon logo on their shoulder straps chased after him. "Catching a thief." Qin saw the security deacon logo and his expression was stern. Probably not. Zheng Qing didn't know the reason. If they were catching a thief, why did these plainclothes officers remain silent? It gave people a sense of oppressive deterrence. Obviously, they didn't want to make a big deal, and the prominent security deacon logo on the black windbreaker dispelled the doubts in the hearts of passers-by. "Let's go for milk tea," he urged. In the high-rise shopping mall next to the square, a group of Western Europeans stood behind the transparent glass and watched the competition in the square. "It happened here too," said the girl with long light golden hair at the core of the crowd. "Miss, I think we should go back as soon as possible," said a burly bodyguard in a suit and leather shoes who approached slightly. "A new era is coming, where can we be safe?" The beautiful girl sighed softly. The burly bodyguard said, "It's much safer in the master's underground fortress than anywhere else." "Living like a mole." The girl sneered. "This is something that others can't even dream of," the burly bodyguard said softly. Chapter 2: Falling Snow Becomes a Ring. Milk tea shop. Zheng Qing came out with a cup of lemon tea in his hand. "It's getting late, we should go home," he said, opening his phone to check. Qin, holding his bubble tea, agreed with this. "Let's go to the light rail station. It will be closed if we go any later." The two left the square and headed for the nearest light rail station. Fireworks were set off again in the night sky, blooming beautifully behind the two. Suddenly, a strange cold wind blew on the street, and Zheng Qing couldn't help shivering with cold. "It's so cold." Qin's face turned slightly pale. Zheng Qing also felt cold, and the temperature seemed to be dropping. "Let's go to the light rail station quickly, maybe there will be too many people to squeeze in soon." Qin didn't speak, and his steps quickened with Zheng Qing. He trotted to the light rail station, threw the milk tea he drank into the trash can in front of the station, walked into the station, swiped his card to the platform, and waited for the light rail to arrive. "It seems to have really become colder," Qin said in surprise, rubbing his arms repeatedly. Zheng Qing nodded, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his arms. A warning sound came from the platform that the light rail was about to arrive. After a while, the light rail entered the station, and Zheng Qing and Qin got on the light rail. At this time, the carriage was still relatively empty, but there were basically no seats. The two held the handrails and stood in the carriage, waiting for the light rail to get back on the road. "The weather seems to be getting colder. Isn't it the Ice Age?" a man sitting in the carriage said with his arms folded. "Ice Age?" Qin said with a bitter face. "The Earth Union has not issued an announcement yet. It is impossible that the Ice Age has arrived early. Maybe it is a local abnormal climate." Zheng Qing analyzed. "Oh, it's snowing over in Zinsohe." An aunt took her mobile phone to show her friend next to her. "Really, it's snowing so hard?" the aunt next to her exclaimed at the heavy snow in the video. Zheng Qing heard it and his expression became a little solemn. If the Ice Age really came, then the problem would be bad. There would be a serious shortage of clothes and quilts at home for the winter. When everyone realizes that the weather is really getting cold, the current declining winter clothing and quilt market will be out of stock, and then it will be difficult to buy a quilt with a lot of money. Zheng Qing didn't know whether Dillian had a plan for this. Perhaps they had stored a large amount of winter supplies to welcome the arrival of the Ice Age. But by the time Dillian's supplies enter the market and stabilize the price, he would have been too cold to bear it. Zheng Qing took out his mobile phone, clicked on the online shopping software, and looked for winter clothes. The merchant should be close to Zingayu. Not only is the delivery date short, but it is also to avoid encountering unscrupulous merchants, refunding and informing that there is no stock, and then immediately raising the price. Because the Tabo era caused most parts of the world to be warm like spring all year round, cold-resistant clothing has almost become a special commodity, which is a material needed by a few regions and very few people. But when Zheng Qing found an online store selling winter clothes, He found that although the winter clothing market is not large, the price is really expensive. It is a high-end boutique route, which is not something that ordinary students like him can buy casually. Each of them costs more than 1,000 yuan, which is enough to cover the small treasury that Zheng Qing has accumulated from his annual stint of saving and receiving red envelopes. He originally wanted to have one for each family member, but he was too naive. He gave up buying winter clothes and searched for the price of quilts. The prices of quilts on online stores varied, and his money could not afford it. Forget it, he should go home and persuade his parents to buy one. Zheng Qing put away his phone. At this time, the light rail arrived at the next station. Through the window glass, Zheng Qing saw that there were many people gathered outside the station, rubbing their hands and breathing out. The thin clothes could not resist the sudden drop in temperature. Zheng Qing and Qin Ji exchanged glances, and the two of them tacitly moved towards the handrail to avoid being squeezed open by the crowd. The door of the carriage opened, and the people outside immediately rushed in. It didn't take long for the originally empty carriage to be overcrowded, and the passengers were tightly pressed together. Zheng Qing looked helpless. He put one hand in his pocket to cover his phone to prevent it from being stolen in the crowd. He held the handrail tightly with the other hand, comforting himself that at least it was not as cold as before. The light rail started slowly and drove out of the station. There were more people who wanted to get on the train at the next station. Fortunately, many people got off the train. Zheng Qing was constantly squeezed and pushed in the carriage like a sardine. It was not easy to get to the station near his home. "I'm leaving," Zheng Qing said to Qin Ji, squeezed out of the crowd, and ran out of the carriage as if escaping. The temperature at the station outside suddenly dropped several degrees compared to the inside of the carriage. It was so cold that Zheng Qing sneezed. He ran out of the light rail station quickly and came outside. The temperature on the street dropped a little more. Zheng Qing couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and his teeth trembled slightly. Suddenly, a white snowflake fell in front of Zheng Qing. He subconsciously looked up at the night sky, and the snowflakes fell slowly. Zheng Qing, who had never seen snow, was stunned for a moment. He looked at the snowflakes falling stupidly and stretched out a palm to catch the snow. The tiny snowflakes melted as soon as they touched Zheng Qing's palm, leaving no trace. He looked at the snow. Under the street lights outside the light rail station, a flashing snowflake fell on Zheng Qing's palm. The snowflakes emitted a momentary white light on Zheng Qing's palm, which immediately attracted Zheng Qing's attention. When he looked at his palm, he found that a ring appeared out of thin air, a silver round ring. "Ah, cut." Zheng Qing sneezed again, feeling the coldness that stung his skin. He didn't bother to think about how the silver ring appeared. He put it in his pocket and ran shiveringly, warming himself with the heat generated by exercise, so that he could get home earlier. The snowflakes in the sky became bigger and bigger, and the temperature almost dropped straight down. Zheng Qing returned home panting and saw his parents busy at home. "What are you busy with?" he asked. "The weather has suddenly turned cold. Take out the 2 quilts that we have stored at home and pack them up." Zheng's mother said, "Go and put on some thick clothes to avoid catching a cold." "Do you have thick clothes at home?" Zheng Qing said in confusion. "Yes, I have to buy some tomorrow," Zheng's mother suddenly realized. "Then find some thick clothes for yourself first, and remember to come and bring the quilt to your room later." "Oh," Zheng Qing promised. He returned to the room, took off his coat, and found a few long-sleeved shirts to put on. He was still a little cold, but much better. The sudden drop in temperature must have made many people in the city unprepared. "I am afraid that the rush to buy will appear earlier than I thought, and the shops selling winter clothes and quilts will inevitably be fiercely competed tomorrow." Zheng Qing was relieved that his parents were aware of buying warm clothes, but he was worried about the rush to buy tomorrow. He was afraid that his parents would get nothing. But it was useless to think too much at this time. Nothing would be known until tomorrow. Zheng Qing went to his parents' bedroom and took the quilt back to his room. He closed the door and huddled into the bed. A long-lost sense of security filled Zheng Qing's body. "You don't know how good a quilt is until it's cold," Zheng Qing sighed. He took off the extra clothes in the bed, took out his mobile phone, and looked through the online store. After a while, Zheng Qing frowned. There were many online stores that had goods on the light rail just now, but now they were all sold out. How big is the scope of this cooling? Zheng Qing couldn't help but guess that even the online stores were swept away. He put down his mobile phone and took out the mysterious snow-falling ring from his coat pocket. The silver ring shone under the light. "What on earth is this?" Zheng Qing was curious and tried to put on the ring. The round ring fell into the root of the finger and immediately turned into liquid like mercury and merged into Zheng Qing's finger. Zheng Qing was startled to see this scene, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He closed his eyes suddenly because of the pain. A faint silver stream of water appeared into his consciousness. Slowly, the pain in Zheng Qing's mind disappeared. In his silent, dark and boundless sea of consciousness, the silver stream of water descended from the sky and merged into it, like a mysterious magic potion. In an instant, Zheng Qing's dark sea of consciousness quickly turned into the silver sea. The silent sea surface fluctuated, and the flowing silver waves collided and splashed like molten silver, creating endless ripples. Zheng Qing felt that he was wandering on the warm ocean, extremely comfortable, and a completely different and refreshing feeling filled his whole body. Suddenly, this feeling receded like a tide, and his thoughts were pulled out of the silver sea of consciousness, and suddenly rose to the sky like 1,000 miles of clouds, and the sea of consciousness turned into a little silver light. Silently, the sea of consciousness disappeared, and a light curtain appeared in front of Zheng Qing's thoughts. Ability, shop, and task. The 3 blocks were revealed one by one. Zheng Qing's mind moved in surprise, and the ability block opened, and a row of data appeared. Strength completion 40%, speed completion 20%, resistance completion 30%, spirit completion 50%, occupation, none, skill, none. These data are too low. Could it be describing my own ability? Zheng Qing vaguely guessed that the things that appeared in his head could not be describing others. After Zheng Qing read the ability, he tried to move his mind to the shop, and rows of skilled books appeared with their values. Pure Yang Rui Guang, 400 points. Misfortune and Good Luck Divine Art, 700 points. 1 Key 9 Phases Guang, 800 points. Wu Han Qing Guang, 500 points. Zheng Qing looked at the skilled books one by one at the bottom of the store and found that the highest point was Yin Yang Transformation, 2 Key, 2,000 points. His eyes wandered over the light screen, wondering how many points he had. Soon he saw his point value in the lower right corner, 0. This didn't seem to be wrong, Zheng Qing thought with a little frustration, and then opened the last block, the task block. There was only one task in it, the ancient martial arts world. Task introduction. Go beyond the limitations of the body and reach the other side of consciousness. This is your first task in the consciousness world. This task has been completed by other spirit travel messengers by 50%. When you enter this task, other spirit travel messengers will receive the task and come to guide you. Before this task is completed, you need to achieve the purpose of familiarizing yourself with the rules. Special note, the passage of time in the consciousness world is different from the real world. 1 day in it is approximately equal to 1 second in reality. If you exit the consciousness space, the guidance task is very likely to be completed and disappear, and there will be no more guidance tasks after that. Finally, I hope that the spirit travel messenger will remember that death in the consciousness world is equivalent to death in the real world. Cherish life and act cautiously. Zheng Qing hesitated when he saw death, but he thought to himself that this was a guidance task, which was the introduction to novices in general games. If he missed it, he might find it difficult to get started in the future. Introductions to novices usually won't cause any trouble. This is common sense. Based on this, Zheng Qing confidently entered into the mission in the ancient martial arts world. After all, the passage of time in the two worlds was extremely different, and carrying out a mission would not affect his life in the real world. Chapter 3: The World of Consciousness. A very dazzling light lit up, and in an instant, it enveloped Zheng Qing's mind. The surrounding space was snow-white. After a while, the snow-white blazing light disintegrated like fragments, falling one after another. A brand new world appeared in front of Zheng Qing, with blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and dense emeralds, and the road under his feet led directly to the gray city on the distant horizon. Zheng Qing looked around and found that he was wearing ancient costumes and standing in an unfamiliar place. Suddenly, the task column in his consciousness changed, and a detailed task introduction appeared, killing the demon cult's light messenger Zeman Kanhu. Zeman Kanhu. Zheng Qing read it once, looking at both ends of the road, his face blank. How do I know where to find Zeman Kanhu? Didn't they say there was a spiritual messenger to take me? Why hasn't he come out yet? He hesitated for a while, and suddenly heard the sound of horse hoofs. He turned his head and looked back, only to see a man riding a fierce red-daped horse, waving his whip and galloping. Whoa! The man stopped in front of Zheng Qing, turned over and jumped off the horse, clasped his fists and said, "I, Li Zuanai, have seen a friend. There is no one on this road. If I am not mistaken, the friend is the person I am looking for." Zheng Qing was slightly startled and said, "My name is Zheng Qing. If I am not mistaken, it should be the person you are looking for." Li Zuanai laughed twice and said, "Brother Zheng, please come this way. As your guide, I will protect your safety and explain some common knowledge. If you have any questions, you can also ask me." Zheng Qing followed Li Zuanai's instructions and walked in the direction he came from. Li Zuanai pulled the reins and walked on one side, waiting for Zheng Qing to ask questions. He knew that a novice must have many doubts, and it is likely that he will not get to the point if he takes the initiative to explain the rules. Only when Zheng Qing asks himself can he get to the point. "I want to know why I was chosen as the spiritual travel messenger." Zheng Qing thought of the strange snowflake and said. Li Zuanai pondered for a while and said, "Generally speaking, it's luck. Generally, only when the previous owner of the Lingyao ring dies, the next Lingyao messenger will be born. When you die, the Lingyao ring will be peeled off from your body and disappear, and will fall into the hands of the next person, until someone wears the Lingyao ring and becomes a new Lingyao messenger." Zheng Qing nodded slightly and said, "Then how can I improve my ability, and what about the so-called profession?" Li Zuanai said, "This is a bit troublesome to explain, you listen carefully. Ability is composed of 4 major attributes: profession, and skills. The most basic improvement of ability is the improvement of the 4 major attributes. Each attribute has 7 levels, and one level has 10 levels. Only when the 10 levels of the current level are fully upgraded can you be promoted to the next level. What is needed for upgrading is points, but the improvement of original attributes consumes points extremely, which requires going to the store to exchange for skill books for the corresponding attribute cultivation. The higher the points of the skill book, the better the effect, and the better the strength exerted. However, one thing to remember here is that skilled books of one attribute have different effects and bases. Using skilled books with different bases will cause conflicts between the 2 bodies, which will reduce one's own strength. Therefore, the first attribute skilled book you choose is particularly important, and you must develop along this basis in the future. Of course, the most important of these are the 2 attributes of strength and spirit, followed by resistance, and speed has little effect on this. In addition, there is another point that the 4 major attributes cannot go hand in hand. Generally, only one can stand out. 2 flowers blooming at the same time is excellent, and 3 flowers blooming at the same time is even rarer. Points are limited and cannot be squandered. I hope you will pay attention to this point and determine your future development direction in advance. After talking about attributes, there are professions. Each profession also has 7 levels to correspond to the development of attributes. Profession promotion also requires points, but there is no classification of professions, only 7 different levels, so the point consumption is far less than that of attributes. The biggest role of a profession is to make the power of the learned skills fully exerted. If the profession lags behind the attributes, the power of the skills will be reduced by 50%. However, if the attribute points are in line with the characteristics of the profession, the skill effect can be increased by 50%, but this gain will disappear before the previous reduction effect, and the points that meet the characteristics of the profession generally require the improvement of 2 attributes together. After talking about professions, it is skills. Please remember that skills determine professions. Most people's initial profession here is a monk. Whatever skills you learn, the corresponding profession will appear in your profession column. You can have multiple professions at the same time, but it is not without cost. It will be more difficult to upgrade the second profession than the first profession, and even more so the third profession. However, what determines the first and second professions is the professional rank, and then the time. So don't learn skills randomly. Not only will it consume points, but it will also make it difficult to exert normal strength. The restrictions on the power of the skills of the second and third professions are far more serious than those of the first profession. Often, the effects of the corresponding skills are within the rank of the second and third professions. For example, your first profession is a third-level senior monk, and your second profession is a second-level intermediate rune master. Although your attributes have reached the requirements of the third rank, your strength and runes will never exceed the second rank. Zheng Qing felt a little overwhelmed with so much knowledge. It took him a while to recover. He realized that points were the top priority and asked, "Points are so important, how can we get them in the mission?" There's more than one spirit traveler in a mission, how can we compete? Li Zuanai explained, in the missions that are not against spirit travelers, points are generally allocated according to the contribution to the mission. If you want to get points, you just need to work together with everyone and do what you can. Otherwise, if you suddenly receive a temporary independent branch task like me, you will also be rewarded with points for completing it. So you must remember what I said clearly. Your understanding of the rules determines my point reward. And if you die in the task, my task will be considered a failure, so you don't have to worry about safety issues. I will definitely let you complete the task and exit safely. So how is the task now? Zheng Qing asked with concern. It's almost over. Li Zuanai smiled. Now you and I just need to travel around, take a look at the customs set up for us in this consciousness world, and wait for the task turned and exit. Zheng Qing nodded, and asked again, is Demon Kanho powerful? Li Zuanai exclaimed, the light envoy of the demon cult, second only to one person and above 10,000 people, with a sword that is unparalleled in the world, how can he not be powerful? Zheng Qing was surprised and said, then how does your strength compare to Zeman Kanho? Li Zuanai thought for a moment and said, just like the bright moon and the sun, no matter how bright the moon is, how can it compare to the sun? But if we all rise up together, we may be able to compete with the sun. Zheng Qing felt relieved when he heard this. He thought that Li Zuanai must have a reason for being so confident. Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound of hooves in front of the road. In Zheng Qing's field of vision, more than a dozen blue-clothed cavalrymen galloped over, and the blue tassels on their backs fluttered in the wind. Whoa! More than a dozen blue-clothed cavalrymen suddenly stopped in front of Zheng Qing and the others, and their cold gazes intertwined like blades. Is this also a kind of local customs and practices? Zheng Qing asked in a low voice. Li Zuanai showed a bitter fake smile. If I'm not mistaken, these people are from the demon cult. Yet, Zheng Qing widened his eyes. Didn't he just say that it was okay? Don't worry, I will protect you. Li Zuanai comforted with confidence. Zheng Qingfang breathed a sigh of relief. Are you Li Zuanai? The leader of the blue-clothed cavalrymen rode out. Li Zuanai snorted coldly and said, I am Li Zuanai. I wonder if you have any advice for me. My master asks you to go for a while, said the leader. Who is your master? Li Zuanai asked proudly. The leader clasped his fists and looked up to the sky, saying, the messenger of light, Zeman Kanho. Li Zuanai sneered and said, if he invites me, I will go. The man stared at Li Zuanai coldly and said, if you don't want to go, we naturally have a way to invite you, but whether you go upright or lying down is not certain. Li Zuanai snorted coldly and said, go if you want to, who's afraid of who, lead the way. These words were spoken by the man who was so righteous and awe-inspiring that even the world-famous heroes could not help but look at him sideways, let alone Zheng Qing, who was dumbfounded and felt at a loss. It was clearly the tone of action, but Li Zuanai was forced to say words of compromise. Are you leaving now? Zheng Qing asked in astonishment. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Li Zuanai still said confidently. Zheng Qing believed him. This time we will be in a dragon's den and a tiger's lair, the devil's cave. Are you really not afraid of death? Li Zuanai said, then are you willing to accompany me on this trip? Zheng Qing smiled bitterly. Even if he didn't want to, the knives behind the backs of the more than 10 people in front of him would not agree. I have no choice but to go. Then let's go. Li Zuanai jumped on the horse, then stretched out his hand to pull Zheng Qing up again, swept his eyes over the green-clothed cavalry, and shouted, go. My master only saw you, said the leader. You don't have the final say at this moment, lead the way quickly, don't hesitate, Li Zuanai said arrogantly. The leader narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly raised his arm to draw the knife. Li Zuanai saw it and said, do you want to bet with me? The leader stopped and said, what bet? Li Zuanai said, the moment your palm draws out the knife is the moment your head falls to the ground. The atmosphere on the avenue was instantly tense, and both sides seemed to be ready to fight at any time. Li Zuanai stared at the leader without yielding, his eyes like a blade, piercing deep into his eyes. Go. The leader lowered his arm, turned his horse and walked back, choosing to retreat. Li Zuanai urged his horse to catch up. The other blue-clothed cavalrymen followed slowly, moving on both sides of Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai. The riders galloped on the road, rushing to Zeman Kanho's residence. Zheng Qing's heart was beating fast. Even with Li Zuanai's repeated assurances, He didn't know if he could trust him. Although the final deterrence was slightly eye-catching, it still couldn't change the impact of his unreliable performance on Zheng Qing's heart. Chapter 4: Killing Simon. 10 miles of Qinghu Lake, a square of misty waves. The lakeside is shaded by green willows, ginkgo trees stand tall, and dozens of snow-white water birds move slowly on the lake, chirping softly. A very stylish manor is located in the bay of Qinghu Lake, embracing Qinghu Lake like a crescent moon. Guangming Manor. A plaque with 3 large characters is placed on the gate of the manor. The manor of the Envoy of Light is naturally called Guangming Manor. The Qingyi cavalry dismounted in front of the manor. Zheng Qing also jumped off the horse carefully and stood with Li Zuanai. Under the supervision of everyone, he walked into the manor and came to the pavilion beside the lake in the manor. The pavilion has a name, named Inquiry. There is a person in the pavilion who is drinking tea, holding a white jade teacup and savoring it carefully. The wide snow-white robe drags on the ground. There is also a sword on the green bamboo tea table in front of him. The sword is large, heavy, and slightly domineering. Even if it is put in the scabbard, it can't hide the sword intent that soars into the sky. This person is Zheng Qing, the sword master of this world. Everyone stood in front of the pavilion, neither moving nor making any sound, silently waiting for the person in the pavilion to ask, "Are they here?" Zheng Qing put down the teacup, his eyes shot out from the pavilion, hesitating briefly between Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai, then locked onto Li Zuanai, his mouth curled up slightly. "Yes, sir, Li Zuanai has been brought here," the leader said respectfully. "You guys go down first." Zheng Qing retracted his gaze, looked at the teapot on the coffee table, picked it up and poured a cup of tea. More than a dozen people in green retreated in an instant. Li Zuanai looked at the empty space and said, "You have retreated all your men. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Zheng Qing smiled faintly and said, "Can you kill me?" Li Zuanai smiled, "You and I have never fought. How do you know that I can't kill you?" Zheng Qing was neither surprised nor angry. He glanced at Zheng Qing and said, "Did you bring him here to collect your body?" Li Zuanai smiled and said, "He may be a storyteller. He will make a program about what happened today and tell others." Zheng Qing took a sip of tea and said, "Do you know why I asked you to come here?" "It's precisely because I don't know that I came here," Li Zuanai said, "but now it seems that the situation is not as bad as I thought." He thought Zheng Qing came to him because the action against Zheng Qing failed, but from the current situation, the action has not been actually implemented. "It seems that you know the reason very well." Zheng Qing looked at Li Zuanai and said, "I am very curious why you want to be my enemy. With your ability, it is not difficult to gain a place in the martial arts world. You are not from a famous sect, and you don't have so many moral requirements. It is your duty to achieve success and fame, buy land and houses. It is puzzling that you are not seeking wealth and honor after success, but are plotting to kill me. Do you know that I am not alone, but represent hundreds of thousands of demon cult members? If you kill me, you, your relatives, and friends will all be hunted down endlessly. Where will the famous and upright sects be then? Perhaps when you are desperate and alone, the famous and upright sects will stand up to uphold justice and protect you for a while, but it will only be for a while. If you want to take away the credit of Tantian, you must bear the sin of Tantian. Are you mentally prepared for this?" Zheng Qing listened to Zheng Qing's analysis, which made some sense. He couldn't help but think that this consciousness world was well set up. However, the consequences raised by Zheng Qing were not a concern for the spiritual travel envoy. After killing him, the mission would be over, and this consciousness world would also reach its end. Li Zuanai said, "We have our own considerations. If the demon cult dares to come and provoke us, we will kill them so that they dare not." "Very courageous," Zheng Qing praised, "but do you have enough martial arts to support your courage?" "You can give it a try," Li Zuanai responded. Zheng Qing smiled slightly and said, "Where's your weapon?" Li Zuanai stretched his right hand behind his back and took out a long sword of ice soul. "The sword is in hand." "Oh, the art of hiding weapons," Zheng Qing was surprised. Then he stood up and slowly pulled out the sword on the green bamboo coffee table. The cold sound of the sword blade grinding the sheath seemed to have a magic that penetrated the soul. Zheng Qing heard the sound of grinding the sheath, his face tightened slightly, but in his heart he sneered at Zheng Qing's statement of hiding weapons. He saw it clearly just now. Li Zuanai stretched his palms behind his back and clenched them, and immediately a faint blue light lit up, as if countless blue light fireflies quickly gathered together to form a long sword of ice soul that exuded a slight chill. This is clearly a skill. When we start later, find a place to hide, and remember to stay away from the door and other places, so that the support of the demon cult will not come and chop you with a knife. Li Zuanai tilted his head slightly and whispered to Zheng Qing to be careful. Zheng Qing did not dare to be careless. His ability was almost zero. If he died in the introduction to the novice, it would be a big loss. Finally, the sound of grinding the sheath ended, and Zuman Kanho drew out his sword. The sword body shone with cold light, reflecting a snow-white figure. Go! Li Zuanai looked solemn and shouted softly. Zheng Qing hurriedly ran to the bamboo forest next to him. Zuman Kanho held the sword and turned a blind eye to Zheng Qing's actions. He only had another person and another sword in his eyes. Zheng Qing squatted down in the bamboo forest, carefully looking through the gaps between the slender green bamboos, paying attention to the situation outside. With his white robe fluttering, Zuman Kanho flew out of the Wangxin pavilion and stabbed Li Zuanai with a sword. This ordinary sword made Li Zuanai feel like he was facing a great enemy. Bang! The two swords clashed and Li Zuanai quickly dodged to the side. The Bingpo long sword touched the big sword in Zuman Kanho's hand like a dragonfly skimming the water. Zuman Kanho's sight followed Li Zuanai. Before his footsteps landed, the sword tip had already turned and chased Li Zuanai. Bang! There was another clash. Li Zuanai raised his sword to block. Zuman Kanho's tyrannical power was transmitted to Li Zuanai with a long sword. In an instant, his footsteps were disordered and he retreated in a panic. Zuman Kanho landed and immediately took a step forward, approaching Li Zuanai. He turned his wrist and slashed with a big sword. Li Zuanai retreated faster, and the Bingpo long sword was diagonally in front of him, breaking away from Zuman Kanho's sword encirclement and avoiding the big sword attack. Autumn rain floating in the courtyard. Li Zuanai dodged the attack and immediately backhanded a sword. In an instant, frost and cold air condensed in the air, forming dozens of ice cones, which were fired at Zuman Kanho. What kind of witchcraft? Zuman Kanho's expression changed slightly, and he swung his sword to draw a circle of light, cutting off the ice cones, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. Autumn rain fills the courtyard. Li Zuanai shouted again. Zheng Qing hid in the woods, holding two green bamboos in his hands, concentrating on watching the fight outside. Li Zuanai was obviously at a disadvantage. This skill of autumn rain was meaningless to Zuman Kanho, who could break it with a flat attack. But Zheng Qing thought about it carefully again. This might be the setting of the world. This is a low-level martial arts world. Zuman Kanho naturally couldn't break through the limitations of the world and use any gorgeous moves. But even so, Zuman Kanho's strength should not be underestimated. He is almost the pinnacle of the low-level martial arts world. Zuman Kanho danced with a sword, and ice crystals shattered in the air. Li Zuanai seized this brief gap, quickly distanced himself from Zuman Kanho, and ran towards the lake. His feet sank slightly when they hit the water, but bounced up quickly, splashing a slight ripple. Seeing this scene, Zheng Qing remembered the traceless light skill in the store. In the future, he would also learn light skills. Not to mention stepping on water to cross the river, at least he would have a certain guarantee when escaping. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed, and the only way to be invincible in the world is to escape. Zuman Kanho cut through the autumn rain in the courtyard, saw Li Zuanai's back, and set off to catch up. He jumped up from the land, stepped on the air in succession, flew to the lake, stepped on the lake water, dragged the big sword, drew clear ripples, and chased after him with unparalleled domineering, and his speed was even faster than Li Zuanai. Damn it! Li Zuanai felt that Zuman Kanho was approaching and felt very difficult. He thought that Zuman Kanho is powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. A white shadow passed by the lake. Zuman Kanho jumped up and slashed at Li Zuanai's back with a single hand. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal clashing was drowned out by the sound of the lake exploding. Water columns splashed around the two people, sprinkling cold mist. Li Zuanai turned around to meet the sword in a critical moment. Zuman Kanho failed to hide him, so he put away his sword and stepped on the waves, quickly smoothing the water splashing under his feet. Li Zuanai hurriedly stepped back a few steps, his face turned pale, listened to the roar of the water at the edge of the abyss. He waved the Bingpo longsword and pointed it at Zuman Kanho. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, two water dragons rose from both sides of Li Zuanai and shot at Zuman Kanho. Break! Zheng Qing responded with only one word, waving his great sword to kill the water dragons. The two water dragons exploded, the water fell into curtain, and the wet mist filled the air. Soon, the water falling from the air was gone, and Zheng Qing walked on the rolling waves, looking for Li Zuanai's figure. He had fled farther, and seemed to intend to pull the battlefield into the lake. "You can't escape," Zheng Qing said softly, and then he ran quickly, drawing a straight line on the lake surface, chasing Li Zuanai. Bang! 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 But at this moment, the lake surface exploded again, and several masked assassins hiding under the lake jumped out. Secret killing formation. At another point in Qinghu Lake, a figure emerged from the water, his eyes closed, and his hands pinched the French formula to activate the formation. A burst of orange-gold light appeared under Zheng Qing's feet. It was a four-pointed star formation with the relic formation patterns and complex and obscure inscriptions. Zheng Qing was surprised to find that his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. A huge sense of crisis struck his heart, the taste of death. "Ha!" Zheng Qing shouted, holding the sword in both hands and stabbing the four-pointed star formation that lit up on the water surface, like stabbing stone and cutting steel. Zheng Qing gritted his teeth, burst out his internal force, and pierced through the formation defense with one sword. The secret killing array was broken, and the orange-gold array turned into countless light particles and disappeared quickly. The man in the distance frowned slightly, but was not affected much. At this moment, the 5 assassins who suddenly emerged from the water each launched a strange skill, seized the time when Zheng Qing was exhausted, and used different moves to engulf Zheng Qing's figure. Did it succeed this time? Zheng Qing was looking forward to it in the bamboo forest, and his heart was very nervous. This seemed to be the final move mentioned by Li Zuanai. If they also failed, I'm afraid I would be finished. A sword light pierced through the light that engulfed Zheng Qing and appeared, absorbing everyone's sight. The sword light drew and slashed, outlining a sword flower, and the light that engulfed Zheng Qing broke. Zheng Qing stood on the lake in a slightly embarrassed manner, gasping for breath. His internal strength was constantly consumed because of stepping on the lake water. If this continued, he would not be able to last long and had to return to the shore. Zheng Qing waved his sword, made a false move, turned around and walked away, and hurried back to the shore. "Stop him!" Li Zuanai was very anxious and rushed back immediately. 2 assassins were on Zheng Qing's retreat path, and they raised their swords to attack. "You're looking for death?" A trace of ferocity flashed across Zheng Qing's face, and he chopped off the long sword of one of the assassins with a sword. He took a big step forward, approached the man, and quickly attacked with his left palm, pinching the assassin's throat. He squeezed hard, and with a click, the man became limp and lost his strength. He was thrown by Zheng Qing to another assassin who came to rescue him. In a few breaths, Zheng Qing opened up the circuit. Zheng Qing in the bamboo forest couldn't help holding his breath and holding the green bamboo tightly with both hands. Suddenly, an arrow shot silently, and Zheng Qing's ears moved slightly, but it was too late when he noticed it. He glanced back and dodged quickly, but only avoided the vital parts, and was pierced through the chest by an arrow from behind. Chapter 5, Final Blow. Blood dripped from the arrow into the rippling lake water, and was diluted completely in an instant. Zheng Qing was panting, his shoulders trembling slightly. He turned his head to look at the nearest assassin, and used his inner strength to strike the lake with a sword, splashing hundreds of thousands of water droplets, each of which was like a stone ball and iron bullet, flying out. The assassin left his companion's body behind, and wanted to take Zheng Qing's life with a sword while he was injured. Seeing the water droplets flying, he sensed a hint of danger and hurriedly drew his sword to resist. Snap, 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 snap. His sword had many omissions, far less neat than Zheng Qing's, and a large number of water droplets passed through the holes in his sword and hit his body. Although not fatal, it was extremely painful, and the assassin lost his fighting power for a while. Zheng Qing took this time to step on the water and land with pain. He was determined in his heart to summon all the members of the demon cult in the village. "Come here," he shouted, and the sound spread far from the questioning pavilion. Hearing the call, the members of the demon cult who had been prepared for a long time immediately rushed here. "Don't hold back, stop them!" Li Zuanai yelled at the formation master. Flame formation. The formation master constructed a formation model in his mind and said, The ground around the pavilion of inquiry was lit up with golden flames, and the ground flames suddenly emerged along the pavilion of inquiry, forming a wall of fire, blazing and burning, isolating the pavilion of inquiry from the manor. The demons who came saw the fire stagnated, and they hung their heads anxiously. Zheng Qing's face was illuminated by the flames, and there was a little despair in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Li Zuanai and the 4 assassins who were chasing him. He raised the remaining strength in his body, clenched the sword, and waited for them to come ashore. Zheng Qing watched nervously, and a group of spiritual messengers fought with Zheng Qing again. Everyone knew that Zheng Qing was injured and would be exhausted, so they did not fight to the death with Zheng Qing, but adopted a flexible fighting strategy to accelerate the exhaustion of Zheng Qing's physical strength, causing him to die of exhaustion. Zheng Qing was eager to kill everyone and end the battle, but he was defeated by everyone and soon fell into a disadvantage. The scarlet on his snow-white robe became more and more tattered. The more anxious he was, the more helpless he became. His physical strength gradually decreased, and he couldn't calm down, and fell into a vicious circle of helplessness. But Zheng Qing was Zheng Qing after all. At such a critical moment, he still forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. He understood everyone's intentions in an instant, and the method to crack it came into being. An assassin stabbed with a sword, and Zheng Qing's palm shook, and the sword couldn't help but deviate in this attack. The assassin saw Zheng Qing's weak performance, and his heart suddenly became hot. If he could get this last killing merit, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. He then took a step forward and approached Zheng Qing, wanting to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As he approached, Zheng Qing's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he suddenly jumped up, took a step forward, swung his sword to split the assassin's sword, and turned his left palm into a fist, hitting the man's nose fiercely. The huge pain made the man lose consciousness instantly, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Then Zheng Qing's left fist turned into a palm again, and chopped at the assassin's neck, breaking his neck abruptly. Li Zuanai took the opportunity to stab Zheng Qing from behind. Zheng Qing's face became paler after being hit by the sword, but he didn't turn back to fight with Li Zuanai. Instead, he walked forward quickly, broke away from the Bingpo long sword, and took advantage of the short time when the 5 people's formation was not in line, stamped the ground with one step, and leaped to the top of the Wangxin pavilion. Another assassin stood up and jumped up, rushing to attack Zheng Qing first, testing how much strength he still had. Zheng Qing's wounds were bleeding profusely, and his physical strength was declining. He used his remaining strength to knock down the assassin. Hear the thunder in the abyss. A soft voice sounded on the Qing Lake. A girl drew her bow and aimed at Zheng Qing. The dust-like particles of lightning gathered between her fingers and the bowstring, forming a lightning arrow flashing with lightning. Whoosh! The lightning arrow was released from the string with a sound, and then it became silent. Zheng Qing noticed something strange behind him. He glanced behind him and saw the lightning arrow shooting at him at an incredible speed. His pupils shrank slightly, and he dodged in a hurry, but it was still a slow arrow. Boom! The lightning arrow shot to the top of the Wangxin pavilion and exploded immediately. Electric arcs shot randomly on the pavilion, and the Wangxin pavilion was blown to pieces. Zheng Qing was swept by the aftermath of the lightning arrow. Several electric arcs hit his body. He flew out horizontally, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. His expression suddenly became listless, and the big sword flew out of his hand and shot towards the bamboo forest. Zheng Qing stared blankly at the sword flying towards him, watching it pierce through the green bamboos like cutting through thin paper, and pierce the ground less than a few centimeters in front of him. Only then did a trace of cold sweat emerge from Zheng Qing's forehead. The cuts made by the sword on the green bamboos were extremely smooth, without any burrs. They fell one after another in the forest, like drunkards who couldn't stand steadily, and fell on the side of the road. It was a close call, Zheng Qing thought, realizing the danger just now. If the sword moved a few more points forward, he would have to die in the bamboo forest, stabbed to death on the ground by a falling sword. The battle was about to end. Zheng Qing was already seriously injured, and his life would end in a few minutes. Zheng Qing did not fall to the ground. He barely stabilized his body in midair and staggered to the ground, but because of his weakness, one leg still knelt down on the ground. He tried his best to hold on and squatted down to prevent his knees from touching the ground. Scarlet liquid flowed out of his body and dripped on the ground, and soon there was a small pool. Zheng Qing had no choice but to deal with the arrow in his chest. Although he had wanted to wait for the doctor to come and deal with it before, so as not to cause a serious illness, the arrow had become an obstacle for him now. Even so, he carefully broke the arrowhead, and then slapped a broken arrow shaft with his palm, forcing the arrow out of his body. The arrow flew backwards, and 2 more holes suddenly appeared on Zheng Qing's body. Scarlet liquid naturally flowed out, like a torrent flowing out of a broken dam, but within a few breaths, the liquid flowing out of the wound became slow. He stood up again and clenched his hands, then remembered that the sword was no longer in his hand. How could a swordsman be decent without a sword? He moved his eyes around, looking for his sword, and ignored the 4 people who were coming to kill him. One of the assassins was particularly fast, and wanted to take the most important points. The long sword was cold, and the sword came from the west. Zheng Qing turned his eyes to the back and saw the sword in the bamboo forest. The sword of the assassin behind him was approaching his back, but suddenly stabbed into nothing. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a seriously injured person be so agile? Zheng Qing had a last moment of energy and nimbly dodged the assassin's attack. His eyes flashed with cold light. He stretched out his right palm and grabbed the assassin's sword wrist. His left palm also grabbed the assassin's shoulder and pulled him in front of him. He took the assassin's sword wrist and slashed the sword across his throat, then took the sword and threw it on the ground. The violent movement caused blood to gush out of the wound on his body again. He became weaker and weaker, and only relied on his will to hold on. Zheng Qing was slightly stunned when he looked at Zheng Qing not far away. He was too strong. His eyes returned to the big sword in front of him. He thought that it would be more reassuring to have a weapon in hand than to have no weapon in hand. He stood up and tried to pull the big sword from the ground. The sword was heavier than expected, not as light as Zheng Qing's. However, Zheng Qing felt relieved when he thought of his 40% strength. He was a newcomer, but this was the boss's weapon. Suddenly, Zheng Qing felt a sharp gaze, as if a needle pierced his forehead. He looked over nervously, facing Zheng Qing in a white robe and blood red. Zheng Qing's heart beat violently, his eyes were uneasy. He raised the sword in his hand, and took a defensive posture. "Insult my sword!" Zheng Qing shouted, and ran towards Zheng Qing. Li Zuanyi saw this and thought it was not good. He hurriedly jumped forward and tried to stop Zheng Qing. The other 2 were slower. They were worried that Zheng Qing was cheating and they would die in vain at this critical moment. They would rather take fewer points than take risks. Zheng Qing saw Zheng Qing running towards him. Before he got close, the bloody smell on his body drifted over. Zheng Qing raised his sword. Zheng Qing avoided his gaze and dared not look directly at Zheng Qing's murderous face. He only saw a shadow approaching on the ground, and quickly raised his sword and stabbed forward. His palms felt a little blocked. Zheng Qing was confident that the sword must have stabbed into something. He raised his head cautiously and stared at Zheng Qing. A sword stabbed out from behind him, close to his throat, and the big sword in his hand also stabbed into his chest. Zheng Qing opened his eyes, the long sword in his palm slipped, his head tilted, and he died on the spot. White light gradually emerged around, engulfing the scene and filling Zheng Qing's eyes. After a while, Zheng Qing's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes, took a deep breath, sat up from the quilt, and quickly checked his body for any abnormalities. He was relieved to confirm that he was not missing any limbs. "Is it a dream?" he murmured, and a light screen appeared in his mind with a thought. In the lower right corner of the light screen, he saw his point value, 500. Was this the merit of finishing off the enemy? Or did he pick up the opportunity and stab Zheng Qing with the last sword when she was about to die? Zheng Qing recognized the facts. What he had just experienced was not a dream, but reality. He became the so-called spiritual messenger. He stared at the light curtain in silence for a long time, then opened the task to check. It was empty and no new tasks appeared. Zheng Qing opened his ability again and tried to improve his strength first. He tried to add points after strength, and then a prompt popped up. "Do you want to increase your strength to level 1? Zheng Qing chose yes, and the point value immediately decreased by 60 points, and the strength also became level 1. 1 percentage point is 1 point, and upgrading is really expensive. Zheng Qing looked at the remaining 3 attributes, and simply gritted his teeth and upgraded them to level 1 together. Only with strength can you complete the task. When the attribute upgrade consumes fewer points in the early stage, at least they can develop together, leaving time to think about what to do next. After the upgrade, Zheng Qing only had 240 points left. He took the few points and opened the store. He remembered that there were cheap skills for sale, and wanted to see if they were suitable. If they could meet his requirements, he would buy them. Among the few cheap skills, Zheng Qing took a fancy to 200-point summoning skeleton warrior. He clicked on this skill book, and a detailed introduction appeared. He could summon a skeleton warrior with a comprehensive strength of level 1, which lasted for half an hour. Summoning a skeleton warrior with the same strength as his current strength, but with much more combat experience than his own, would be very useful to him in the initial battle. If the skeleton warrior couldn't beat someone, he couldn't beat him without thinking. In a critical moment, he could leave the skeleton warrior to cover his retreat and buy time for his escape. This was also the only skill with a high cost effectiveness that he could buy at present. Zheng Qing decisively chose to buy it, spending 200 points. He returned to the ability table, and there was an additional summoning skeleton warrior in the skills section and an additional summoner in the profession section. Chapter 6, The Strange Drop in Temperature. In the early morning, the snow outside the window had stopped falling, and the ground was covered with a thin white blanket. Zheng Qing pulled his arm out of the quilt and felt the coldness in the room, which was completely different from the quilt. He quickly retracted his arm and curled up in the quilt. Who would want to move in such cold weather? This was the first time he felt the true meaning of the word cold in the more than 10 years since he was born. This temperature drop came too inexplicably. Could it be that the Ice Age has arrived early? But the book said that the change of eras is gradual and will not be so violent. Is there something else going on? Zheng Qing couldn't figure it out, so he reached out and put the mobile phone on the bedside into the quilt to find the latest information. As soon as the keywords about the sudden drop in temperature were entered, a large amount of the latest news exploded. How many people froze to death in a certain place? How many people froze to death in a certain city? A series of news about people freezing to death mixed with the emergency actions of relevant departments, presented to Zheng Qing through a small mobile phone. Overnight, countless people have died of cold all over the world. Fortunately, he had a quilt at home. Zheng Qing couldn't help but feel lucky. The warm climate of nearly 100 years has made people forget the horror of cold. He read the news page by page. After the people who died of freezing and the relevant departments, there were contents about hospitals being overcrowded. People with colds, fevers and frostbite were crowded with people in small clinics. Then there were some news about the shortage of cold-resistant materials. The sudden cold almost destroyed modern society. Zheng Qing had never thought that such a thing would happen before. The existing information shows that the Earth Union has taken action and promised to have enough cold-resistant materials. However, most of the people who released these news were the heads of the Huaxia region, and the upper echelons of the Earth Union were still silent. It's not surprising to think about it. The upper echelons of the Earth Union are composed of 3 parts: the Secretariat, the Population Council, and the Economic Council. The Secretariat and the Population Council are both in East Asia, and the Economic Council is in North America. The Economic Council is in charge of the financial allocation of the Earth Union. The Economic Council has the right to inquire about economic proposals and disputes. Now the members of the Economic Council are still arguing in North America. Under the current financial conditions, the Secretariat can only make all regions around the world work hard to save themselves and reduce disaster losses. According to the previous rules, the parliamentarians may argue for half a month. Regions with large economic contributions hope to be given priority in the supply of cold-resistant materials, while regions with small economic contributions can only huddle together for warmth in the meeting. However, there are more parliamentarians in more economically developed regions, and underdeveloped regions are basically voiceless in the Economic Council. The focus of the meeting is that all major economically developed regions hope to give priority to supplying themselves. It is a fight between gods, with East Asia, North America, and Western Europe competing for the top spot. Zheng Qing exited the information search and sent a message to Qin Ji. "How is your family?" Fortunately, the snow outside has stopped. Qin Ji replied, "It would be bad if it continued to snow." "It's good that you're fine." Zheng Qing sent a message. "Have you searched for the reason for the drop in temperature? It seems that the Ice Age has come early. I see that most people on the internet say so. What do you think?" Qin Ji replied. "Maybe." Zheng Qing didn't dare to conclude. "Is there any authoritative news?" "I didn't find it, but I saw some people on some forum speculating that this is the beginning of another era and the Earth will return to normal. If that's the case, it's better. But some people say this is the beginning of the end. Anyway, there are people who promote doomsday theory everywhere. How is Dana? I heard that he caught a bad cold last night. Zheng Qing sent a string of haha. I don't know if I should say something, Qinji sent mysteriously. What is it? Zheng Qing was slightly curious. I saw deduction. Some people said that this is the prelude to the coming of a great era. What great era? The era of life blooming and miracles happening. What's the difference between this and not saying it? This is what the deduction says. It says that the world is about to usher in wonderful developments, and it may also trigger a crisis of destruction. It all depends on whether we can grasp the opportunities brought by the times. Did it say specifically what it was? No, the whole article is some kind of conjecture. Well, let's contact each other later. Zheng Qing ended the contact hastily. He lay in the quilt, unwilling to move at all. It was too cold outside, not suitable for him who lives in spring. He was playing with his phone in bed, logging into global communication software to look for clues. The world network is connected, and there are also special Chinese settings on the web page, so Zheng Qing doesn't have to worry about not being able to understand the text in other regions. People in many parts of the world are also communicating enthusiastically about the sudden change in temperature. Many topics are heavy, blaming the slow response and incompetence of the Earth Union. People in higher latitudes are more seriously affected, and many people have frostbite and frozen to death. Riots have also occurred in some places, and thugs are snatching combustible and edible materials. In a video, Zheng Qing saw a fire on the asphalt road, and the flames melted the asphalt. He slowly searched for content in the software and saw a strange description of the birth of a new human. The author of the article briefly described the story of him seeing a human with the ability to shoot flames fighting a human with the ability to shoot ice. There is no lack of sarcasm in the comments below, asking the author to treat his illness well. The author did not respond to this. Suddenly, the sound of a loudspeaker came from outside the window, and someone seemed to be shouting with a loudspeaker outside the community. Zheng Qing put down his phone and listened to the sound. Listen, residents. You can buy a set of military coats with your residence ID card. The original price is required. Please bring your residence ID card to buy. Please remember that it is only valid if you hold your own residence ID card. One ID card is enough for one set. Zheng Qing was startled. He got up and wrapped himself in the quilt. He went to the window and looked out through the window. Suddenly, the door of the room was opened. Zheng's father rushed in and said, "What are you doing, brat? Hurry up and take your residence ID card to buy a military coat." "Dad, you are not at work." Zheng Qing was a little dumbfounded when he saw his father. The weather changed suddenly. The company is on holiday and asked us to wait for notification. Zheng's father said, "Why are you still standing there? Put on your clothes and go down quickly." Oh. It was difficult to disobey his father's order. Zheng Qing had to put on clothes that he only wore in spring and summer. Although he put on many pieces, he still couldn't resist a biting cold. Zheng Qing shivered while holding his resident card. He looked at the quilt on the bed, and with a sudden thought, he wrapped the quilt around himself and walked out of the room. Seeing Zheng Qing's bare appearance, Zheng's father said angrily, "Look at how embarrassed you are. Isn't it cold?" Zheng Qing said aggrievedly, "By the way, where's Mom?" "She has gone down early," Zheng's father said. "Put the quilt at home for me. It's not decent to wear it out like this." "I won't," Zheng Qing refused. "If people laugh at me, then they laugh at me. It's not worth it if I have a fever." Zheng's father sighed, and he couldn't do anything about Zheng Qing. He took out 200 yuan and handed it to Zheng Qing. "Stay away from me when you go down later, and don't call me." "Dad, isn't this alienated?" Zheng Qing tightened the quilt and took the money with a smile. "I can't afford to lose face," Zheng's father said unhappily. The father and son went out and came to the elevator. They watched the elevator running continuously and waited for a long time. Zheng's father's legs trembled with cold and his face was stiff. "Too many people are taking the elevator. Let's take the stairs." Zheng Qing suggested that the elevator would not arrive for a long time. Zheng's father glanced at the 21st floor sign on the wall next to him, and his expression became solemn. "Let's take the stairs," Zheng Qing said again. "If the elevator is overloaded, it will be a waste of time." Zheng's father reluctantly agreed, and the two walked down the stairs. Before they had taken a few steps, Zheng's father couldn't stand the cold. "I'll go first, you follow slowly." After saying that, Zheng's father ran down the stairs quickly. "Alice, Zheng Qing sighed softly, wrapped in a quilt and walked down slowly. More and more people came down the stairs, and everyone was so cold that they ran. Seeing Zheng Qing wrapped in a quilt and bloated, they couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Walking out of the residential building, people on the road were running towards the place where they were shouting outside. Zheng Qing watched everyone running, thinking that he had upgraded his speed last night, so he could try how fast he could run. He tightened the quilt, took a step and rushed out of the residential building, surpassing everyone at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. My goodness, is it necessary to run so fast? An uncle who was overtaken exclaimed in surprise. Zheng Qing rushed out of the community in the surprised eyes of everyone and came to the road outside. 2 green military vehicles were parked on the side of the road. 3 or 4 soldiers were wearing military coats and holding steel guns to maintain order. 1 soldier was responsible for inspection and 1 soldier was responsible for distribution. The scene was orderly. Although everyone was stamping their feet in the cold, no one dared to make a noise, but there was a sound of gasping for air. Zheng Qing lined up at the back of the team. Standing in the crowd and looking to other places, he could also see military vehicles parked by the road, selling military coats. "Young man, are you warm?" The uncle with the runny nose in front of Zheng Qing turned his head and asked with a smile. Zheng Qing huddled in the quilt and smiled. "It's so warm." "Oh, I didn't think of bringing a quilt down." The uncle sighed, feeling a little regretful because of the cold. Zheng Qing smiled. "Young man, how about we squeeze in?" The uncle said hopefully. Zheng Qing looked at the uncle and said, "Forget it, uncle. If you can't stand the cold, you can go home and get a quilt first, and then come to line up." The uncle turned around disappointedly. At this time, Zheng's father was changing positions one by one in front and backing away. "Can you please change positions and stand in front?" Zheng's father said to the uncle who was just disappointed. When the uncle heard that there was such a bargain, he immediately agreed. Zheng Qing looked at Zheng's father who was shivering with cold and said, "Dad, what are you doing?" Zheng's father said, "What, of course I'm coming over to squeeze in. Didn't you say it's embarrassing? Stop talking nonsense, stand in front, and let's cover together." "Okay, okay." Zheng Qing handed the quilt to Zheng's father and walked in front of him. When Zheng Qing handed out the quilt, he shivered with cold. Zheng's father threw the quilt over himself, with both ends on Zheng Qing, and the father and son huddled together in the quilt. "It's really warm," Zheng's father said with a relaxed and comfortable look on his face. Zheng Qing was speechless when he heard it, and smiled bitterly. Chapter 7 Distorted Light. The wind was chilly on the roadside. The strong wind made people's noses cold, and many people in the queue were sniffing their noses, and they were so cold that they were shivering their hands and feet. Zheng Qing was very warm in the quilt, and his position was slowly moving forward. "Why don't I see your mother? Didn't she come earlier?" Zheng's father poked his head to look for Zheng's mother in the queue. "Maybe she was embarrassed to say hello to us and went back first." Zheng Qing thought for a while and said, "Alice, your mother is too concerned about face." Zheng's father sighed. Zheng Qing rolled his eyes. "If you weren't so cold, you would still care about face." After more than 10 minutes, Zheng Qing and his friends lined up in front of the inspection and handed in their residence certificates. The soldier who inspected confirmed that it was correct, returned the certificate, and said, 100 yuan per set. Zheng's father gestured to Zheng Qing. "Alice." Zheng Qing was still thinking that he could embezzle 200 yuan. He paid the money and took 2 sets of military coats from the soldiers who distributed them. Seeing that there was a military coat, Dad Zheng did not hesitate to return the quilt to Zheng Qing, took a military coat and put it on, and then took Zheng Qing's military coat in his hand. "I'll take the coat back for you first, you can come back slowly." After saying this, Dad Zheng walked away without looking back. What a dear father. Zheng Qing felt so bitter in his heart. The eyes of those who were wearing military coats around him had changed from envy to contempt for Zheng Qing, as if they were looking at a fool. It was really the indifference of human feelings and the coldness of the world, which made people feel cold. The uncle who asked to squeeze in last time appeared again and smiled proudly. "Hey, boy, your dress is very postmodern style." Zheng Qing wanted to roll his eyes at him and turn around and ignore him, but he couldn't swallow this breath, so he pretended to be innocent and asked, "Uncle, do you also understand postmodernism?" "I understand it when I see you like this," the uncle said, touching the military coat on his body and mocking Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing said with a smile, "Uncle, do you know the idiom Yu Hao Er Guan?" The uncle sneered and said, "How could I not know? I have received higher education and have been in the upper class. How can this idiom stump me?" Zheng Qing said politely, "Can you please tell me the meaning of Mu Hao Guan?" "Of course, no problem," said the uncle. "Mu Hao Guan means that there is a monkey imitating people to wear clothes. Do you understand?" "Oh, I understand," Zheng Qing said. "Then uncle, do you think you are very similar to that monkey now?" "Huh?" The uncle widened his eyes. "Uncle, I have something else to do. See you next time." Zheng Qing walked away with the quilt. The uncle tilted his head and stared at Zheng Qing's back. "Damn brat." When they arrived at the bottom of the residential building, there were many people waiting for the elevator to go upstairs. Now everyone has a military coat to keep warm, so few people are willing to take the stairs. Zheng Qing wanted to test the limits of his current physical strength and speed, so he walked to the entrance of the corridor and ran upstairs with all his strength. He stopped only when he reached the 21st floor. He took a breath, sweat oozed from his forehead, his body was hot, and he still had some strength left. As long as his physical strength was not obviously exhausted, his speed would not be affected in any way. Now his physical fitness is comparable to that of the top athletes in their prime, and even better than them in some aspects. After all, he was promoted after being fully improved to 100%. After Zheng Qing had a general understanding of his own strength, he returned home. Mother Zheng, wearing a military coat, sat on the sofa and said with emotion, "I was still worrying about where to buy winter clothes today. This saves me a lot of trouble." Father Zheng stood aside and said, "Why didn't I see you downstairs?" Mother Zheng glanced at Father Zheng with disdain and said, "You two father and son are so embarrassing that people would laugh at you." "Of course, I sneaked away first." "You are too face-conscious," Father Zheng said unconsciously. "Then why did you come back alone?" Zheng's mother stared at Zheng's father and asked. "I'm training my son to help him overcome his inner shyness," Zheng's father said confidently. Zheng's mother snorted and gave Zheng's father a disdainful look. "I'm back," Zheng Qing said softly. "Put the quilt back quickly." Zheng's father showed the majesty of the head of the family and broke the subtle embarrassment in the living room. The TV was broadcasting a notice from the Huangsha region. Local governments at all levels took out cold-resistant materials prepared for the Ice Age and sold them directly to local residents through administrative and other forces to reduce the time of market circulation and the floating price formed for this. Zheng Qing took the military coat on the sofa into his bedroom and changed in the room. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt a stinging cold under his calves. He stood in the room in a daze for a while. In the past, he should have been brushing test papers on the desk during this period, but today's incident made him not in the mood at all. Zheng Qing simply took a few review materials and sat on the bed, pulled up the quilt to cover his legs, and started reading the review materials on the bed. One day passed like this. In the evening, Zheng Qing finished his meal, returned to his room, went to bed quietly, turned on the light, and recited the summary of the materials in a low voice. The pale light shone on the white review materials and flickered slightly, reflecting the light. Zheng Qing looked at it for a while and felt a little tired. The light was too strong. It would be better if it could be dimmed. After thinking this, he looked at the materials again. The light on it really became dim and no longer so dazzling. Zheng Qing was surprised and looked up at the light above. The pale light was still as bright as before. He lowered his head and returned to the review materials. The light on it was dim, as if the light on the review materials was distorted. What is the principle? Is the light crooked? Zheng Qing stared at the light above his head in confusion, picked up the review materials, and shook them towards the light. He found that no matter what he did, the light on the review materials was always dim, as if there was a strange force that distorted the light on it. What's going on? Zheng Qing put down the review materials in surprise and thought about how to recover. As he thought about it, the light on the dim review materials slowly became brighter like the dawn. Zheng Qing was even more confused, as the light seemed to change with his thoughts. He raised a finger, silently thinking about focusing the light, and the light in the room dimmed slightly, but Zheng Qing's finger became brighter, like a small light bulb. What's going on? Zheng Qing stared at the light condensed on his finger for a long time, and the light changed with his thoughts. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Zheng Qing's mind, and he turned off the light. Snap! With the light sound of the key, the room suddenly fell into darkness, and the light on Zheng Qing's finger disappeared with the disappearance of the light. This is controlling the light. How could this happen? Zheng Qing couldn't figure it out. Could it be caused by his identity as a spiritual messenger? He closed his eyes to check his abilities, and there were no extra skills in the skill column. Zheng Qing hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the task to see if there were any new tasks. The task list was still empty. He stepped out, sat on the bed to think, and his palm touched the phone on the side. If a person is short-sighted, why not search online to see if there is any explanation? Zheng Qing turned on his phone and typed "Why can someone control light" in the search bar, but when he was about to press the search button, Zheng Qing hesitated. After thinking for a while, he deleted the previous search content and changed it to "Can anyone really control fire?" This way, it would be much safer. Even if someone found this message online, they would not think that they have the ability to control light. After clicking the search button, a lot of information popped up, mostly useless weird talk, which Zheng Qing needed to identify. After more than 10 minutes, Zheng Qing finally found a forum article that talked about the strange incident that happened recently in the East Japan region. A bad boy in a high school in a county on Honshu Island burst into flames during a fight, causing several people to be burned. The article mentioned that the local news media reported that the student was set on fire by a bad means, and the murderer has been imprisoned. There was nothing outstanding about the article itself, but the many comments below attracted Zheng Qing's attention. Someone wrote that they had also experienced this kind of thing, seeing people suddenly spontaneously combust, with flames all over their bodies, but they were safe and sound afterwards, except for burning all their clothes. Someone else mentioned that their neighbor's child, who had just turned 10, lifted the millstone with one hand, something that even adults could not do. All kinds of strange news popped up from the bottom of the article like mushrooms after rain, and it was difficult to distinguish between true and false. One of the comments attracted Zheng Qing's attention. These phenomena all belonged to the awakening of superpowers. A new era of gods would be born, and humans would soon repeat the same mistakes. Under this comment, the commenter also added a comment today, saying that the current calling is the prelude, so cherish the present. Zheng Qing put down his mobile phone, his thoughts were up and down, and he turned on the light again, staring at the ceiling light above his head that emitted a pale light. Why is my awakened superpower so weak? Control light, just spit fire and spray water. At worst, brute force will do. My ability is purely useless. Why control light when there is light during the day? Do you want to make people's heads bald? What should I do when there is no light at night? You can't always carry a lighter with you and light a fire yourself when you run out of gas. Isn't that fun? Forget it, it's useless, I'll find a way to develop it myself. Zheng Qing thought to himself that as a spiritual messenger, although he is now at the bottom of the pyramid of spiritual messengers, there is always a way, isn't there a store? When the store refreshes new skills, his useless ability may turn around. But before that, he should study hard. The sky has not collapsed, the earth has not cracked, the college entrance examination cannot be abandoned, and learning cannot stop. Zheng Qing picked up the review materials and continued to recite. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zheng Qing wanted to turn off the lights and rest, so he put the review materials on the side of the bed where he didn't sleep and stopped reviewing. The night outside the window was thick, and suddenly snowflakes were floating in the sky, and it started snowing again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Second Mission. The temperature is dropping day by day, but basic social work has been resumed. The equipment for heating by fire is very popular on the market, and many people have learned the ancient craft of knitting sweaters at home. Zheng Qing stays at his desk at home all day, doing test papers one by one. If you are stupid, you have to rely on doing questions. Zheng Qing clearly realizes that his only advantage is to do more test papers than others, accumulate experience in doing questions and expand his understanding of test questions. His day is basically to finish and correct the test papers, check the wrong questions and think about the problems, and copy down the questions that he can't understand the ideas, and leave them to ask the teacher when school starts. The early bird flies first, and the determination is unremitting. There has never been a stupid bird that can stop for a while and rush for a while. At least those who do are smart birds. Zheng Qing has a clear understanding of himself. He is a stupid bird, so he has to bite the pen and do questions. If you can't make a wave, you will fall behind, and if you fall behind, there is no hope. The remaining days of the winter vacation are getting scarce, and the school is approaching. One day, Zheng Qing finished marking his test paper and compared the answers. He felt a little headache, so he got up and walked out of the bedroom to pour himself a glass of water. He also found a slice of lemon from the refrigerator and put it in the water cup. He sat on the sofa, waiting for the lemon in the water cup to soften and dilute the sour taste into the water. He liked the sour taste. The light sour taste made Zheng Qing feel happy, but if it was too strong, he would not like it because his teeth could not bear it. The living room was lonely and silent. His parents went to work and he was the only one left at home. The lemon softened very slowly, and hot steam rose from the cup. Zheng Qing looked at the hot steam and thought to himself that there was nothing to do at the moment and no one was at home. Why not summon the skeleton warrior to see what it looked like and what abilities it had, so that he could have a better idea in his mind? He moved as soon as he thought about it. He pulled the curtain from the living room to the balcony to avoid being discovered, and then walked to the open area of the living room and activated the skill to summon the skeleton warrior. Loyal warriors sleeping in the netherworld, obey my call, wake up from death, come to me, and guard your master. Zheng Qing unconsciously uttered a sentence in a low voice. In front of him, a purple-black abyss appeared on the white porcelain floor tiles of his home, like a bottomless deep hole, leading directly to the mysterious world of the dead. A burst of white light suddenly burst out from the hole, and the sound of several bones moving was heard. A skeleton with a height of nearly 2 meters and a thick frame appeared in front of Zheng Qing. It wore a spiked helmet with scars of battle on it, and a few strands of red tassels on the top of the helmet remained. In his left hand, he held a broken round steel shield, and the roaring lion that was once depicted on the shield was blurred. In his right hand, he held a slightly curved slender steel knife, shining and emitting cold light, which was chilling. In the eye sockets of his head, there were 2 red eyes like red agate stones, exuding the evil breath of the dead. Greetings, my lord. The skeleton warrior knelt on one knee and made a deep voice. Zheng Qing was slightly excited, looking down at the skeleton warrior in front of him, thinking that he had to look up at it just now, but now it was much more convenient. What's your name? Zheng Qing asked. The skeleton warrior did not answer, but lowered his head, as if waiting for orders. Can't answer? Zheng Qing frowned slightly and asked again, what can you do? The skeleton warrior still ignored him, and was as silent as the dead. You get up first. Zheng Qing was helpless, and found that the skeleton warrior did not seem to have much thinking. A burst of bone sounds rang out, and the skeleton warrior stood up, looking down at Zheng Qing. Well, I have to look up at it again, Zheng Qing thought, with a bitter smile. Okay, you go back first. He gave up communicating with the skeleton warrior and let it return to the netherworld. A purple-black light flashed under the skeleton warrior's feet, and the mouth of the abyss appeared, suddenly swallowing the skeleton warrior into it, and then it closed and disappeared, and the living room returned to normal. Zheng Qing exhaled, feeling a little mentally tired. Using summoning skill seemed to consume mental energy. He sat back on the sofa and took a sip of lemonade. The sour taste was so light that Zheng Qing was dissatisfied, but he still drank the water in the cup, poured another cup and placed it on the coffee table. After doing this, Zheng Qing returned to the bedroom and prepared to continue to brush the test paper. He sat down on the chair, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He was procrastinating and wanted to check if there were any new tasks in the task list. He closed his eyes, opened the light curtain, moved to the task, and a task called Horror World appeared. Task Introduction. You will enter an independent consciousness world with other soul-wandering messengers who choose to enter the horror world at the same time. It may be a forest, a ghost castle, a town, or a huge ghost kingdom. You can only come back alive after completing your tasks. It is impossible to analyze what kind of task this is just from the introduction, but it is generally related to ghosts. Isn't it a nightmare to meet ghosts in the world of consciousness? Zheng Qing did not complete the task. He exited and returned his consciousness to the test paper in front of him. It would not be too late to complete the task when he was about to fall asleep at night. He grabbed a pen and began to do the test paper, filling in the questions and choosing the answers with ease. Just as Zheng Qing finished one side of the test paper and stopped writing to turn the page, the phone on the bed rang with a message notification. Zheng Qing turned the test paper, looked back at his phone, put down his pen and walked over, picked up his phone to check who had sent him the message. Something big happened. Qinji emphasized it with 3 exclamation marks. Zheng Qing sat down beside the bed, sent a message, and asked, "What's the big deal?" "My relative's child is abnormal." Qinji answered inexplicably. Zheng Qing asked, which relative of yours? I told you, but you don't know him. It's his kid who can freeze water into ice. Then can't they eat ice cubes anytime and anywhere? Do you understand the point? Frozen into ice. One person froze water into ice. It's a mobile refrigerator. What a fuss. Zheng Qing thought to himself that he could also change the way the light moves. In the future, I will make you grope in the dark with the lights on. I haven't even boasted about such a powerful ability. What's so great about freezing water into ice? If anyone dares to provoke me, I will focus the light on his head until he becomes bald. Of course, this operation may be a little difficult, but it is still possible to force the other party to shave his head for the sake of coolness. This can also be regarded as indirect baldness. You are too calm. Qin Ji was a little discouraged. There will be more and more strange things in the future. There is no need to be surprised. Zheng Qing thought about what happened to him, and then connected it with the news he got on the internet. I am afraid that a new and crisis-filled era is approaching the world. It is definitely not the ice age that most people think. It won't take long for the temperature to warm up. Do you know anything? Qin Ji was curious. Just check it online. Maybe what happened to your relative's child will happen to you. Zheng Qing replied. Are you saying that I also have the ability to turn water into ice? Maybe it's the ability to lift a car. That ability is better left to you. If I had it, I would have the ability of super speed, so that I could take out 100 yuan from other people's wallets on the street every day. It wouldn't be long before I could make $1 million a month. Can't you be more stylish? It's not easy to just eat and wait for death, okay? This also requires considerable ability. What if everyone doesn't use cash anymore? Qin Ji fell into silence for a long time after seeing this message. Go to bed. Zheng Qing smiled after sending the message, put down his phone, and returned to his desk. It was late at night. Zheng Qing finished the last test paper of the day, stretched, got up, walked to the bed and lay down, pulling up the quilt to cover himself. He opened the light curtain in his mind and chose to enter the horror world. White mist leaked out from all sides, filling Zheng Qing's surroundings and surrounding him. The milky white fog was getting thicker and thicker. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out from the depths of the fog, as if guiding Zheng Qing forward. He stepped through the fog and walked towards the unknown front. The bell rang from time to time, pointing the way for Zheng Qing to prevent him from getting lost in the fog. The fog gradually became thinner, and the tentacles of darkness quickly extended, and the prototype of the building was looming in the darkness. Zheng Qing walked out of the fog and appeared in the dark corridor. The pale light in the distance was restrained by the lampshade and shone on a small area. Behind him, mottled moonlight shone again, falling on the ground like a grid. There was an old shoe cabinet nearby, and on top of the shoe cabinet sat a doll, an old-fashioned puppet doll, wearing a white and blue skirt. Turning her head to stare at Zheng Qing, her face was dirty, and her lips seemed to crack a smile. One arm was raised, holding a small bell on it, a small and exquisite bell, smaller than the doll's fist. A cool night breeze blew in from the hole in the brickwork behind Zheng Qing. The small bell swayed in the wind, making a crisp sound. The doll seemed to blink for a moment, and the smile on its lips grew slightly bigger. Zheng Qing's scalp numbed, and a chill came out from behind him. He quickly turned his eyes away from the doll and checked the specific task this time. This is a maze-like building with a dislocated space. There is an evil ghost lurking inside. When he kills all the residents, he will turn his attention to you. Find him and eliminate him before he kills all the residents. It seems to be a bit troublesome. Zheng Qing felt scared in his heart. He didn't expect that he would really fight with ghosts. This is not an ordinary nightmare. Ordinary nightmares will wake up when frightened, but here you will die directly. Alice, he sighed softly, thinking that he should find other people to meet up first. Zheng Qing walked forward a few steps and felt a gaze focused on him. He was a little scared. He found the position of the gaze by feeling. It was the doll on the shoe cabinet. She turned her head and stared at Zheng Qing with black and empty eyes. No way, you are so lustful as a doll. You are too shameless. You are simply a scum among dolls. Zheng Qing was frightened and said nonsense, loudly scolding the doll to give him courage. Being stared at by a doll in such a dark and secluded place, if he didn't sing a song loudly to comfort himself, he would go crazy. However, Zheng Qing was so nervous that he just wanted to curse ghosts. He couldn't remember a single word of the lyrics. If you stare at me again, don't blame me for chopping you off. I mean what I say. Zheng Qing threatened the doll, regained some courage, turned around carefully, and walked a few more steps with a heart in his throat. The feeling of being stared at was like a shadow, making Zheng Qing feel like a thorn in his back. I am a man who keeps his word. You forced me to do it. Zheng Qing turned around with a pale face, facing the moonlight, staring at the doll without flinching, activated the skill to summon the skeleton warrior, and blurted out the summoning spell. Loyal warrior sleeping in the netherworld, obey my call, wake up from death, come to me, and guard your master. The purple-black mouth of the abyss appeared, and the skeleton warrior stepped into the dim corridor after the white light. Chop it. Zheng Qing did not hesitate at all. The skeleton warrior looked at the doll, raised the steel knife, and chopped it down with a swish. Boom. The doll and the shoe cabinet were chopped off by the skeleton warrior. Suddenly, a miserable scream sounded in the corridor, piercing Zheng Qing's eardrums. The chandelier in the distance shook constantly, and the pale light swayed left and right. The evil ghost dares to be rampant. Zheng Qing shouted, I have already chopped you, so why should I be afraid of you? The terrifying scream disappeared suddenly. In the ruins of the shoe cabinet, scarlet liquid flowed out. Chapter 9, Fear Exists. Pa. The chandelier in the distance went out. Darkness instantly filled the corridor, and a strange and ominous atmosphere spread out from the darkness. Zheng Qing seemed to hear whispers, and countless ghosts were talking in low voices behind the door of the corridor. Compared with the noise just now, silence is even more terrifying. Zheng Qing looked solemn. At this moment, the tall and thick skeleton of the skeleton warrior gave people a sense of security. Pa. There were footsteps at the entrance of the corridor. Zheng Qing narrowed his eyes and tried to control the moonlight from the hole and led the light to the entrance of the corridor, but the light here was too weak, often fading and invisible after about 1 meter. It was really a useless ability that could not be described in words. Zheng Qing gritted his teeth, concentrated his mind, and tried his best to control the light and led it to the entrance of the corridor. Under Zheng Qing's full concentration, a faint beam of bright white light shone in front of the entrance of the corridor. The footsteps stopped for a moment because of the sudden light, and it sounded again after a while. This beam of light was not enough to help Zheng Qing see the full appearance of the person who came, but the light shining there could temporarily reassure Zheng Qing, and he didn't have to be nervous and afraid in the dark whispers. In the range of the faint light, a bright red skirt appeared. The word evil ghost immediately jumped out of Zheng Qing's mind. His heart trembled, and the controlled moonlight disappeared instantly. In the dim environment, a woman in a red skirt walked up from downstairs. Who are you? She stood at the entrance of the corridor, turned around and faced Zheng Qing, and asked, Are you a human or a ghost? Zheng Qing stepped aside and secretly ordered the skeleton warrior to come forward. The woman in the red skirt chuckled, ignored Zheng Qing's actions, and said, If I were a ghost, I would be a beautiful ghost. If I were a human, I would be the most beautiful woman in the country. How could this woman be so shameless? Zheng Qing thought to himself, she must be a very indecent woman. Alice, I am so honest that I will not be fooled by her. But what if she is a ghost? Generally speaking, most people who say they are beautiful are not that good looking. The light here is dim, and I can't see what she looks like. Don't tell me that she is a lustful ghost who covets my virginity. Why don't you talk? The woman in the red skirt asked when she saw Zheng Qing was silent. I'm thinking about something, Zheng Qing said with a little distress. What is it? The woman in the red skirt asked with interest. What if you want to absorb my yang energy? Zheng Qing said worriedly. Stinky boy, do you know why peach blossoms are so red? The woman in the red skirt said, grinding her silver teeth. Zheng Qing took a complicated look at the woman in the dark and said, I guess it has something to do with me. Yes, it's because your blood splashed on the peach blossoms. As soon as the voice fell, the woman in the red skirt flew from the entrance of the corridor, like a fiery red lightning, and stretched out her white palm to slap the skeleton warrior in front of Zheng Qing. With just one palm, Zheng Qing's skeleton warrior collapsed, and the broken bones splashed behind him. Zheng Qing widened his eyes, looked at the flying bones, and quickly raised his hands to protect his head, but the broken bones turned into powder in front of him and disappeared. The woman in the red skirt stood in front of Zheng Qing, glanced at Zheng Qing coldly, and said nothing. Zheng Qing felt a lot of pressure. His trump card was overturned by someone. Why was the strength of the players he matched so different? He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was completely a shrimp. Big sister, if you have something to say, you can talk to me. I will never say anything. Zheng Qing chose to surrender at the right time, with a sincere face. He was still very realistic in the face of life and death. Big sister. The woman in the red skirt frowned and said meaningfully. Oh, no, sister. Sister, you talk, I will definitely listen to you. Zheng Qing quickly changed his words, and he didn't care about his face if he wanted his life. What's your name? The woman in the red skirt asked. Zheng Qing. May I ask your name? Zheng Qing said with a smile. And listen, the woman in the red skirt said with a little pride. Sister, your name is so beautiful, Zheng Qing said without caring about her face. Only such an extraordinary, super beautiful name can match your magnificent face and peerless appearance. Who else can bear this name except you? No one. Only you are the most suitable for this name. It is simply a match made in heaven. I can't help but cry for it and admire the wonderful arrangement of heaven and earth. You are disgusting, and Lysina frowned slightly. Zheng Qing didn't care about her face at all, so she naturally didn't care about being scolded. Even if I am scolded so harshly by my sister, I still love my sister passionately in my heart. And Lysina said, I suddenly have an urge to slap you to death on the spot. Then forget it, Zheng Qing returned to a serious state in an instant and said, I wonder if you have something wrong. I just heard a scream, and Lysina said, do you know what happened? Zheng Qing pointed to the broken shoe cabinet and the flowing scarlet liquid on the side and said, I just cut open a doll. Why did you do that? And Lysina walked around Zheng Qing, walked to the scarlet liquid, and lowered her head to observe. Because it's staring at me, wherever I am, it looks there, very ominous. Zheng Qing explained. This is a haunted building, it's normal to have this thing, and Lysina said after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the scarlet liquid on the ground. Then have you seen other spirit-wandering messengers? Zheng Qing asked. No, and Lysina turned around and said, it seems that only the two of us can form a team. You must not hold me back, otherwise I will abandon you without hesitation. It's my honor to be able to form a team with my sister, and I will never hold my sister back. Zheng Qing could say nothing else. He didn't even have the chance to resist, so he had to be honest and hold his thigh. And Lysina analyzed and said, if you want to find the evil ghost, you have to start with a residence here, but this building has many floors, and I don't know where the others are. It's late now, so it may not be easy. Sister is right, Zheng Qing agreed, and his eyes paid attention to Lysina's slightly curly red hair, which was not long enough to reach her shoulders. What are you looking at? And Lysina said, staring at Zheng Qing with some dissatisfaction. Oh, I'm looking at my sister's beautiful and seductive red hair. It's such a beautiful red hair. Zheng Qing said, holding back the nausea in his stomach and the shame that was about to break into pieces. If you dare to disgust me like this again, you will know the consequences. And Lysina said viciously. Alice, I am sincere. Zheng Qing certainly couldn't admit that he was disgusting her. This method hurt the enemy by 800 and hurt yourself by 1,000. Use your sincerity to think of a plan. And Lysina said coldly. Then let's open a room first and see. If there is no clue, open the next room. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Zheng Qing said without thinking. This is your idea. Is there a dumber way than this? And Lysina sneered coldly. I am a stupid person. I only have stupid ways. Now there is no clue. How can I come up with a way that will make people's eyes shine? Zheng Qing responded calmly. You look much better now than before, and Lysina nodded slightly and said. If my sister likes it, I can keep it like this, Zheng Qing said with a smile. Now it's a little more hateful, and Lysina said bluntly. I didn't expect that I would be misunderstood for being sincere, Zheng Qing sighed helplessly. Which room do you think is good? And Lysina ignored him. This one, Zheng Qing pointed to the third room from his place in the left row in front. There are 10 rooms on the first floor, 6 in the left wing and 4 in the right wing. Why? And Lysina asked. Because I want to stay away from here. Some of the rooms here may be particularly dangerous. Zheng Qing said naively. And Lysina said nothing, walked to the third room on the left wing, and slapped the wooden door. With a bang, the wooden door shattered into pieces. She is really a goddess of violence, Zheng Qing silently complained, and walked behind Lysina. The room behind the wooden door was dark and quiet, and it was difficult to see clearly. Bang! A ball of fire lit up in the palm of Lysina's left hand. She held the fire and stepped into the room. Follow me closely, or you will be responsible if you die. Zheng Qing did not dare to be careless and followed in. Under the illumination of the fire, the furnishings in the room were clearly visible. The furniture was old and dusty, and cobwebs were woven in the corners. It was a room that had been uninhabited for a long time. "Don't touch anything here," and listener reminded. Zheng Qing nodded and glanced back. The broken wooden door had become intact and closed again. "Door, door," he shouted. "I know, don't worry about it. Take a look at what useful things are in this room." And listener said as she walked, and suddenly she stopped. "What's wrong?" Zheng Qing looked forward from the side. On the wall at the end of the room was a square mirror with a mahogany frame. The mirror was brand new, without a single speck of dust on it. The strange thing was that the brand new mirror was pitch black, with nothing inside, and the blazing firelight could not shine in. "Did you find it?" A cold voice sounded in the room. Zheng Qing was slightly shocked, and his eyes returned to him. Listener. She laughed sinisterly, and her fiery red skirt turned pale like a dead face. Even her slightly curly red hair turned black and grew longer, hanging from her shoulders to her hips. Then these black hairs condensed into several strands, turning into several black snakes that spit out snake tongues, opening their mouths and biting Zheng Qing. At the same time, all the furniture in the room shook, accompanied by a crazy and sharp woman's laughter. Zheng Qing was shocked and his face turned pale. He thought to himself that it was bad, and he had fallen into the trap of the female ghost. Suddenly, a white light flashed. Zheng Qing trembled all over, and everything in front of him disappeared. He returned to the way he looked in front of the square mirror. He swallowed hard, and his hands and feet were cold. "Your mental level is too low, don't look at the mirror randomly." And listener stared at Zheng Qing and said seriously. "Thank you," Zheng Qing said with a slight breath. "This mirror has the ability to create illusions and kill people," and listener said. "Can illusions kill people?" Zheng Qing asked anxiously. "If you believe it, you can kill. If you don't believe it, there's nothing you can do. But the reason why illusions are illusions is that they use a power higher than your spiritual level. So no matter how much you tell yourself not to believe it, you can't be immune." And Li Na saw through Zheng Qing's thoughts and simply reminded him. "Then I'm in danger," Zheng Qing said, feeling powerless. "So follow me obediently and don't act on your own. If I get tired of saving you, I'll leave you alone." And Li Na warned. "Understood," Zheng Qing had no objection. "Here it comes," and Li Na's eyes moved, and she turned around and looked at the square mirror. The mirror surface was rippled like a wave, and two gray-black tentacles rushed out of the mirror and grabbed Li Na. Bang! Bang! Two soft sounds. And listener grabbed the two tentacles with one hand. "I want to see what kind of monster is hidden inside." She pulled hard, and the two tentacles broke immediately and flew out of the mirror, and green liquid spilled from the wounds. An old woman screamed in the square mirror. And listener snorted coldly, slapped out a palm to smash the two tentacles, and ran to the square mirror quickly. Her right hand went directly through the mirror and reached in, pulling out an old witch with a pimple-covered face and a pointed nose. This woman was too fierce, and Zheng Qing couldn't help but admire her. Chapter 10, Strange Building. "Mercy, mercy." The old witch with a pointed nose was pulled out of her hiding place and begged for mercy in a sharp and piercing voice. "Where is the evil ghost?" And Li Na was simple and rough. I don't know." The old witch with a pointed nose was so scared that the pimples on her face were trembling. And Li Na's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she was about to take action. "Can you ask her if she has any clues?" Zheng Qing said at this time. And Li Na temporarily suspended her murderous intent, stared at the old witch, and said, "If you can provide valuable information, I will let you go." The old witch hurriedly said, "There is a magic potion that can make the soul of the dead appear briefly. I believe it should be useful to you. This is not enough to save your life." And Li Na's tone was cold. "I have this magic potion. If there is no other information, you can choose to take back your hands or legs." Yes, there is a lady in the rightmost room on the second floor who died yesterday. The murderer is very likely the evil ghost you are looking for. Take out the magic potion, don't play tricks." And Li Na pushed the old witch back into the square mirror. After a while, the old witch half-peeked out of the square mirror, holding a bottle of dark green magic potion, and handed it to Listener with fear in her eyes. "If you give me a fake, you must know what the consequences will be." After saying this, Listener turned around and handed the magic potion to Zheng Qing, slammed the wooden door open with a palm, and walked out. She is indeed a hot-tempered female tyrant. Zheng Qing hurriedly chased after her with the magic potion. "This is the 5th floor." And Listener said, standing at the building number sign at the entrance of the corridor. Zheng Qing glanced at the sign and walked down with Unlistener. When he reached the 4th floor, he habitually glanced at the sign again. No, Zheng Qing stopped and shouted. What's wrong? Unlistener stopped in confusion. This is the 7th floor. Zheng Qing stared at the number 7 on the sign, his face slightly solemn. Unlistener also looked over, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. What's going on? If the sign is not placed in the wrong place, then it is the space that is misplaced. Do you remember the mission introduction? Zheng Qing said with a complicated expression. Go down one more floor and take a look, Unlistener said calmly. The two walked down another floor. This is the 4th floor. Zheng Qing looked at the sign. Go down one more floor, Unlistener said persistently. After more than 10 seconds, Zheng Qing and the others returned to the 5th floor. The 5 on the sign was so eye-catching. We are back, Zheng Qing said, hiding his shock. This sign may be fake, Unlistener analyzed. We went down 3 floors, and this should be the 2nd floor. Let's go to the rightmost room and take a look. Zheng Qing had no hope in his heart, but he still followed Unlistener to the rightmost room and watched her violently dismantle the door. A strong and pungent stench came from the room. Before Zheng Qing could see what was inside, Unlistener summoned a silver sword and used the skill, Dragon Roaring Flame, and pointed the sword into the room. Boom! The interior of the room was instantly ignited, and the blazing flames shone on Zheng Qing's face. The hot breath erupted from the only gap, turning into a heat wave that hit the 2 people outside. What's inside? Zheng Qing asked curiously. Something that breaks your physical limit can cause serious shadows in your heart, and Unlistener looked at Zheng Qing deeply, and did not forget to say, I saved you again. The dragon roared and burned the inside cleanly. And Unlistener watched the last trace of flames extinguished and dispersed the silver sword, and said, You are right, let's go. How did you get the silver sword just now? Zheng Qing remembered that Li Zuanai also condensed a long sword in the same way last time. Skills, and Unlistener answered simply and clearly. Zheng Qing nodded slightly, and his sight touched the hole across the corridor in front of him. The bright white moonlight shone from the hole onto the shoe cabinet. A doll held a small bell, grinning, staring at Zheng Qing with her eyes, her smile full of sinister malice. In an instant, Zheng Qing felt as if an electric current surged through his body. His hair stood on end and his scalp exploded. Look, he pointed at the doll. Pop! The chandelier in the corridor suddenly lit up, swaying slightly, and the pale light shone on the ground. Ha 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 ha. A sharp female voice laughed sinisterly in the dark. I see you again. A stream of cold air blew past Zheng Qing's ears, as if a female ghost was whispering to him. What's the big deal about a doll? And Unlistener said, looking at the doll with disdain. Zheng Qing stared at the doll's white and blue skirt and said, Do you remember what I said before? What? And Unlistener realized that Zheng Qing had something else in his words. Zheng Qing said, The maze, the spatial dislocation. There are an uncertain number of the same floors in this building. Take the 5th floor for example. We have experienced the 5th floor where the doll was broken and the 5th floor where the doll was not broken. There are even other people on the 5th floor, the 5th floor we don't know. Then if we go back to the 3rd floor, can we go back to the original 5th floor? And Unlistener said following Zheng Qing's thoughts. I don't know, Zheng Qing said with a heavy face. Go back, and Unlistener said decisively. Zheng Qing followed silently, and they went up 1 floor to check the sign. The 6th floor. It was the 4th floor before. The two stared at the red 6 in silence. The floors are random, Zheng Qing concluded. I'm afraid we will never meet other people. But that's not right, and Unlistener found something different. I came up to check because I heard screams. If the floors are random, then I shouldn't have seen you when I came up. You probably heard screams from someone else's floor, Zheng Qing said calmly. Is that so? And Unlistener was a little bit unconvinced. Then what should we do next? Collect clues and act cautiously. Zheng Qing had no better way. That's the only way, and Unlistener nodded, walked to the room on the 6th floor, and began to break the door. With a bang. The two stepped into the broken room one after another. There was a lot of dust on the ground. This was an empty room, and even the walls were not painted. Huh? And Unlistener suddenly exclaimed. What did you find? Zheng Qing asked. The wooden door of the underground secret room, and Unlistener slightly stepped aside to let Zheng Qing see clearly. There was a square wooden board on the ground, which was barred roughly by dust. Does it lead to the 5th floor? Zheng Qing said a joke. You will know when you open it. And Lysina squatted down, brushed off the dust on the wooden board with a palm, found the pull ring, and lifted the wooden board. A dark and deep cave appeared, and there was a steel ladder against the wall, leading straight down. At least it can be determined that the bottom is not the 5th floor, but another place. Zheng Qing poked his head and stared into the darkness in the cave. And Lysina summoned a fireball with her right palm and threw it into the cave. The fire illuminated the cave entrance and it fell straight down. With a bang, it fell to the bottom and turned into a blanket of fire. About 20 meters, and Lysina estimated, and then climbed down the steel ladder. Zheng Qing followed slowly behind. When they got to the bottom, with the help of the flames and Lysina's palm, they found that there was a dry sewer underneath. And Lysina looked at the front and back, pondered for a moment, and stepped forward, this way. Not long after walking, Zheng Qing heard the wailing of a dying beast in front of him. He was shocked and wondered how there could be a beast in such a place. And Lysina was used to it and walked forward calmly. Zheng Qing hurried to catch up and followed her. The wailing sound was getting closer and closer. And Lysina stopped in front of a gap. The sound came from the gap. Zheng Qing went forward to take a look. There was a yellow Pegasus doll lying in the gap. The Pegasus abdomen was cut open, revealing the snow-white cotton inside. The sutured horse mouth wailed. "Help, save me." The Pegasus doll saw the two people appearing and asked for help. "What are you?" And Lysina stared at the yellow plush toy and asked. "I am a horse. I am dying of thirst. Can you save me?" The Pegasus doll begged. "Do you know where there are ghosts here?" Zheng Qing asked. "If you are willing to save me, I will tell you." The Pegasus doll bargained cunningly. Zheng Qing was about to discuss with Lysina how to save it, but Lysina said coldly, "I will give you two choices. The first is to tell the news you know immediately, and the second is that I will burn you. Make your own choice." Zheng Qing was dumbfounded after she said that. "No way, sister, are you so cruel and decisive? Let's just follow the rules and be honest." The Pegasus doll said, "If you don't save me, you won't get any news. Then see you." And Lysina attacked fiercely, explosive flame technique. A blazing flame spurted out of her right palm and burned towards the Pegasus doll. The Pegasus doll screamed, and its plush body quickly burned, and the cotton filling its body burned even faster. Suddenly, something strange happened. The burning Pegasus doll expanded rapidly, and the scream stopped abruptly. Its plush body was rejuvenated and became more real. Its color turned dark red, and its 4 hooves stepped on fire. It was wrapped in flames, and its spirit was extraordinary. Its eyes shot out scarlet light, like a flame horse rushing out of hell. The explosive flame technique ended. The transformed hell flame horse let out a loud horse cry, stamped its 4 hooves, and looked at Lysina hostilely. Damn it, Zheng Qing thought, not getting any intelligence clues, but provoking a small boss, and adding a lot of trouble for nothing. Come on, and Lysina was not panicked at all. She held her right palm in the air. Silvery white scattered light spots appeared out of nowhere in the darkness and quickly condensed into her palm, forming a silver sword. The hell flame horse blew out 2 streams of sulfur-scented smoke, yelled, and rushed towards Lysina, flew out of the gap, raised its 2 front hooves and smashed down at Lysina. One sword divides the north and the south. Lysina waved the silver sword and slashed at the hell flame horse. A strange light like mercury flashed, and in the blink of an eye it sank into the hell flame horse's body. Bang! Before the hell flame horse's iron hoof fell, a crack appeared in the middle of its body, expanding to both sides, dispersing into a ball of flame, and rushing out in all directions. Lysina stood near the flames, and the incoming flames were like encountering an invisible barrier, and were all blocked. "Let's go," Lysina said as the flames disappeared and she jumped over the gap. Zheng Qing looked at the length of the gap, took a running start and barely jumped over it. He chased after Lysina and said, "We can't go on like this. Do you have an opinion about me?" Lysina asked back. Zheng Qing certainly couldn't say that. The current situation was that she was strong and he was weak. If he had an opinion, he would be the one who would lose it. We can't effectively collect clues and intelligence if we continue like this. Don't forget that there are not only the 2 of us here, but there are also other people who are on a mission. If they have superior intelligence, not only can they complete the mission first, but they won't even exchange intelligence with us. If we wait until others achieve their goals, all our efforts will be in vain. It's not us, it's you. Lysina corrected Zheng Qing's statement. "I have the strength to join others, but you don't, so intelligence is your only means, and I am not." Chapter 11, The Nest of Bugs. But these premises are based on the fact that we can meet other people, and the people we meet have intelligence advantages over us. In this random maze with multiple floors on the same floor, what do you think is the chance of us meeting others? What if we don't meet them, or to meet a spirit traveler who is at a disadvantage in intelligence? Once others complete the task, you will get nothing. Zheng Qing calmly analyzed her and listened, observing her expression to prepare the next plan. My luck has always been very good, and listened said proudly. If you insist on doing this, I can only wish you good luck. Zheng Qing spread his hands helplessly. Let's go our separate ways after we leave here. As you said, my only advantage is intelligence. If I stay with you, I can't effectively collect intelligence, so I will undoubtedly bury my future. I must make a choice between safety and future. This time I can complete the task safely, but next time it may not be the case, so I have to, and must give up safety for the future. And listener snorted and walked forward. The two walked in silence in the dark and desolate environment until they saw a cluster of distant star-like lights, hazy and like a ball. Zheng Qing and listener sped up at the same time and rushed to the light source. Gradually, the two approached the place where the light came from. It was a nest woven by dry and hard vines. The light came from a group of silkworms near the cave entrance. Each of them was abnormally plump, gnawing on the furry green spots growing on the vines. Someone is coming, a dry laugh sounded in the nest. A shrimp-like insect man holding a round white lamp and wearing a black cloak slowly walked out of the nest. It has 4 arms, each with 4 black claws. It has a slender waist and a body like a barbell, big at the top and bottom and thin in the middle. It has green skin, a ferocious insect face, and an unknown light flashing in its eyes. I wonder what you need. The insect man walked out of the cave and asked. I'm looking for an evil ghost, and listener said. This is a store, I'm afraid there's nothing you want to know. The insect man said calmly. Then how do we get out of here? And listener didn't want to get entangled. The insect man pointed to a dry sewer on one side and said, just keep going forward and you'll see a ladder leading to the outside. And listener got the news and turned around to leave. Zheng Qing stood there and asked, I want to know if anyone has come to you to buy goods. The insect man smiled and said, if you are willing to buy a product, then I can answer your question. Zheng Qing frowned and said, what are you selling? The insect man's face showed a hint of excitement, and he said, skulls, claw daggers, stinky powder, shell armor, insect eyeballs, fang daggers, stinky farts, black soul food. Wait, what is black soul food? Zheng Qing interrupted the insect man. And listener, who had walked a few steps, also stopped and listened to the insect man's explanation. The insect man smiled and said, it is the food of the soul, made from the damaged souls. This is not easy to do. Has anyone bought it? Zheng Qing asked solemnly. The insect man smiled and said, there are many souls here, of course someone has bought it. What is the effect of the black soul food? Zheng Qing continued to ask. Customer, do you want to buy it? If not, please leave and don't waste my time. The insect man said dissatisfiedly. Of course I want to buy it, otherwise why would I ask you so many questions, but the premise of buying it is that I have to know what this thing does. You can't ask me to buy something without knowing it. Zheng Qing said calmly. Black soul food can restore the weakened soul to its prime state, and it can also repair the defects of the soul. The insect man said. If I buy a portion of black soul food, can you tell me who has bought things from you before? Zheng Qing thought to himself that the black soul food might be of great use to the evil ghost. He may have been here before, and he might get important clues from the insect man. Of course. The insect man smiled. How much does a serving of black soul food cost? Zheng Qing asked calmly, even though he had no money. No money? The insect man's smile deepened, and he looked a little cunning, like an old fox with its tail exposed. What do you want? Zheng Qing was surprised. Your blood. The insect man said in a low voice. Zheng Qing frowned and stretched out his finger. Okay, a serving of black soul food. The insect man smiled proudly, grabbed Zheng Qing's wrist with his lower left arm, stretched out his lower right arm, and cut a hole on Zheng Qing's finger with the sharp tip of his claws. Zheng Qing frowned. The insect man held Zheng Qing's wrist and put the bleeding finger into his mouth to suck the blood. Zheng Qing frowned a little deeper, and felt a tentacles probing near his wound, stretching into the wound, absorbing his blood like a water pump. After a while, the insect man let go of Zheng Qing's palm, and the upper left arm caught a silkworm from the vine behind, put it into his mouth and chewed it. Delicious, really delicious. Human blood and the explosion of the Casno worm are like a holy spring bursting in the mouth. It is intoxicating and fascinating. This taste is really rare. The insect man said intoxicatedly. Zheng Qing looked at the pale fingers and said, "Where's my black soul food?" Wait a minute. The insect man came back to his senses, returned to the nest, and took out a glass bottle with a black lid. There was a group of black mist in the bottle that kept moving. This is the black soul food. It is very active. If you open the lid and don't absorb it immediately, it will escape without a trace. Zheng Qing accepted the black soul food and said, "You should answer my question now. Has anyone bought things from you?" The insect man replied, "Recently, there was one person, but he is usually shrouded in a black cloak and wearing a mask, and never shows himself easily. He and I have always been doing processing transactions. He brings in complete souls, and I make black soul food for him. I can deduct a part of it as processing fees." "What's his name?" Zheng Qing asked anxiously. The insect man stared at Zheng Qing and said with a smile, "Guest, did I ask your name?" Zheng Qing immediately understood. "What else do you know about him?" The insect man shook his head and said, "Just like I never asked about the guest's background, I naturally didn't ask about his background. I'm just a businessman." Zheng Qing pondered for a while and said, "Then does he usually come from the front of the nest or from the back of the nest?" "The back," said the insect man. Zheng Qing got the clue he wanted, and everything finally had a beginning. He glanced at an listener who was standing still and reminded softly, "You can go." "What did you think of?" And listener jumped into the sewer. The fish took the bait. Zheng Qing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and jumped into the sewer. "Did you hear everything? I want to know what you think." And listener said, walking in front of the darkness with a flame in her palm. "The old witch on the 5th floor said that a lady died yesterday. If it's true, it must have been done by the evil ghost. But from the clues here, the evil ghost didn't come here to trade yesterday, so he must have gone to other sewer spaces. From the words of the insect man, we can know that the evil ghost has traded with the insect man many times, which proves that the evil ghost needs black soul food. 3 souls and 7 spirits. The soul of the evil ghost may be incomplete." Zheng Qing closed his mouth. There was a hidden meaning in his words. If the evil ghost is really repairing the soul, then when he finishes, it will be the time when he is strongest. They must find him before the evil ghost achieves his goal. "Then will we find the evil ghost when we go out from here?" And listener asked. "Not necessarily, unless we happen to meet the evil ghost when we can go out." "What do you think is the probability of this happening?" Zheng Qing didn't hold out hope. He might also be in a random space when he went out. "We'll know when the time comes," and listener said. At the end of the sewer, there is another steel ladder. There is also a gate valve here, which controls the flow of water in the sewer. At this time, the gate valve is closed. And listener jumped out of the sewer, looked at Zheng Qing who is climbing up, and said, "You go up first." Zheng Qing took another look at the red dress and listener was wearing, climbed up the steel ladder silently, came to the top, pushed open the wooden board with one hand, and climbed out. It was another dusty room with a window. Moonlight poured in from outside. There were furniture inside, but all the furniture sets were covered with plastic film. Zheng Qing took a quick look and saw an oil painting hanging on the wall opposite. He stayed on it for a few seconds and then quickly looked away. Something unusual must have happened. And listener came up. "There is an oil painting there." Zheng Qing avoided his gaze and pointed it out to her. "It's just an ordinary oil painting," and listener said without noticing anything unusual. "Every room must be different. This is an oil painting. Maybe there will be some clues hidden in it," Zheng Qing said his guess. And listener walked up and took down the painting, took it in her hands and looked at it carefully, then snapped it and threw it on the ground. "Look, isn't it okay?" Zheng Qing stood still, looking at the broken painting on the ground, and said, "It's bleeding." And listener glanced at the ground. Blood was oozing from the broken part of the painting. She frowned slightly, threw down 2 fireballs, and burned the painting directly. "It's okay now." Zheng Qing mourned for the ghost in the painting, and then walked out of the room with an listener. The two of them tacitly did not mention the separation. Some things would be so awkward together, and it would not be good for both of them to talk about it. "Who are you?" A strange voice sounded behind the two of them. Zheng Qing turned around and saw a gap in the room next to him on the left. A fat man in a white vest popped up and looked at the two of them. "Who are you?" Zheng Qing did not rush to answer. The fat man looked suspicious, but after his eyes wandered around and listened, he was a little absent-minded. "I'm a resident here," he said with less vigilance. "Beautiful women are really weapons of mass destruction wherever they go." Zheng Qing felt a little helpless about the fat man's incompetence, but also a little relieved, and said, "Do you know that there has been a murder here?" "Are you talking about Mrs. Ho?" the fat man asked tentatively. Zheng Qing guessed that it should be Mrs. Ho, and said, "Can you take us there? We are private detectives, and we are commissioned to investigate this matter." The fat man carefully glanced at and listened, nodded and agreed. "Wait for me for a while, I will get the flashlight from the house and come out." Chapter 12 The evil ghost appears. A few minutes passed, and the fat man still hadn't left. "Have we been fooled?" Zheng Qing looked at and listened unconfidently. He didn't expect that the fat man who looked honest would also lie. Was he really too young? Something happened, and Listen pursed her red lips, stared at the door of the fat man's room for a while, and said. Zheng Qing had a bad feeling. "Get out of the way." And Listen warned Zheng Qing, walked towards the fat man's room, spread her hands, and countless white lights appeared, rushing towards her palms, condensing into two silver swords. Zheng Qing slowly retreated and watched the situation develop. And Listen chopped the wooden door with a sword and looked inside the room. The fat man was dead, with his throat cut and still held high. The murderer was hiding under a black cloak, holding up the fat man's body with one hand. Hearing the movement, he turned his head indifferently. Dragon roar and flame. And Listen activated her skills the moment she saw the murderer, and the two swords were combined and the skills overlapped and doubled the power. A dragon roar sounded, echoing through the corridor. Two flames spurted out from the sword, intertwined and merged, becoming one, emitting extremely high temperatures, and the flame's sword, igniting the furnishings in the room and engulfing the murderer. The flames spread out along the door frame, and the whole room was a sea of fire, and the flames burned everything. The fire burned fiercely on and Listen's face, and she looked at the flames with a grim expression. Zheng Qing could feel the temperature of the flames from a distance. For safety reasons, he summoned the skeleton warriors again. The summoning spell came out naturally, and the tall skeleton holding a steel shield and a steel knife stood in front of Zheng Qing to protect his safety. Suddenly, the flames disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the charred room with billowing hot steam, the evil ghost stood safely and looked at and listened with contempt. "Hell," he sneered, and white smoke overflowed from under his mask. And Listen sneered back, "Sword cross." She crossed her two swords and used the sword seal. A diagonal silver sword seal shot at the evil ghost. Break. The evil ghost summoned a death sickle, and the black light crossed the space and shattered the silver sword seal. One sword divides the north and the south. And Listen calmly slashed down another sword, and a strange sword light like mercury lit up, flashed, flew to the evil ghost, and invaded his body. It worked. A flash of surprise flashed in and Listen's eyes, but soon this surprise disappeared. The evil ghost's body shook, and the mercury sword light that entered his body burst out and scattered, and countless mercury droplets disappeared in the air. Whoosh! The evil ghost exhaled, and white smoke came out from under the mask again. He waved the death sickle, his body sank slightly, and then shot straight out, slashing it and Listen with the sickle blade. Bang! 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 Alyssa took the blow, and the evil ghost launched a second and third blow at an extremely fast speed. The continuous quick blows pushed Alyssa back to the opposite door. Die! The evil ghost roared, and swung the death sickle with all his strength to launch a heavy blow. The black light left an afterimage in the space like thick ink. Frost descend, winter solstice. Alyssa forced herself to calmly swing the two swords, her bright red curly hair fluttering, a touch of white on her ankles, and the two silver swords exuded an icy breath, freezing 3 feet. With a bang, and Listen blocked the evil ghost's sickle blade with a sword. The icy air spread to the death sickle, forming a layer of ice crystals. Frost descent. At the same time, and Listen stabbed the evil ghost with a sword in her right hand, winter solstice. As soon as the cold words fell, the icy air suddenly burst out, and the temperature in the corridor dropped sharply. The place where Listen stood seemed to have turned into a snow country. The cold wind was like a blade, and the sword tip shot snow. In an instant, the evil ghost was frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. And Listen calmly chopped the ice sculpture with a sword, but the ice sculpture did not break into pieces, but cracked and splashed. The evil ghost broke free from the restraints, staggered back a few steps, and a lot of white smoke overflowed from under the mask. Ice flame 2 polar flow. And Listener seized the opportunity and rushed to the front of the evil ghost. One sword emitted cold air and the other sword emitted flames, and stabbed at the evil ghost. The evil ghost waved the sickle of death to resist, and the weapons clashed. The flames and cold air burst out together, turning into a clear ice and fire pillar, engulfing the evil ghost. After a few breaths, the evil ghost resisted the attack of the ice breath and flame flow, and forced and Listener to retreat, but did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he raised his body and shot up the corridor, trying to escape. "Stop him!" And Listener shouted. Zheng Qing was helpless and at a loss. This level of battle was not something he, a first-level novice, could participate in, but he still had to do something. His eyes moved to the skeleton warrior and had to let him go. The skeleton warrior stood up and rushed to the entrance of the corridor to block it. The sickle of death in the hand of the evil ghost outlined a black brilliance and slashed at the skeleton warrior. With a bang, the bones were shattered into dust. "You have worked hard, brother skeleton." Zheng Qing looked at the skeleton warrior, who was once again heroic, and was glad that he had learned the summoning skills at the beginning, otherwise he would always sacrifice himself to rush into danger, and his few lives would not be enough. And Listener followed closely behind, chasing the evil ghost up the stairs. Zheng Qing suddenly realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Stop!" But the two had disappeared, leaving only his anxious voice echoing in the corridor. Zheng Qing stomped his feet helplessly and quickly caught up with the stairs, hoping to reach the same random floor. On the upper floor, a voice that made Zheng Qing shudder rang out. "You're back." Hearing this gentle voice with hatred, Zheng Qing's body suddenly stiffened, and he slowly looked at the corridor sign. It was a red 5. "It's over." Zheng Qing thought that he didn't see and listen his figure, and he was afraid that she had randomly entered another floor. A silver bell-like laughter rang out, but it was not cheerful and lively at all, but full of gloomy and strange taste. Zheng Qing's eyes met the doll under the mottled moonlight. She was holding a small bell, and the smile on her face became more and more terrifying. The focus of her eyes was fixed on Zheng Qing, which was really entangled. Suddenly, Zheng Qing realized that something was wrong. He had killed the doll on the 5th floor for the first time. Logically, that doll should have disappeared. The dolls he met in the future should not regard him as a target, but why would every doll on the 5th floor stare at him? There must be a reason. What exactly caused every doll to regard him as a target? "What are you thinking about?" The doll's voice sounded again, as if it had seen through Zheng Qing's thoughts. "What do you want?" Zheng Qing tried to calm himself down. Panic would not help, but would easily cause him to lose his composure, giving the doll an opportunity to take advantage of him. "Give me back my life!" The doll screamed, stood up suddenly, and walked on the shoe cabinet with a small bell in his hand, his eyes emitting infinite magic. "I didn't kill you. Why should I give you a life for you?" Zheng Qing said. "You killed me." The doll walked to the edge of the shoe cabinet, with a vicious look in his eyes. "If I killed you, why are you still safe and sound?" Zheng Qing stared at the doll nervously and asked him something secretly. "Want to know?" The doll suddenly jumped up from the shoe cabinet and flew towards Zheng Qing, screaming, "Someone will tell you when you die." Zheng Qing looked solemn, took a step back, and saw the doll flying towards him, and mustered up the courage to punch it, counterattacking in self-defense. "Ah!" The doll screamed and fell backwards to the ground. "Hey!" Zheng Qing looked at his fist with interest, then at the doll. "So you are just a show." He couldn't help but walk towards the doll with a sly smile. "Now what do you say? Do you confess yourself, or do I ask you to confess? What do you want?" "I'm a ghost." The doll stood up in embarrassment and issued a stern warning. "No, you are not." Zheng Qing stepped forward and grabbed the doll, saying with a smile, "The weak are not worthy of being ghosts, so you'd better confess honestly, otherwise I will be very good at taking apart toys." What am I afraid of?" the doll shouted. "I will be a good ghost after I die. Actually, in addition to taking apart toys, I am also very good at modifying them." Zheng Qing smiled amiably. "Do you want me to help you change your clothes, put on heavy makeup, and change your hairstyle? You see, you don't look fashionable at all now. After my transformation, you will definitely be more eye-catching." What are you going to do?" The doll couldn't stay calm. "First, cut your hair. You know, short flat heads are very popular now. Dressing as a man will make you look more attractive." Then draw a few beards on you. Make sure they are thick and dense, so that you can show your masculinity. You also need to change your clothes. I will go find a rag later and make you a pair of primitive sweatshirt and shorts to make you look full of manliness. Do you think it's okay? Then put you back in the shoe cabinet. People who see you will definitely take a few more glances at you. What a beautiful work of art. Zheng Qing described his carefully designed transformation plan. No, no. The doll screamed in horror. Then tell me honestly, how did you know me? Why are you staring at me? Zheng Qing stared at the doll fiercely and asked gloomily. No, I don't know, the doll said fearfully. When I saw you, some thoughts flashed through my mind. You killed me, and I want revenge, so I kept staring at you. You're lying. Zheng Qing tightened his grip a little. You clearly know who I am. You're lying to me. No, no. The doll hurriedly defended. You're talking nonsense. Then tell me what's going on with this building. Zheng Qing asked quickly. Is there something wrong with this building? This time it was the doll that was puzzled. Zheng Qing noticed a problem and said, have you been to the 4th floor? The doll replied, no, I was sitting on the shoe cabinet the whole time. Why did you stare at me when you first saw me? Is it because I'm good looking? Zheng Qing asked the last question solemnly. Yes, yes. The doll admitted with a guilty conscience. Well, you're honest. Zheng Qing stood up holding the doll and walked downstairs. Where are you taking me? The doll screamed. You are a prisoner now, you must know how to keep your mouth shut. Only speak when I ask you, otherwise your treatment may change. Zheng Qing wanted to test something. What would happen if the two dolls met? Chapter 13 Intelligence. Zheng Qing went down several floors in succession, trying to enter another different 5th floor again. Now that Enlisina was not around, his actions would undoubtedly be much more cautious. However, after going up 7 or 8 flights of stairs, Zheng Qing still did not encounter the 5th floor. He could not help wondering when the 5th floor became so rare, or if something had happened. He went down another floor to check, and it was the 2nd floor. Zheng Qing saw the 2nd floor sign and remembered the murder scene he and Enlisina were looking for. He simply walked into the 2nd floor and went to the far right, and found the room with the deceased. The door was open, and someone had been here before. Zheng Qing pushed the door open, and the room was pitch black. He searched for the light switch on the wall with his palm and turned on the ceiling light. The room suddenly became brighter, and the darkness was swept away. The small room had all the internal organs, but there was no body. Instead, there were traces of fire on the ground near the big bed, like a person. The body was destroyed by someone. Was it because they were afraid that later people would get clues from it? Zheng Qing's face was complicated, and he sighed softly. He had underestimated the fierce competition here. It seemed that he had to re-examine his position. If he had superior intelligence, he might not be an excellent partner in the eyes of these people. Instead, he would be a big fish. After obtaining the intelligence, he could be eliminated, reducing one person's points. It was really terrible. How could he fight against these black hens when he was so kind and innocent? I was afraid that he would be skinned and eaten by them. Zheng Qing was afraid. In the end, he was too weak and had no chance to play fair with them. They became spiritual messengers before him, and now their foundation is solid. It is too difficult to shake them, and it is probably not easy to cooperate with them. How could these people easily allow others to share food with them at the same table? They might want to monopolize this road and block the latecomers to ensure their own position. I must think carefully about countermeasures, so as not to become someone else's meal. Zheng Qing thought, frowning and relaxing his brows. This is a dilemma for a novice. Either you break through, or you endure step by step, eating their food, until you grow into one of them, learn their methods, squeeze a new batch of spirit-wandering messengers, earn a lot of points, and realize your own rise. It's a bit of a headache. Zheng Qing sighed again, and was most afraid that the problem would become complicated. He picked up the doll and looked at it, and asked, have you noticed anything strange here? There are 2 broken souls here, the doll whispered. Zheng Qing's heart moved, thinking that he still had a bottle of magic potion on him. The other party destroyed the body, but did not destroy the soul together. It is always more convenient to ask the dead directly than to study the body. He took out the magic potion, opened the stopper, and poured it on the burn marks on the ground. The thick green viscous liquid flowed out of the bottle mouth, fell on the ground and made a hissing sound, and the magic potion merged into the floor at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared. Zheng Qing estimated that he had left half a bottle of magic potion, covered it with a stopper and put it away, stepped back a few steps from the burn marks, and waited for the magic potion to take effect. The ground glowed green, like a mist of light. A cloud of green mist emerged from the ground and condensed into a green human figure, a woman in a suspender skirt. "Are you Mrs. Ho?" Zheng Qing remembered that the fat man had mentioned this title. The woman with green fluorescent light nodded and said, "What do you want to see me for?" "I want to know the clues of the person who killed you," Zheng Qing asked. Mrs. Ho's face suddenly became painful and said, "I can't remember it." Zheng Qing was slightly disappointed, and thought of the insect man again. He once said that someone brought him a broken soul for processing. That person was undoubtedly an evil ghost. The doll also said that there were 2 broken souls here. It seems that the evil ghost did something to Mrs. Ho and tore her soul apart. Her broken soul has lost that memory. "Do you want revenge?" Zheng Qing changed his words. "Can you help me?" Mrs. Ho was obviously a little happy. "If you can find out which floor and which room the person who killed you is on, I will be able to help you," Zheng Qing said cunningly. "But my soul can't leave here," Mrs. Ho said frustratedly. Zheng Qing felt a little embarrassed, thinking in vain. "Then do you remember the breath of that person?" Mrs. Ho shook her head. "I don't remember what happened back then very clearly." It was not a good idea to keep asking like this, and it was unknown how long the magic potion could last. Zheng Qing looked a little anxious, and said, "Do you still remember how many residents there are here?" Mrs. Ho said, "I remember, there are 6 people here besides me, the management aunt on the 1st floor, the young man living alone on the 2nd floor, the fat man and the poor uncle living in the house on the 3rd floor, the masked weirdo on the 4th floor and the guy I have never met." Masked weirdo. Zheng Qing thought that the evil ghost also wore a mask, and asked hurriedly, "What's the matter with the masked weirdo?" "He is." Mrs. Ho's soul was distorted and blurred. Weird. The magic potion lost its effect, and Mrs. Ho disappeared on the spot. The evil ghost hidden among the residents. Zheng Qing muttered to himself, picked up the doll again, and asked, "Where's the other soul?" "In the toilet," said the doll. Zheng Qing entered the toilet. "Where exactly is it?" The doll pointed to the front of the squat toilet. "It's right here." Zheng Qing followed the instructions and poured the remaining half bottle of magic potion. After a while, a girl in a white dress appeared, looking at Zheng Qing with a naive look, and asked, "Who are you? Who are you? Why are you here?" Zheng Qing asked back, "I am a wandering soul. When I came here, I encountered a bad ghost. I was afraid to hide here, but he still found me. He shattered my soul and caused the living people living here to die." The girl in the white dress said in a delicate voice. "Then where did you encounter the bad ghost?" Zheng Qing saw that her thinking was clear, and her memory retention might be more complete than Mrs. Ho, so there might be a clue. 4th floor, the girl in the white dress had a flash of fear on her face. "What does he look like?" Zheng Qing asked eagerly. "I can't remember," the girl in the white dress said. "I just remember that he was very powerful." "Then do you know what his weaknesses are?" Zheng Qing's eyes were burning, and he was looking forward to it. The girl in the white dress pondered for a while and said, "He is a spirit like me, and mental attack is the best way. Well, I'm about to disappear, bye." She waved her hand and disappeared into the toilet. Zheng Qing walked out of the toilet, and became more suspicious of the masked man on the 4th floor, but it was absolutely impossible for him to go there in person to confirm it. If the other party was really an evil ghost, he would have no chance of survival, and he would not do such a rash and stupid thing. But it is not reliable to find new allies. What if the black eats the white? It's too dangerous, too dangerous. Zheng Qing walked around the room hesitantly, and his eyes suddenly swept to the paint pens on the desk. He suddenly had an idea and found a shoulder bag in the room, emptied out everything in it, put in the black soul food, and picked out all the paint pens on the table and put them in the shoulder bag. Zheng Qing was worried about putting the doll together with the black soul food, worried that she would steal it. After doing these things, Zheng Qing put on his backpack, held the doll and left. He came to the snow-white wall facing the corridor, took out the paint pen, carefully scanned the left and right, and confirmed that there was no one. He started writing while being alert to people around, so as not to be discovered that it was a clue left by himself. Even if there is only one bad guy in the crowd, Zheng Qing, as the weakest, must be treated with caution. There is no second chance for his life to leave him careless. He wrote on the wall with a paint pen, "I got the following clues. 1. There are 7 residents here. Except for Mrs. Ho, who died on the second floor, and the fat man on the third floor, there are 5 people left. The remaining residents are distributed as follows: 1 on the first floor, 1 on the second floor, 1 on the third floor, and 2 on the fourth floor. 2. There is a masked weirdo on the fourth floor. A wandering soul once encountered an evil ghost on the fourth floor. 3. Mental attacks are effective against evil ghosts, and physical attacks do not cause much damage to evil ghosts. 4. The evil ghost is suspected to be repairing the soul, and must be stopped before he is fully formed. After writing, Zheng Qing quickly scanned the surroundings, then ran upstairs quickly and left here without being discovered. On the next floor, Zheng Qing wrote a repetitive sentence on the wall opposite the entrance of the corridor to inform everyone of the news. His strategy is very simple, which is to publish intelligence, which is a necessary strategy for the weak. The scoring criteria of the spiritual world are determined according to the credit for the task. As long as your intelligence can play a role, you will have points income. For Zheng Qing, keeping the intelligence is not enough to maximize the benefits. Only by broadcasting the intelligence and letting everyone know can you maximize your intelligence benefits. After he finished writing the intelligence, he carefully observed the surroundings, and when he was sure that no one saw it, he immediately set off and went to another floor. Zheng Qing rode on more than 10 floors without stopping, and he was relieved when he met his own intelligence. At this time, the sky was dawning outside, and the dawn light shone towards the building. Zheng Qing looked at the information he had left behind, and a crooked idea flashed through his mind. He used his left hand to write under his information, "The host is a good person, and may you live a peaceful life." The 8 characters were extremely ugly, crooked, like a twisting loach. Zheng Qing smiled at the wall with satisfaction, left a paint pen on the ground, and then went to the next floor. This floor is the 5th floor. Seeing the 5th floor, Zheng Qing felt a little strange. It seemed that this was the first time he had encountered the 5th floor along the way. He did not leave the information immediately, but looked in the direction of the shoe cabinet to see if there was a new doll there. The shoe cabinet was very empty. Zheng Qing was stunned. Could it be that he had returned to the 5th floor where he took the doll? The 5th floor was not difficult to encounter before, but since he took the doll away, the 5th floor became rare to him. The 5th floor became the only one. Zheng Qing suddenly realized that the 5th floor had lost its other parallel spaces. This was most likely aimed at himself, not other spirit-wandering messengers. In other words, if he did not return the doll to its place, he would never be able to enter other 5th floors. This was worth a try. Zheng Qing first wrote the information on the wall, and then said to the doll, "You can go back." The doll perked up and was put back on the shoe cabinet by Zheng Qing, watching Zheng Qing leave. "Don't look at me." Zheng Qing turned around and warned. The doll turned her head quickly. She didn't want to be held in Zheng Qing's hand and swung around again, but her eyes inadvertently slid onto Zheng Qing and watched him disappear at the entrance of the corridor. Zheng Qing entered a new random floor and was about to leave a clue, but he found something wrong. There was a thin layer of white wall dust on the ground, and a part of the wall seemed to be cleaner than other places. If you look closely, you can see traces of red paint. The clues left here were scraped away. Zheng Qing's heart suddenly sank. This floor might be dangerous. He decided to stop writing the intelligence, took a few steps back, and observed the quiet corridor, where all the houses were closed. Zheng Qing swallowed his saliva, turned around and headed for the next floor, which was faster. Chapter 14: Determining Uniqueness. Zheng Qing walked to the next floor to take a breath. Seeing that there was no one around, he opened his shoulder bag, took out a paint pen and threw it at the base of the wall. Then he quickly turned around and walked to another floor. He carefully threw away the extra paint pens in his bag, leaving only one, to reduce the suspicion of those who were interested. This was also for the sake of his life. After dealing with the things that might be suspected of him, Zheng Qing concentrated on looking for the 5th floor to verify his previous conjecture. Although there might be things on other floors that could verify Zheng Qing's conjecture, Zheng Qing was too weak and could only beat the doll. He went down one floor again, which happened to be the 5th floor. Zheng Qing was slightly happy and walked straight to the shoe cabinet. The doll sitting on it saw Zheng Qing coming and laughed coldly. It raised a small bell in its hand, intending to intimidate Zheng Qing, but it didn't work at all. Zheng Qing walked over and grabbed her and held her in his hand. Seeing that there was no one around, he took the doll to the corner inside the shoe cabinet and squatted down. He took out a paint pen, drew a circle on the inside of the shoe cabinet, and filled in the word 1 in it. After marking, Zheng Qing took the doll away and began to experiment. "What are you doing?" The doll screamed coldly. "Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I will paint you all over with red paint," Zheng Qing threatened, not caring about the doll. He hurried downstairs, swiped the random floors, and looked for the 5th floor again. "Hey, there are people." As soon as he reached the next floor, Zheng Qing met 2 spiritual messengers who were walking together, looking at him in surprise. "Hello, my friend, I am Sun Wenyi." One of the elegant men came forward to talk to Zheng Qing. "Sorry, I have something to do, I will contact you later." Zheng Qing glanced at them and was too lazy to get to know them. He wanted to complete his guests as soon as possible. It's better to take your time to make friends. Anyway, you don't know if you can meet the people you meet here again. Sun Wenyi looked at Zheng Qing awkwardly as he ran downstairs, retracted his palm, and said, "He seems to be in a hurry. Maybe he found something," said the companion behind him. "But the floors here are random," said Sun Wenyi. "Maybe that's why he's so anxious," the companion guessed. "Maybe," Sun Wenyi said ambiguously. "What do you think of the message on the wall?" "It matches the news we got, so it's probably true," the companion said elegantly. "Then should we look for the 4th floor?" Sun Wenyi looked at him and said. "You can look for it, or not." The companion smiled and said. "Why is that?" Sun Wenyi was puzzled. "Because the evil ghost must not be on the 4th floor, the companion said with a firm attitude. "How do you know?" Sun Wenyi hesitated, not understanding where the other party's confidence came from. "Because this is what the person who left the message wants us to do," the companion replied. "Is there any connection between the two?" Sun Wenyi still didn't understand. "Wenyi, you are really a rotten wood that cannot be carved." The companion sighed regretfully. "Zhu Yuanming, let's talk, but don't allow personal attacks," Sun Wenyi said angrily. "I'm just lamenting your stupidity, Wenyi. Why are you angry?" Zhu Yuanming shook his head slightly and said gracefully and firmly. "That's why you get angry." Sun Wenyi was very annoyed. "Stop talking nonsense and tell me the connection between the two." Okay. Zhu Yuanming compromised helplessly. "First, the person who left the clue deliberately wrote this information in the hope of leading us to the 4th floor, because he himself was not sure. Second, there are more than 2 of us who saw the clue. There must be other people willing to go to the 4th floor. It's too late for us to go. Third, according to my understanding, there are multiple floors here, but the residents are the only one. If others have found the masked weirdo, then it will be useless unless we find the 4th floor where they are. Fourth, it is useless for the evil ghost to hide in the residence. Instead, it increases the possibility of being exposed. But if he is a stupid ghost, just pretend I didn't say this. Fifth, from the traces of battle we found earlier, someone has fought with the evil ghost. According to the requirements of the mission introduction, most likely someone caught the evil ghost killing the fat man, and the evil ghost had to take action. The person who wrote the information must have been there at the time, otherwise how would he know that the fat man was dead? The appearance of the evil ghost seen by the person who wrote the intelligence should be roughly consistent with the description of the evil ghost we obtained from other channels. There happened to be a masked person on the 4th floor. This is not a hint, but an explicit indication. If the clues of the spiritual world are so simple, then the spiritual world is not worth my challenge. Sun Wenyi was overwhelmed by what he heard, and looked at Zhu Yuanming in admiration, and said, "According to your opinion, what should we do next?" Zhu Yuanming smiled and said, "It would be great if we could find the person who wrote the intelligence behind the scenes and cooperate with him." Sun Wenyi sighed. "It's not that easy," Zhu Yuanming said confidently. "Just be patient and find it. I guarantee that you, Wenyi, will have a share when the final score is scored." Sun Wenyi said, "I hope it's a thick soup. It's not worth drinking if it's too thin." Zhu Yuanming laughed and said, "Wenyi, don't worry." Zheng Qing brushed several floors and finally found the 5th floor. He went to the shoe cabinet and saw the mark there. He was happy, which proved that his guess was correct. However, it seemed not rigorous to do the experiment only once. Zheng Qing put the doll back on the shoe cabinet and decided to do it again, finding a new 5th floor to retest. He left quickly and continued to brush the floors. After finding the 5th floor, he went forward to check the shoe cabinet. After confirming that there was no mark on the shoe cabinet, he left a mark of 2, grabbed the doll and left. Before the doll could speak out against it, Zheng Qing said, Shut up. The doll was embarrassed and confused. He didn't expect Zheng Qing to be more fierce than himself. Zheng Qing held the doll and went downstairs. He brushed more than 10 floors continuously before returning to the 5th floor. He eagerly went forward to see the mark, and the 2 he left was still on it. That's it, it's true. Zheng Qing was secretly happy and put the doll back on the shoe cabinet. Determine the uniqueness. This is a way to lock the floor and avoid brushing the floor repeatedly. Each floor has something unique to this floor. It may be a person or a ghost, but it will not be an object, because this situation did not happen when Zheng Qing brought a magic potion. That is to say, although there are multiple parallel spaces on the same floor, if you are with a person or ghost on a parallel floor, then this floor will be locked to you. It is equivalent to finding a constant among many variables. If you can lock all floors, then according to the rules, you can search room by room. The evil ghost must exist in the building. This is an unchangeable condition. In this way, the evil ghost will have nowhere to hide. Although this method is a bit troublesome and complicated, it must be useful. My current problem is how to make other spiritual messengers believe and be willing to follow this method. After all, the workload is huge and daunting. Or write the conclusion you get on the wall and tell everyone, forcing some people to take action under the competitive pressure of open intelligence. In this way, someone will go to deal with the evil ghost. Once it succeeds, you can sit back and collect your share of points. It's feasible, Zheng Qing thought. His strength cannot deal with the evil ghost, so letting others use his intelligence and methods to find the evil ghost is a way for him to further realize his benefits. He took out a pen, walked to the wall opposite the entrance of the corridor, and wrote down his argument. Hey, my friend, we meet again. Sun Wenyi and Zhu Juanming walked down the stairs and saw Zheng Qing writing, and they exclaimed in surprise. Zheng Qing shivered with fear, and his pen fell to the ground. He turned back in panic, not expecting to be caught red-handed. His face turned slightly pale, and he quickly came up with an excuse, regained some confidence, squatted down to pick up the pen, and smiled awkwardly. So it's you two. He looked at the 2 people with a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen them before. What is your friend writing? Sun Wenyi noticed the wall behind Zheng Qing. No, nothing, some inferences. I want to imitate the person who left the message and write down my own conclusions to share with everyone. After Zheng Qing said this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was much calmer. Oh, I wonder what inferences this friend has come up with. Is it convenient to tell me? Zhu Juanming saw the words on the wall, his eyes flashed, and said. It's not a big deal. I was going to write it on the wall and make it public. Of course, it's okay to tell you too. Zheng Qing covered up the matter, regained his composure, and said. I'd like to hear more details, Zhu Juanming said with a smile. Zheng Qing then told him about his uniqueness in determining the floor. After listening to this, Zhu Juanming said, this is consistent with what I thought. In my opinion, each floor here has multiple layers, but the residents are fixed and unique. That is to say, if someone encounters a resident in another space on the same floor, then other people will not encounter him, and the multiple attributes of the floor are invalid for the residents. However, I have a different understanding from you. In my opinion, this is not a parallel space, but a real world and an illusion. The floors we see may all be projections of the real world, so they can change multiple layers, so they can be exactly the same. On this basis, I guessed another point, that is, the residents must have died in the real world rather than the illusion, because the death of the residents in the illusion is of no help at all, while the death of the residents in the real world can be projected to all the related illusion floors, giving people clues. We can find a dark house burned by fire and traces of battle on the relevant floors of the 3rd floor, which is a clear proof. I think the person who wrote down the information about the fat man's death must have reached the real 3rd floor, not the illusion 3rd floor. With this understanding, let's look at your inference again, which seems to be quite wrong. If you lock onto the phantom building, then even if you search the entire building, you will never find any trace of the evil ghost, because the evil ghost only exists in the real building. But the real building is an illusion, and we have no means of clearly judging it, so your method of locking the floor will not work. According to my understanding of the mission introduction, when the evil ghost kills all the residents of the real building, one of our people or teams will enter the real building to face the evil ghost alone. And according to the information left on the wall, I am afraid that the evil ghost will also be restored to its prime by then, and a team of 2, 3 people entering the real building to face the evil ghost will only be in danger. But the most dangerous thing is that even we ourselves are not sure whether this is the real building or the phantom building, so we have no way of knowing whether we are in danger. But you don't need to worry, we still have another chance. According to my inference, when the evil ghost is committing crimes against the residents, someone will definitely enter the real building, and that will be our chance to stop the evil ghost. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Calculation. No, Zheng Qing noticed a loophole in this person's words. If the floors are really real and illusionary, then the residents should exist in both realms, even if they are illusions, not as an uncertain factor and the only factor, existing only on the floor where the residents were first discovered, and the remaining corresponding floors do not exist. But what if that floor is the real world? Zheng Qing's thoughts turned and suddenly became clear. The illusion is a projection of the real world except for the residents and evil spirits. Once the residents die, the attributes of being residents will disappear and become an object, a piece of evidence, just like Mrs. Ho's body. Residents only exist in the real world, and so do evil spirits. The illusion is a single entity, and the real world affects all illusions. Does this mean that the illusion is a scam? If they do not enter the real world, then they will not be able to encounter evil spirits, and the clues they have collected are useless. Only when the evil spirits commit crimes again can some of them enter the real world, reach the scene, and stop the evil spirits. No, and no. Zheng Qing's mind was working quickly. He could enter the real world because of the randomness of the building's mechanism. The only problem was that he could not be sure whether he entered the real world or the illusion. The evil ghost's murder would cause people to voluntarily enter the real world, which was also the mechanism of the building, so that the spirit traveler would have the opportunity to stop the evil ghost and prevent the evil ghost from completely occupying the advantage of the environment and unbalance the rules. The core of my method is correct. Zheng Qing thought about it and said, using my method, we can lock the real world and avoid the illusions. The only problem now is how to confirm the real world. Do you have an idea? Zhu Juanming asked. I have a stupid way, Zheng Qing said. Please tell me. Zhu Juanming smiled slightly. Test it layer by layer. What happens in the real world will affect all the illusions, while what happens in the illusion will not affect the real world. By this, we can distinguish which are the real world and which are the illusions. Zheng Qing said confidently. Ha, Zhu Juanming chuckled, it's really a stupid way. Let me ask you, if what happens in the real world affects all the illusions, can you still tell which is the real world and which is the illusion? Besides, as for the illusions, how do you know how many illusions exist on the same floor? How can you test it out? Zheng Qing frowned and said, we can use people to guard. Before he finished speaking, Zheng Qing realized that it wouldn't work. Not to mention where to get so much manpower, even the mutual contact and confirmation would be impossible. He sighed, looked at Zhu Juanming, and said, I wonder if you have any good ideas. Use magic, Zhu Juanming said, leave a magic for monitoring on each floor, so that the results can be confirmed. Zheng Qing suffered from a lack of culture. He didn't have enough knowledge and didn't think of this level. Do you know this surveillance technique? Zhu Juanming smiled and said, a little bit. Zheng Qing said, what about the action? Zhu Juanming smiled mysteriously and said, I only told you the method, but never stated that I would help you. Isn't this good for both of us? If the evil ghost recovers completely, do you have the ability to defeat him alone? Zheng Qing frowned, feeling a little tricky, and couldn't figure out what this man was thinking. You misunderstood what I meant. I meant that everyone should do their own thing. Since the method has been made clear, the rest depends on their own means. Zhu Juanming smiled and turned to go downstairs. Let's go, Wenai, we have things to do. See you next time, Sun Wenai said goodbye with a fist. Zheng Qing watched the two people disappear completely, and the corners of his mouth curled up silently. It saved me the trouble, and the goal has been achieved. For Zheng Qing, it doesn't matter who does it. He wants intelligence points, not work points. He is still in the weak stage of accumulating points to upgrade. What he said just now was purely polite. After all, if he doesn't go, it will make people suspicious. The other party can take the initiative to refuse, which touched Zheng Qing's heart. Next, we should make the information public to maximize the benefits. Zheng Qing murmured, who fell into whose calculation? The ultimate goal of both parties is the same, but the way to achieve the goal and what they want to get in the end are different. Zhu Juanming missed a trick and failed to understand Zheng Qing's true intention. He thought he had planned it out and defeated Zheng Qing, but he fell into Zheng Qing's calculation. Zheng Qing returned to the wall, wrote down the inference about the real world and the illusion, and left a method of how to lock the floor on the wall, and then quickly slipped away to avoid being caught again. Going to the next floor of the random building, Zheng Qing summoned a skeleton warrior for safety, and asked him to guard the corridor for him. If someone approached, he would remind him, and then he would pretend to destroy the information to dispel others' suspicion of him. He took the skeleton warrior and rode carefully along the way, and stopped only after he felt that he had left enough information. It was bright outside, and the corridor became clear. Zheng Qing, who had done everything he could, felt a little bored. He also thought that if he walked around casually, he might be involved in the real building and encounter evil spirits. According to his strength, the sickle would kill half of his head. The skeleton warrior was too weak, and his effect was minimal in this building surrounded by wolves. But Zheng Qing thought that the evil spirit had just killed the fat man last night, and now it was daytime, so the evil spirit would not act. He might as well go to the 5th floor, take the doll away, and then go to Mrs. Ho's room on the 2nd floor to find a deck of cards and play cards with the doll and the skeleton warrior. But can the skeleton warrior play cards? Zheng Qing took a look at the skeleton warrior. Most likely he couldn't. Well, don't think too much, go get the doll first. He walked out of the corridor, swiped down to the 5th floor, and walked towards the doll with a smile. Why are you here again? The doll saw Zheng Qing and screamed in fear. Have I been to this floor before? Zheng Qing didn't expect it, but the smile on his face became even stronger. We are old acquaintances. I came to you to have a chat. Go away, a ghost. Have nothing to talk about with you. The doll actually stood up and tried to escape to the other side of the shoe cabinet. What's the matter? It used to chase me and scream, but now it wants to run away when it sees me. How can it be so easy? Zheng Qing strode to the shoe cabinet and caught the doll, who wanted to jump out of the cabinet and escape. You want to run? Dream on. Help, people are bullying ghosts, catch ghosts. Is there any ghost to take care of it? The doll screamed miserably. Shut up, if you keep asking me to modify you again, Zheng Qing said. Actually, I just wanted to play cards with you this time. Don't be afraid. I didn't do anything to you before, did I? Except that the first doll was chopped by me. The doll was skeptical and said, really? Zheng Qing said, of course it's true. Do you have other friends? Let's play cards together. The doll shook its head. This is troublesome. Zheng Qing looked at the skeleton warrior again. The skeleton warrior probably couldn't understand such a game of wits as playing cards. Oh, there is one more person. Zheng Qing cast his eyes on the old witch's room and smiled. Old witch, old witch, old witch with pimples on her face, come out to meet the guests. I know you are in there, don't hide in the mirror. Come out quickly, otherwise I will send a skeleton in to smash the mirror you are hiding in with a knife and pull you out. Zheng Qing knocked on the door and shouted. After a while, there was no response from inside the house. Zheng Qing snorted and looked at the skeleton warrior, split the door open and rushed in, smashed the innermost mirror. The skeleton warrior took a step forward with a knife and chopped it down at the door. The silver light of the knife accompanied the roar of the wooden door breaking, and the door opened instantly. Zheng Qing leaned against the wall at the door. He knew the magic of the mirror, so he would never look inside. After the mirror is broken, just bring out the old witch who fell out. He told the skeleton warrior loudly, lest he kill the old witch, otherwise he would not be able to play cards. The skeleton warrior rushed into the room, like a wild bull, ran to the mirror, the knife light fell, and the mirror shattered. The old witch with a pimple on her face and a pointed nose cried out and fell out of the mirror. After a while, the skeleton warrior came out holding one of the old witch's feet. How about playing cards? Zheng Qing asked with a smile. The old witch glanced at the skeleton warrior, and said, fight. Let her go. Zheng Qing ordered the skeleton warrior, then looked at the old witch and asked, do you have any playing cards? The old witch sat down on the spot, not knowing what playing cards were. She took out a deck of cards with black backs from her arms and said, I only have monster cards. Zheng Qing scratched his head. What are monster cards? You can't even play monster cards. The doll said in surprise and contempt. You can play. Zheng Qing stared at the doll in surprise. Aren't you a doll? How can you play cards? Put me down, the doll struggled. Zheng Qing loosened his palm, and the doll jumped to the ground and said, monster cards are very simple. It is a battle between the human kingdom and monsters. Generally, 2 people play, but of course 3 people can also play. Whoever gets the king card is the human camp, whoever gets the dragon card is the monster camp, and whoever doesn't get the leader card is the third party. If one person gets both the king card and the dragon card, then the other 2 will work together to deal with the person with 2 aces. The old witch went on to explain the rules of the monster cards. In short, the human camp has king cards, prime minister cards, duke cards, general cards, knight cards, soldier cards, and tower cards, and the monster camp has dragon cards, giant cards, witch cards, and wolf cards. Except for the tower cards, the cards in the human camp can only be high-level cards that eat cards of a lower level, and cards of a lower level cannot be eaten. For example, the king card can eat the prime minister card, but cannot eat other human cards. In the monster camp, high-level cards can eat all low-level cards, and dragon cards can eat giant cards, witch cards, and wolf cards. Tower cards can resist any attack except soldier cards. Wolves can kill knights and soldiers, witches can kill kings and dukes, and giants can kill prime ministers and generals. 4 soldiers can kill giants, 3 knights can kill dragons, generals can kill witches, and dukes can kill giants. Zheng Qing was dizzy after hearing the rules and said, let's try it first. He wanted to see what was so difficult about the cards in this spiritual world. The old witch laughed, and her thin fingers flexibly distributed the cards one by one. There are a total of 54 cards, 18 cards for each person. It didn't take long for the old witch to deal out all the cards. It was obvious that she was a veteran who played cards frequently. Zheng Qing picked up the black card from the ground and felt a little headache when he saw the cards with various patterns on them. It was a bit difficult for him to come into contact with unfamiliar cards and playing methods for the first time, but in order to kill time, Zheng Qing endured it. This was better than wandering alone in the corridor, waiting for the task to be completed. Chapter 16 Monster Cards. Witch. The old witch played a card to eat Zheng Qing's duke. The doll held the cards as high as her legs, looked at them carefully one by one, and then said, pass. Zheng Qing finally understood that the 2 families were teaming up to attack his family. He wanted to take revenge on the card game and regain his face. He was the king. He had a giant and 2 generals in his hand that could eat the witch. There were dukes and soldiers on the field that could eat giants. It would not be worth it for him to play the giant, because no prime minister had appeared so far, and more importantly, he did not have a prime minister. In other words, the prime minister was in the hands of the 2 opponents. If he lost the giant, he could only use the king to fight the prime minister. Then there was another prime minister who was invincible against him. He did not have a tower in his hand, so he could only play cards in this situation. So playing the general was the best solution at the moment, which could force the opponent to play the duke, and then he could kill with the witch. Check. Zheng Qing played a card. Giant. The old witch grinned and said, pass. The doll looked at the cards again and said. She wanted to force him to play the duke. Zheng Qing saw the old witch's sinister smile and immediately understood her intention. The old witch was a dragon, and dragons could also eat giants. The giant in his hand was no deterrent to her, but the old witch also missed one thing. She no longer had a duke, so 4 soldiers were the key to eating the giant. If they didn't have 4 knights or 4 wolves, then their 4 soldiers would be invincible. Soldier. Zheng Qing played the only 4 soldiers in his hand. Pass. The old witch was frustrated and unhappy. Knight. The doll played 4 knight cards. Zheng Qing was stunned. The knight who killed the dragon was played so carelessly. Don't you want to win? But Zheng Qing thought again. It seems that seeing himself lose would make the doll happier. Damn it. 4 knights must use 4 generals or 4 wolves, but Zheng Qing doesn't have any of them now. Pass, he said unwillingly. Soldier. The doll played a card. Zheng Qing didn't have enough knights to slay the dragon, so the knight card was useless, and he played it out. The 3 of them fought fiercely again. As the old witch played the last soldier with the help of the doll, Zheng Qing lost a monster card game. With a limited number of cards, obvious restraint between the 2, and the inability to play more cards at once, it is almost impossible to win 1 against 2. Zheng Qing had already lost all the card resources he could mobilize. But he didn't care about winning or losing as he was just killing time. The doll and the old witch were very happy to defeat Zheng Qing. The loser shuffled the cards, and Zheng Qing mixed the monster cards together, shuffled them several times in a clumsy manner, and started dealing the cards again from himself. At this moment, in a certain illusion in the building, Zhu Juanming saw the clues left by Zheng Qing on the wall, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. "Oh no, I was wrong." Sun Wenyi said, "Didn't you expect the other party to make the clues public?" Zhu Juanming smiled bitterly. "That's right, but more importantly, I don't know his purpose." Sun Wenyi said, "You have only met twice at best, and you want to find out the other party's purpose. Isn't it wishful thinking?" Zhu Juanming shook his head and said, "No. People who come here generally have only two purposes. The first is to seize the opportunity and strive for the maximum merit points. You and I are such people. The second is to try your best to get points, just like the last wolf in the wolf pack eating the leftovers, secretly strengthening itself, hoping that one day it can also eat the first piece of fat meat." Sun Wenyi looked at the information on the wall and said, "What is his purpose?" Zhu Juanming sighed, "This is exactly what I am puzzled about. When he was collecting and analyzing clues, he was the first type of person, but his actions now are the second type of person, which makes me puzzled." Sun Wenyi smiled and said, "Maybe he is the third type of person." Zhu Juanming was startled and laughed. Wenyi did say something wise this time, and he has made extraordinary progress. Sun Wenyi was dissatisfied and said, "Can't you praise people properly? Your words are full of ridicule." Zhu Juanming said, "Since Wenyi knows it, why does he have to say it out loud? Isn't this asking for trouble? You." Sun Wenyi was very angry. He stared at Zhu Juanming and said, "Do I have to suffer this loss in silence? Wenyi, you are too fussy. Don't old people always say that suffering a loss is a blessing?" Zhu Juanming patted Sun Wenyi and laughed. "Suffering a loss here is irritating." Sun Wenyi broke away from Zhu Juanming's hand on his shoulder, walked a few steps, leaned sideways, turned his head to look at Zhu Juanming, and asked, "What are you going to do now?" "I want to go find him," Zhu Juanming said truthfully. "Why?" Sun Wenyi couldn't understand. Victory was just around the corner. Now that the intelligence had been leaked, they should speed up their pace. Delaying like this would only allow others to take the lead. "I want to know what he's doing." Zhu Juanming's face darkened slightly, and he became more serious. "Is this important?" Sun Wenyi's face looked grim. "It's very important to me," Zhu Juanming said seriously. "I know what you're worried about, Wenyi, but you can rest assured. It's not that easy for them to do it. We still have time. Even if they really reach this Henlao, what can they do? Can they find the evil ghost? Can they kill the evil ghost?" "I really don't know where your confidence comes from," Sun Wenyi muttered angrily. "It's natural, Wenyi, don't envy it." Zhu Juanming laughed. "Just do as you say, go back and find him." Sun Wenyi compromised unwillingly and helplessly. "I'm sorry, Wenyi," Zhu Juanming bowed his hands. Let's go, let's go." Sun Wenyi urged. Dragon. Zheng Qing played his top card. Tower. The old witch threw the card without even looking at it. Zheng Qing's eyes showed despair. This damn game mechanism was not good at all. His boss level cards were eliminated just like that. It was like a reincarnation. There was no strong card that could determine the outcome. He had to rack his brains to calculate with the cards in his hand. But it was 1 against 2, and the resources were seriously unequal, which obviously destroyed the game mechanism. It was not like playing poker, where the landlord could draw a few more cards and had the opportunity to choose independently. These two guys were just taking revenge on him. "Alice, I really failed as a human being and was disliked by ghosts." Zheng Qing frowned and played his soldier card. "Play slowly. You are here." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind Zheng Qing. The old witch and the doll were so frightened when they saw the people appearing from the corridor that they even threw away the cards in their hands. Zheng Qing heard a familiar voice, smiled and turned his head, looked at and listened, and said, "I didn't expect to meet again so soon. We are really destined to meet. It's not fate, I'm looking for you." And Lissina walked to the side, looked at the monster cards on the ground, and said, "What are you doing?" "Playing cards," Zheng Qing said innocently. "I have done everything I can, now I just have to wait for the mission to end." "I thought you were dead," and Lissina said with annoyance. "If I don't enter the room, I won't die. I still know how to protect myself." Zheng Qing didn't notice and Lissina's subtle changes, and asked, "Where's the evil ghost? How is it?" "Of course it ran away," Otherwise the mission would have ended long ago. And Lysina frowned and said, "Did you see the information left on the wall?" "Of course I saw it. That was left by me," Zheng Qing said. "You are not with me. I always have to find a way to earn points, and publishing the information to useful people is my strategy. Didn't you think of coming to find me?" And Lysina asked. This made Zheng Qing ask. He looked up at Lysina's cold and beautiful face, and said perfunctorily, "I didn't go because I was afraid of death." "How did you get the information?" And Lysina's eyes were cold, and her whole body seemed to be emitting cold air. "Some of it was inferred by myself, and some was communicated with others," Zheng Qing answered nervously, worried that Lysina would beat him. "What's wrong with this woman? It was obviously you who abandoned me. Why did it seem like I made a mistake? You and I are not even friends. Why did I come to look for you so hard? You met other people, why didn't you act with them?" And Lysina asked thoroughly. Could it be that they didn't like me? This is too embarrassing. Zheng Qing thought carefully for a moment and said, "We just exchanged information and opinions, and there was no plan to go together. I didn't want to go with others. If my true strength was seen through, I would inevitably put myself in danger. But did you find any new clues? When I turned around, you disappeared and I have been looking for you," and Lysina replied. "It's useless for you to look for me." Zheng Qing felt strange and said, "You spent a lot of time looking for me. You might as well find clues and complete the task by yourself. Wasting time on me will not help your points. And now I have done what I can do. It's enough to wait for the task to end and collect my share of points. What you should do now is to find those who want to make the final game to form an alliance, instead of wasting time with me. I am optimistic about you," and Lysina said, "If you want to find a companion, you must find someone who is reassuring and can complement each other. Don't you want more points?" Zheng Qing shook his head and rejected and Lysina. "Doing what I can and taking fewer risks is my current strategy. Staying alive is more important than completing the task." What he thought more about was that the next task would inevitably be more dangerous, and he could not rely on Lysina's words for his safety. Words were like wind, soft and fragile. He and Lysina only cooperated for a short time because of a common goal, and this cooperative relationship was also unbalanced. And Lysina was too strong and he was too weak. If she wanted to overturn the table, he would have no way to stop her. Zheng Qing couldn't believe the words of others and put his safety in the hands of others. He was now in a safe place and didn't have to worry about the evil spirits coming to him. Why should he believe in Lysina's unprotected temptation and take risks? It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. I'm not asking for your opinion. And Lysina looked at Zheng Qing coldly. I have killed 2 people on the road, and I don't mind one more. This is more than a blatant hint, it's simply a clear indication of holding a gun and a knife. Zheng Qing's expression suddenly became extremely serious. This ruthless man would do what he said and would never be vague. Can I ask why you killed those 2 people? He looked up at the sister cautiously, his heart beating faster. You are too presumptuous, and Lysina said with a hint. Zheng Qing quickly understood that it must be that the 2 people said something dirty and angered her. Thinking back to the time, he almost lost his life. Might is right. Zheng Qing reluctantly put aside his thoughts, stood up, and said with a cheesy smile, Sister, if you tell me, I will obey. And Lysina snorted coldly and said, What should we do now? Zheng Qing's eyes flickered, and he had some bad thoughts. He said, I think the most labor-saving way for us now is to find the 2 people I met before and form an alliance with them. They have the means to find out the real and fake fantasy buildings. We can use them to find all the real buildings, and then unexpectedly snatch the props that lock the real buildings from them. In this way, we can enter the real building first, find the evil ghosts, and get the maximum points. Oh, I didn't expect that my friends miss us so much. Zhu Juanming is really flattered. At the entrance of the corridor, Zhu Juanming appeared in a dashing manner with a confident smile. Zheng Qing was dumbfounded. The most embarrassing thing in the world is to be caught by the person involved when you are calculating others. This is really embarrassing. What happened today? When I didn't want to meet someone, everyone came to my door. Chapter 17 Cooperation. Sun Wenyi is polite. Sun Wenyi walked out from behind Zhu Juanming and bowed. Zheng Qing laughed dryly a few times, pretending that he had said nothing just now. What a coincidence, I meet you 2 again. It's not a coincidence, because we are also looking for you. Zhu Juanming stared at Zheng Qing with a smile. You see a ghost, you all come to me. Wait, these 2 people are not here to kill me? Zheng Qing's face changed, and he took a step back. Thinking of the fact that he had released the intelligence, they must be indignant, so they came to kill him to eliminate the trouble in the future. I don't know what you are looking for me for. Zheng Qing pretended to be calm, but still asked again. Of course, to cooperate with you. Zhu Juanming took out a white feather fan from somewhere, took it in his hand and shook it gently. Zheng Qing believed in his ghost, kicked him away not long ago, and now he came to cooperate with him. He is either treacherous or cunning, and he must be plotting against him. Don't look at this man who looks honest and talented, he has more bad water in his belly than himself. But when Zheng Qing caught a glimpse of Enlisina, a perfect idea popped up in his mind. Why didn't he let Enlisina cooperate with him, and then take it out by himself, so that he could send both groups away and avoid the risk of taking risks? He was really too smart to come up with such a good idea, killing two birds with one stone. Friend, were you thinking of introducing the girl next to you to us, match the three of us to form a team, and then you can stay out of it safely? Zhu Juanming saw through Zheng Qing's thoughts and said. How could it be? Zheng Qing immediately denied it, so as not to let Enlisina vent her anger on him. He was very annoyed in his heart. Was this person a worm in his stomach? How could he predict his thoughts so accurately? It made him unwilling and angry. I was just thinking about forming an alliance with you. Now that we are all together again, we should treat each other with sincerity. Unwarranted suspicion will only undermine the trust between the two sides. Zhu Juanming gently shook the white feather fan and said, well said. For the sake of mutual trust between the two sides, why don't you be frank and tell us what your goals are? How many points do you want to get? This will help build mutual trust, so as to avoid breaking the alliance at a critical moment, which is not good. This guy was trying to trick Zheng Qing. He vaguely sensed that he didn't want to obey, but he didn't know how to use his strength. Zhu Juanming used his own words to say that he couldn't ask himself to slap himself in the face. He couldn't guess Zhu Juanming's purpose, but with the experience of the last time, he knew that this man was unusually cunning, and the things he asked must be beneficial to him. He had to find a way to stop him and not let him achieve his goal. Zheng Qing cast his eyes towards Enlisina and said, what do you think? Okay, Enlisina agreed immediately. Since we are going to cooperate, we must work together. Zheng Qing was very disappointed. He had expected Enlisina to stand up and object, but he didn't expect her to agree so decisively. Could it be because he didn't give her a hint? Zhu Juanming said, Miss, you are straightforward. In order to show our sincerity, let us speak first. My goal is to get at least 20% of the points for this mission. When you and I have the same goal. I wonder what your goals are. Get the maximum points, Enlisina said quickly. Zheng Qing was a little confused. What was the difference between what these three people said and what they didn't say? Why did he not understand the world of adults? Did they agree to be open and honest? Oh, forget it, they all said so I should learn it myself. I want to get the maximum points within my ability. Zhu Juanming laughed and said, in this case, I wish our cooperation will go smoothly. Can such cooperation go smoothly? Zheng Qing expressed his doubts, but his face remained calm. He pulled a corner of his mouth as Zhu Juanming laughed, revealing a polite smile. Zhu Juanming suddenly said solemnly, I have known you for so long, but I haven't asked you two names yet. I am Zhu Juanming, and this is my good friend Sun Wenyi. Enlisina said calmly. Zheng Qing informed. Now that we have formed an alliance, why don't we act quickly? The four of us have taken the lead. As long as we lock on to the real building and find the evil ghost, then the matter will be over. Zhu Juanming said. This matter is not that troublesome. In my opinion, we only need to lock on the first to fourth floors. The evil ghost will definitely find the residence. We can make arrangements on the fourth floor first, and then ambush the evil ghost when he comes. As long as we are careful not to let the evil ghost escape, the 4 floors of the real building we found will be enough to kill him. Zheng Qing proposed a simpler plan. That's not impossible, Zhu Juanming said ambiguously, but if we have a chance, we should try to occupy as many real buildings as possible to prevent accidents. It's better to be cautious than to be afraid of 1,000 things in the world. Zheng Qing didn't say anything. Zhu Juanming was the one who worked hard. He was just trying to get points now. If it weren't for his weak strength, which made him feel insecure, he wouldn't even want to use his brain. How many floors of the real building have you found? Enlisina asked. 1 floor, Sun Wenyi took out a silver earring, which exuded a strong resentment, as if a hysterical ghost lived in the earring. This is the ghost on the 6th floor. This speed seems to be a little slow, Zheng Qing said softly. No, it seems to be slow because we spent a lot of time laying the groundwork, and now it's time to reap the rewards. Zhu Juanming explained. Without further ado, let's go. Li Zina walked towards the corridor. It seems that this game of cards can't be played. Zheng Qing looked back at the old witch and the doll, and then left. The 4 of them came to a new floor in a team. This floor is not cursed. Sun Wenyi looked at the wall with information, stepped forward and scratched a straight mark on the wall with his finger, revealing the brick wall under the plaster powder. Zhu Juanming put away the white feather fan, pinched the formula to cast a spell, and the handprint changed quickly. A little light emerged from his fingertips and was pointed at the wall. The light flashed on the wall and disappeared. In a moment, a light green eye appeared on the wall and then slowly faded away. This doesn't seem to be the skill of the Lingyao ring, and Listen looked at it for a long time and said, "Of course not, this is the magic in my world." Zhu Juanming put away his palm, summoned the white feather fan again, and said, "What world are you in?" Zheng Qing was inexplicably surprised. "Don't you know?" A strange light flashed in Zhu Juanming's eyes. "What should I know?" Zheng Qing was even more confused. "We are people from different worlds. The universe is vast, the sky and the earth are boundless, there are countless worlds, and endless sentient beings. Do you know?" Zhu Juanming said. "Never heard of it before." Zheng Qing realized something. "It's not easy for a novice to be as good as you." "Ha." Zhu Juanming laughed. "The universe is so big that it's beyond your and my imagination. This Lingyao ring is a tool that is scattered in various worlds in the universe and connects all living things in the universe in disguise. When I say all living things in the universe, don't think that there are really only tens of thousands of worlds in the universe. In fact, there are more than billions of worlds in the universe, but some lives are beyond our recognition. There are so many stars in the sky that even gods can't count them, let alone us mortals. You all come from different worlds." Zheng Qing looked at the 3 people. "Of course, even if you make enemies here, others can't go to the real world to retaliate against you. Just finding you is enough to exhaust his life. But before making enemies, it's best to think clearly whether the other party has the ability to kill you in the Lingyao world. If you die here, your brain will explode in reality, but don't worry, this process is very fast, so fast that you can't feel the pain and you will no longer be conscious." Zhu Juanming said. Zheng Qing's heart was beating fast, and he said, "What is your world like?" Sun Wenyi said, "It's not good to pry into other people's worlds here. This is the rule of the world." Zheng Qing apologized. "Let's go. There are still many unknown floors waiting for us to leave marks." Zhu Juanming changed the subject. Suddenly, Zhu Juanming stopped again and said, "Interesting. What's wrong?" Sun Wenyi asked. "Someone destroyed the magic I left behind." Zhu Juanming smiled. "It was my negligence." "Then we have to speed up," Zheng Qing reminded. "It seems that there are still many capable people among the spiritual travel messengers." Zhu Juanming nodded, and the 4 of them walked down the stairs to search for the real building. Found the 1st floor, Zhu Juanming sensed the changes that occurred on the corresponding 1st floor after Sun Wenyi left a mark on the wall. Boom. And Listen opened a room with a palm, walked into it and brought out a red embroidered shoe. Like the silver earrings, there was a strong resentment in the red embroidered shoe. The 4 of them continued to move, and discovered the 3rd and 4th floors in succession, and obtained the ghost. Just as Zhu Juanming said, the lines laid on each floor before have come to the point of closing the net. Everyone rushed into the 5th floor, and Sun Wenyi left traces as usual. Suddenly, a murderous look radiated from Listen's eyes, and Zhu Juanming's face changed suddenly. Only Zheng Qing realized it later and was weak, so he did not feel the hidden danger. "Be careful!" Zhu Juanming shouted. A whisper like chanting reached Zheng Qing's ears, and he reacted and realized that something was wrong. He immediately summoned a skeleton warrior to block in front of him and protect himself. A faint green crystal arrow shot from the corridor as if hidden in the light. Bang! The sword and arrow shattered, and the crystal arrow shattered in the air like glass, splashing into light powder and disappearing. And Listen slowly put down the silver sword, her face full of frost, and looked at the other end of the corridor. "Thank you very much." Sun Wenyi was sweating all over and almost died. "I don't know which friend shot an arrow to kill someone here. Would such an act be ridiculed?" Zhu Juanming took out the white feather fan, waved it and walked to the middle of the corridor, looking at the other empty end of the corridor. Zheng Qing walked behind the crowd and hid behind the skeleton warrior. After ensuring safety, he followed the crowd's sight. But there was nothing there. And listener snorted coldly, "Boundary." Zhu Juanming said, "It would be ridiculed if you hide it after it is exposed." At the end of the corridor, a ripple-like wave was generated in the space, gradually revealing a transparent shield. With a sound of a wave, like a bubble bursting, the shield also disappeared, revealing the two people inside. An archer holding a crystal bow, and a man wearing a fire cloud robe, with dark red hair and a slender figure. "What a pity," failed. The archer set up another crystal arrow. "This red-haired girl is quite powerful," the man in the fire cloud robe said, looking at and listening without hesitation. "This man is dead." Zheng Qing suddenly realized this clearly. This sister has a bad temper and anyone who provokes her will be doomed. Chapter 18, Battle in the Corridor. Zhu Juanming said, "Why do you want to attack someone from behind?" The man in the fire cloud robe sneered, "It's just to kill the competitor. What do we need to talk about? As long as the opponent disappears, we will be the winner. Do you need me to teach you such a simple truth?" Zhu Juanming didn't care and said, "If you kill us, will you have the confidence to kill the evil ghost?" The man in the fire cloud robe moved his eyes to Enlistener's proud figure again, his eyes became rippling, and he smiled evilly, "At least without you, the biggest winner will be us." Zhu Juanming sighed, "Forgive me for not agreeing with your opinion. If you can't kill the evil ghost, wouldn't it be a waste of life? It's better for the two families to join forces to increase the chances of winning." The man in the fire cloud robe laughed, his eyes contemptuous, and said, "In the end, can you win with 3 twos and 3, or can our 2 kings win?" "Huh? Wait, are other places in the universe also playing poker?" Zheng Qing realized that something was wrong, and suddenly he realized that he seemed to be the 3 he mentioned. "Hey, this is too much. I just stood a little bit back and hid a little further away, but you judged that I was number 3, the weakest card. This is too much bullying. Have you upgraded your titanium dog eyes?" Zhu Juanming noticed the change in Zheng Qing's expression, covered his face with a white feather fan, and asked sideways, "Can you understand what he is saying?" "Oh, by the way, you people in this world don't play poker." Zheng Qing said softly, "He is talking about playing poker. 2 is the card second only to the king, 3 is the smallest card, and 3 of a kind 2 with 3 is the largest card among 3 with 1. But double kings is also called king bomb, which restrains all cards." "That's not right." Zhu Juanming had never played poker before. "Since 2 is the card second only to the king, why is 3 the smallest card?" Zheng Qing had no idea the reason. He had been exposed to this rule since he was a child. This is the rule of playing poker. Don't take it seriously. Zhu Juanming nodded slightly, put down the white feather fan, looked at the 2 of them, and said, "Your tone is too big. 4-2, the advantage is on our side." The man in the fire cloud robe laughed and said, "The strong do not care about the number of people." And Listener raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint cold smile. "People always die because of their arrogance." Zhu Juanming sighed softly, "You are so arrogant. Are you sure you want to stop cooperating with us? There are fish in the pond, everyone can catch them according to their ability, but you want to kill other fishermen and dominate the pond. If you really have that ability, why do you have to do such a despicable sneak attack? You don't have the strength, but you have this intention. You are really determined to die, and I can't save you. Stop being pretentious, let's see who wins with your hands." The man in the fire cloud robe condensed a golden spear shining with sharp light and said. Zhu Juanming said, "A python swallows an elephant." The black light gathered in Sun Wenai's palm, turning into a slightly curved narrow black and white knife. The black and white were divided by a line in the middle of the blade, the back of the knife was black, and the blade was white. Wouldn't it be better to just call him a fool? "Kill!" The man in the fire cloud robe shouted and stepped forward. The archer immediately shot out a crystal arrow, which shuttled through space, and emitted a faint hum hidden in the light. "Shooting in the open, do you think I'm blind?" The memory of being ambushed and almost killed flashed through Sun Wenai's mind. He swung his sword in anger and slashed out a black and white sword energy. "Hear the wrath of thunder in silence," the archer whispered. Bang! The sword energy cut off the crystal arrow, and it was immediately like igniting an explosives depot. The surging lightning flashed, and the arc shot out like a lightning tree crown, with branches piercing straight at Sun Wenyi. Hit! Sun Wenyi thought to himself, Zhuan Jipo. He shouted, and the black and white sword suddenly lit up, slashing out two sword energies, one black and one white, needing interdisk, black and white, like yin and yang, lying in front of him, blocking all the violent lightning. Thousands of troops are broken and killed. A deep and proud voice sounded behind the lightning. A golden light on the diagonal corner passed through the lightning, bypassed the defense range of Zhuangjipo, and stabbed at Sun Wenyi. One sword divides the north and the south. And listen, as cold voice sounded on the side, staring coldly at the man in the fire cloud robe who appeared. He slashed with a sword, and a strange sword light like mercury lit up, and flew out quickly in a strange flow. The man in the fire cloud robe sensed the danger and immediately gave up Sun Wenyi, swinging his gun at the mercury sword light. Two forces burst out on the tip of the gun, flashing a light that was no less than the lightning. Zheng Qing saw this scene, his heart moved, and he concentrated his attention, so that all the light around the man in the fire cloud robe shot into his eyes. The fair sight pierced into the eyeballs of the man in the fire cloud robe, forcing him to close his eyes to dodge, but the tip of the gun had already broken the mercury sword light, and it fell to the side, outlining a golden light. Sword cross. And listen, it did not miss the moment of his negligence, and cut with a silver sword seal of an oblique cross. The man in the fire cloud robe was completely unprepared, and was about to hit, but another crystal arrow pierced through the lightning and shot at the sword seal, destroying the two and canceling them out at the same time. Can you still save him? And listen, as eyes passed through the lightning and shot sharply at the archer behind him, striding towards the man in the fire cloud robe, and fighting in close combat. Whoosh! The wind swept across the road, and the lightning gradually disappeared. At this time, Zhuangjipo resisted the lightning attack, and Sun Wenyi was safe and sound. He looked at the archer, took a step forward, and pressed his palm in the middle of the black and white line of the Zhuangjipo disc, roaring, slash the dragon disc. Boom! The sword energy sprayed like a roar, like a thread. The black and white energy mixed and entangled, and quickly shot towards the archer. Wolf rush. The archer drew the crystal bow, and a group of wolves howled with one arrow. Suddenly, Zhu Juanming waved his fan and smiled, "Here I come." Zheng Qing heard the voice and opened his eyes in confusion. From the corner of his sight, a figure suddenly flashed out from the shadow against the wall, and stabbed Zhu Juanming from behind with a sword, the sword light shining brightly. "I've been waiting for a long time," Zhu Juanming blocked back with a white feather fan in his hand. The tip of the ninja sword pierced the soft snow-white feathers of the feather fan, but the strange thing was that the feathers did not move at all, as if they were made of gold and iron. For the first time, Zheng Qing felt that being weak also had its advantages. At least no one would be so blind as to choose him as the first target. What's the point of eating a three-barreled poker? He ordered the skeleton warrior to retreat to the side with him and avoid the battlefield, so as not to drag him down when the ninja was at a disadvantage. "It's my turn." Zhu Juanming glanced back, and with a flick of his wrist, he used the white feather fan to repel the ninja. He turned around, waved the white feather fan, and said, "Thousand web spider lock." In an instant, dozens of snow-white silk threads shot out from the white feather fan and entangled the ninja. Seeing this scene, the ninja naturally couldn't just sit there and wait, and waved his sword to try to split these silk threads, but these silk threads were as hard as gold and iron, and as soft as flowing mist. They couldn't be split or cut apart, and were extremely difficult to entangle. In an instant, he was entangled by the silk threads. "Golden lotus flame!" Zhu Juanming shouted softly, and the white feather fan in his hand shot out golden flames, burning along the silk threads all the way to the ninja. The ninja screamed, and flames rose all over his body, burning his body. Zhu Juanming waved his feather fan, cutting off the silk thread connection. He turned around and couldn't bear to look directly. He gently shook the feather fan and sighed, "You will suffer for your own evil deeds. Go with peace of mind." The broken silk thread contracted with golden flames and continued to wrap around the ninja's body. The flames were blazing and screams were endless. "Ruthless man! Ruthless man!" Zheng Qing's face turned pale. He didn't expect Zhu Juanming, who seemed to be well educated, to be so ruthless. His first move was a killing move. Bang! Another explosion, and the corridor shook slightly. The dragon slashing plate collided with the wolf thruster. The center of the collision of the two forces became white-hot. The huge forces entangled with each other, fighting endlessly, and temporarily fell into a stalemate. On this side, and listen. I slashed at the man in the fire cloud robe with a sword. The man in the fire cloud robe, who had regained his sight, hurriedly waved his gun to block. Can you block it? And Listen's voice was as cold as the middle of winter. The sword energy of the silver sword burst out, like a waterfall from Mount Lu. The man in the fire cloud robe trembled with both arms, unable to resist, and staggered back. Alyssa walked lightly and swiftly, and walked in front of the man in the fire cloud robe, closing the distance between the two sides within the range of her sword. The silver sword uttered a sword chant, and the cold light shot into the eyes of the man in the fire cloud robe. He screamed in horror, "I surrender." Too late. As soon as the words fell, blood splattered, and the rose-colored figure retreated lightly to avoid the splashing blood. The man in the fire cloud robe knelt on the ground, bleeding profusely. The ninja's screams also stopped, and the golden flames burned like a lotus, blooming on the ninja's body. As the lotus petals decomposed and dissipated, the ninja's body also turned into wisps of black ash, following the flying flames and disappearing. There is only one person left. Zhu Juanming stared at the archer standing deep in the corridor. "I surrender, spare me." The archer shouted. His companions were killed one after another, and he didn't dare to fight again. "When Yi," Zhu Juanming called softly. "Sun Wen," I urged Zuanjipo. Zhanlong Pen smashed Langtu, and then put it away. The archer breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the four people with fear. "Since you are surrendering, you should have a gift of surrender. I wonder what you have?" Zhu Juanming asked. "Yes, yes, yes." The archer took out an object eagerly and said, "I have the locked ghost on the second floor." Zhu Juanming did not believe it and said, "How do you prove that this is the real ghost on the second floor, not the illusion of the second floor?" The archer said, "I can take you there." Zhu Juanming nodded. Zheng Qing thought to himself that they already had locked ghosts on the first, third, fourth, and sixth floors, plus the archer's locked ghost on the second floor, so the next random swipes can only be the fifth, seventh, and eighth floors. The archer walked up with a white porcelain bottle in his hand, feeling very nervous. "If it's true, we'll let you go, but if you dare to lie, don't blame us for being ruthless." Sun Wenyi remembered the hatred of the arrow and was very angry with the archer. "I dare not, I dare not." The archer was very nervous. The hunter became the prey. How could he not be terrified? Everyone escorted the archer and set off to verify the effect of the ghost in his hand. After several floors, everyone arrived at the real second floor mentioned by the archer and immediately tested it. Zhu Juanming confirmed that it was true, so he took the bottle and let the archer go. Zheng Qing said, "The third floor is the only one left. There are no residents on the third floor, so maybe we can set up a plan to wait for the evil ghosts." Zhu Juanming still had the same opinion. To be safe, we should get the remaining ghosts on the third floor. If there's randomness, it will cause trouble when going back and forth between floors and miss the opportunity. We still have time now, and we should minimize the possible risks to ensure that the plan goes smoothly. Zheng Qing said, "You know about the fighting power. I am weak and it is difficult to assess the real fighting power of the evil ghosts. You should be careful if you want to, but in my opinion, there is a more important thing waiting for us to do." "Oh, what is it?" Zhu Juanming thought for a while and asked, "Are there any of us who are good at mental attacks?" Zheng Qing looked around at the three people and said, "The evil ghost has a certain immunity to physical attacks. Only mental attacks can cause real damage to him. If none of us master mental attacks, then we will have to fight the evil ghosts hard." "Oh, I forgot about this," Zhu Juanming suddenly realized, "but there is a solution." Chapter 19 Recruiting People. Zheng Qing said, "What's the solution?" Zhu Juanming was confident and said, "Recruit people. We leave information in the True Tower and inform everyone through the connection between the True Tower and the Illusion Tower that we will have the final battle with the evil ghosts. Ask them to quickly find the True Tower together. In this way, the spiritual messengers with mental attack skills will come to us without us having to spend a single moment of effort." Zheng Qing said, "But if we do this, there will definitely be a mix of good and bad people, and there will be a lot of fakes." Zhu Juanming said, "This is exactly what I want. The evil ghosts are the ultimate target of this mission. Our strength alone is too weak. We need others to consume the power of the evil ghosts for us and give us the opportunity to score effective hits. They can also score a wave of effective points in this last minute. It can be said that each party gets what they need and it is a win-win situation." Zheng Qing sighed slightly and said, "I hope things go as you wish." If we encounter a fierce dragon crossing the river and someone picks the last peach, things will not look good. Zhu Juanming laughed a few times and said, unless the opponent can kill the evil ghost with one blow before others launch an effective attack, he can't pick this peach. The division of merits in the spiritual world has its own strict rules, which try to give fairness to all participants. Even if someone wants to take advantage, it will be within the control of the rules. Sun Wenyi looked at Zheng Qing and said, if you have no doubts, take action. Zheng Qing nodded. Fighting is their business. It is impossible for him to gain merits by attacking evil ghosts. Since he has mentioned it, he has done his duty. Let them take care of the rest. Just wait for the end and return to reality. The four of them first left clues on the real second floor, and then went to look for other real buildings. On the way, they brushed the existing real buildings and left clues again. With the help of the relationship between the real building and the fantasy building, the news was spread. As the day was about to end, the light in the corridor gradually became dim. Zheng Qing and his team worked hard to gather the ghosts on the 8th floor, lock the real building, and eliminated the trouble caused by the randomness of the building. Relying on the effective information dissemination channels of the real building, some of the spirit-wandering messengers who found the real building in the building were gathered together and guarded on the 1st to 4th floors in batches, paying attention to the situation at any time and intercepting the evil spirits. The rest was waiting for the evil spirits to go out. Zheng Qing stared at the hole at one end of the corridor, and the light coming in from the outside was slowly disappearing. As night fell, the big moon was like a disk, very bright and white, and the corridor became slightly brighter than last night. Zheng Qing and his team guarded the 4th floor, which was inferred from yesterday. Mrs. Ho died on the 2nd floor, and the fat man died on the 3rd floor, so tonight it was the 4th floor without any accident. There were 2 residents on the 4th floor, a masked weirdo and a person who had never shown his face. There were special people guarding the door of both of them to listen to the movements inside. Zhu Juanming also set up surveillance techniques in other real buildings to observe the dynamics and be ready to bring people to support at any time. The night became thick. An owl screamed outside the building. Suddenly, a strong wind blew outside the building, and a lightning bolt struck, suddenly illuminating the floor. The rainstorm is coming, Zhu Juanming said, feeling the wind blowing into the building. Hasn't it appeared yet? Sun Wenyi asked. No. Zhu Juanming frowned before he finished speaking. What happened? Sun Wenyi asked immediately. Domain. Zhu Juanming said solemnly, there is a fluctuation of the domain on the 1st floor. What is the domain? Zheng Qing asked, sensing something was wrong. The ability is exclusive to the spirit world. It is a special ability mastered by the strong who are not spirit messengers in the mission. It can form a world of its own and cut off communication with the outside world. People who are pulled into the domain can only come out again when the owner of the domain dies or is released. And Listener explained softly. That is to say, the evil spirits have seen through our tactics and targeted us, intending to defeat them one by one, Zheng Qing said in a deep voice. Now there is a more urgent matter, Zhu Juanming glanced at Zheng Qing and said. You are worried that this is a way to lure the tiger away from the mountain, Zheng Qing guessed Zhu Juanming's concerns. It may not be impossible, Zhu Juanming said, I feel uneasy in my heart. What happened tonight is weird. We wait here, you take the others to the 1st floor, Zheng Qing thought for a while and said. Okay, Zhu Juanming agreed, and called the new Linggao messenger who stayed on the 4th floor to go down to the 1st floor, together with a Linggao messenger on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Zheng Qing saw them leave, but his eyebrows were tightly frowned. He noticed something wrong. If you make a mistake, I won't forgive you. And Listener reminded Zheng Qing and Sun Wenyi. Sun Wenyi smiled awkwardly. How could he know that Zheng Qing and the others were right? I hope Zhu Juanming won't trap himself. Zheng Qing ignored it. He was thinking. If the tiger is lured away from the mountain, what is the purpose? Residence? At this moment, the trap has been set by the evil ghost. His appearance means something is wrong. How can there be a chance to take the residual soul to the insect man for processing? But without the residual soul, he has no black soul food, so what can he rely on to recover? Suddenly, Zheng Qing had a sudden inspiration. He quickly took off his shoulder bag and stuffed it into Sun Wenyi's hand. He sincerely said to him, Brother Sun, keep an eye on this thing. Maybe it can help you score points. What is this? Sun Wenyi looked at Zheng Qing dumbfounded, puzzled by his actions. Having gotten rid of the possible time bomb, Zheng Qing showed a relaxed smile and said, "Brother Sun, don't worry, I won't harm you. Keep the things inside well. It will help you gain merit." Black soul food, and Listener stared at the shoulder bag and said softly. Zheng Qing nodded silently. The wind outside the building was stronger and colder, and the entrance of the corridor was the first to bear the brunt. "Is this what the evil ghost needs?" Sun Wenai's face became heavy. Zheng Qing said, "The evil ghost has made two preparations. One is that we rush to the first floor, and he takes the opportunity to kill people and take souls. The other is that we don't go to the first floor, and he comes to kill us and take the black soul food." "But what about the first floor?" Sun Wenai was puzzled. "It is very likely that the evil ghost left his domain as a trap, but others are not on the domain." Zheng Qing analyzed. "There is a breath approaching," and Listener summoned two silver swords and said, "Can Zhuji and the others come back in time?" Sun Wenai also summoned the black and white swords and asked. A flash of lightning fell outside the building, and soon there was a rumble of thunder. "This is not the core of the problem. I am afraid that the evil ghost only needs a bottle of black soul food to fully recover, so it will be useless for him to bring people back at that time," Zheng Qing said with uneasiness. "Then why do we have to go to the first floor? Why not keep the troops in place?" Sun Wenai realized the serious situation that might happen and said, "In that case, they will be defeated one by one. Besides, everyone came for profit, and they will leave if there is no profit. It is not feasible to try to explain the reason to them." Zheng Qing said calmly, but calmed down. What happened now was all speculation. Before the evil ghost really showed up and took action, anything could happen. Wandering, and Listener said, "That breath is wandering outside the building, not coming in. Are you sure it's an evil ghost?" Zheng Qing looked at Listener. She had fought with the evil ghost before, so she should remember his breath. "I can't tell," and Listener frowned. "Maybe it's deliberately trying to attract our attention." Snap! Snap! Suddenly, the two chandeliers in the corridor exploded, followed by a thunderous roar, as if the earth was cracking. A black shadow suddenly opened the door and rushed out, quickly approaching Sun Wenai in the darkness of the corridor. "Be careful!" and Listener shouted, and thrust out her sword. The black shadow didn't dodge or evade, and after being hit by the sword, it snatched the shoulder bag from Sun Wenai's hand and fled. The position of the black shadow in the darkness was a little unclear. When Sun Wenai reacted and wanted to block it with his sword, it was too late. The moonlight disappeared outside the building, blocked by dark clouds, and the heavy rain poured down, becoming the only sound in this quiet corridor. The three of them focused their attention on the black shadow at the other end of the corridor. Zheng Qing thought it was probably over. The evil ghost moved too fast and caught them off guard. Ha! A dark mist emerged from the black shadow in the darkness, and the black shadow's limbs suddenly changed strangely. "Get started, get started!" Zheng Qing shouted. The evil ghost was changing, and he had to be killed before his change was complete. Dragon roaring flame. Zhuangjipo, slashing dragon plate. The hot flame stream illuminated the corridor, emitting billowing heat, and hit the evil ghost who was transforming, engulfing him. The black and white key merged into one, and bombarded the evil ghost like a thread, sharing the flame stream. Zheng Qing slowly stepped back, leaving the battlefield, and summoned the skeleton warrior at the same time. First floor. Zhu Juanming's face changed. "Oh no, we've been tricked. Everyone, follow me back to the fourth floor. The evil ghost is on the fourth floor." "It's useless." Zheng Qing saw the vague figure at the center of the two forces, and the attack had no effect on the evil ghost's transformation at all. "Damn it!" And Listener dispersed the flames and ran towards the evil ghost. Sun Wenai also put away the Zhuangjipo, wielded the black and white knife, and followed closely. Bang! Before the two of them got close, a wave of air burst out from the evil ghost, blowing all his clothes to pieces. The two were forced to slow down and stand still to stare at the evil ghost. Zheng Qing, who was behind, was swept by the air wave, and he and the skeleton warrior were blown to the end of the corridor and fell to the ground in embarrassment. "This strength gap is too big." Zheng Qing sat on the ground and coughed a few times. The wet rain flew in from the hole and hit his head, bringing a hint of coldness. The evil ghost was transformed. He slowly unfolded his dark and smooth body, which was like being forged from fine steel, gleaming with luster. He stretched out to nearly 2 meters tall, with slender and thin limbs, and a slightly hunched back. His head became an oval head on his neck, with a pointed chin, two dark eyes whose outlines were difficult to see on his face, and his open mouth had sharp teeth like swords. A ball of black light emerged from his back, emitting a strange and bizarre light. The darkness in the corridor was receding, but it seemed to be condensing, but everyone's sight became clear with the appearance of the black light. The fully formed evil ghost stretched out his palm towards the darkness on the side, and a death sickle appeared as if it was peeled off from the dark matter. He grabbed it in his hand and waved it, leaving a dark and glorious trace, which slowly disappeared in the air. Zheng Qing looked at the evil ghost, but he was still thinking about a question in his mind: why did he mature so quickly? It was only the second night. Could it be that there were variables in the rules of the game? As we sped up, the speed at which the evil spirits matured also sped up. This was completely forced fairness, bringing the spirit messengers and the evil spirits to a balance point, increasing the difficulty of the task. Chapter 20 complete. Ice and Flame Bipolar Flow. And Listena's battle mind was running fast, and she used her strongest skills without hesitation. One ice sword, one flame sword, the cold air condensed into frost, the flame sword into molten gold, the two swords shot together, the power of the ice breath flame flow burst out, and the ice and fire pillars expanded rapidly from one beam, filling the corridor. The two walls could not bear it and quickly decomposed, affecting the balance of the entire building. The two opposing forces of ice and fire burst out with great power under and Listena's full exertion, bombarding the complete evil ghost, continuously wearing away the evil ghost's body. Zheng Qing's eyes were full of dazzling light. He felt the slight vibration of the building, thinking that he did not die at the hands of the evil ghost, but might die in the influence of Listena's skills. If he was crushed to death by the collapsed building, it would be too embarrassing. Ha! A sound came from the depths of the ice and fire pillar. In a moment, a dark light destroyed the power of the ice and flame flow and flew out, cutting towards the upper floor. The black light sank into the wall, leaving a gap. After a few breaths, the building made a rumbling sound and slowly collapsed along a diagonal line. The remaining ice and fire in the corridor also disappeared. And Listena panted, her cheeks slightly pale, and dust and stones kept pouring down from her head. The building is going to collapse. Sun Wenyi shouted to remind him. Zheng Qing huddled in a corner and ordered the skeleton warriors to block in front of him. In case the roof collapsed, the skeleton warriors could stand up and resist first. There were wisps of dust constantly leaking from the ceiling of the corridor. The rumbling roar was like a dying struggle, and the building was shaking. "How are you?" Sun Wenyi looked at Zheng Qing, who was huddled in a corner and looked a little wretched. At this time, Zheng Qing, as a person, should of course call for help immediately. I was scared to death, but as a man, he couldn't afford to lose face by pulling one of the only two fighters to protect his safety at this critical moment. It was too despicable and disgusting. "I'm fine, go help Listena," he shouted bravely. Sun Wenyi turned his head back with relief. A lot of white mist came out of the evil ghost's mouth, dragging the death sickle, slowly accelerating, and the blade rubbed against the ground and made a squeak of death. "Stop him!" Listena shouted softly, and rushed towards the evil ghost, risking the collapse of the building and being buried. Sword cross, she used a skill to delay time temporarily, waiting for Zhu Juanming to bring people back. The evil ghost raised his arm, and the death sickle immediately broke the oblique cross sword print shot at it, scattering silver light dots, and soon was knocked away by the evil ghost's body. Sun Wenyi strode over, slashing the black and white sword at the evil ghost. The sword energy was black and white, and it was thick and majestic. The evil ghost swung the death scythe to block, slashing through the black and white blade energy, and picking up the black and white blade. His movements were casual and graceful, like a flexible dancer. Frost descend, winter solstice. Listena approached, stabbed the evil ghost with a sword, and prepared to use a sword to defend against the death scythe. A black light flashed, and Listena rushed out with her sword, blocking the edge of the sickle. The cold air invaded the edge of the sickle, but was forced back several times, repeatedly attacking and fighting between the blade and the sickle. Listena took advantage of this to move forward and stabbed the evil ghost in the chest with a sword. His arm trembled suddenly, and was injured by the counterattack force transmitted from the silver sword. The evil ghost's body was extremely hard and could not move at all. The frost power completely disintegrated outside his body, and the skill was interrupted. Hiss! Hiss! The evil ghost pressed down the death scythe with force, and the sickle and the silver sword rubbed against each other, approaching Listena. At the same time, The evil ghost raised his left hand and stabbed Enlisina as fast as a spear. Bang! Enlisina retracted the silver sword that had stabbed the evil ghost's chest, and quickly came back to chop at the evil ghost's arm, blocking his left hand. But under the pressure from two directions, Enlisina obviously couldn't hold on for long. Zhuangjipo, Yin Yang Zhen. Sun Wenyi jumped up, and the black and white knife chopped out two blades of sword energy in the air, one black and one white, forming a disc. He pulled the knife back, stretched out his left hand, and pressed behind the black and white disc. The distinct black and white energy on the disc suddenly stirred, and quickly rotated inside the disc, turning into the form of two yin and yang fish, and fixed again. He pushed the disc and hit the evil ghost. The disc fell on the evil ghost's head and suppressed it heavily. The two yin and yang fish shone brightly, and the black and white light enveloped the evil ghost. Many light spots condensed within the range of the light, turning into black-eyed white fish or white-eyed black fish, swimming leisurely in the light, exerting a suppressive force. The pressure on the evil ghost increased sharply as the number of yin-yang fish increased. His body slowly bent and was suppressed by the disc so that he could not raise his head. Zheng Qing watched the battle nervously. Seeing that the evil ghost was restrained, he still did not relax. This was just a temporary transformation from offense to defense. If he could not keep a clear mind in this situation and was confused by the temporary situation, he would inevitably be in danger. Suddenly, Zheng Qing saw the black flame behind the evil ghost and immediately had an idea. He concentrated his mind and manipulated the dark flame behind the evil ghost to shoot at the evil ghost's eyes. Although the evil ghost's eyes were difficult to find, the white light that flashed from time to time exposed the position. The black flame shot into the evil ghost's eyes and had an unexpected effect. The evil ghost screamed, and white mist rolled out of his mouth. The strength of his two arms was instantly relaxed. Enlisina seized the opportunity to counterattack, blocking the death sickle and left hand, and then stabbed the evil ghost with several consecutive swords. The disc on the top of the evil ghost did not miss this opportunity. It immediately bent the evil ghost's legs and knelt on the ground. A squeak came from the junction of the evil ghost's head and neck, as if the head could not bear the pressure and separated from the body at any time. In a flash, the evil ghost fell into an extreme disadvantage. But that was all. Whether it was Zheng Qing, Enlisina, or Sun Wenyi, they could no longer launch further attacks on the evil ghost. Such suppression could not last too long. Next, it was time for the evil ghost to counterattack. The billowing white mist poured out of the evil ghost's mouth. Enlisina was close and noticed that the white mist was high-temperature water vapor. This water vapor was affected by the yin-yang town and turned from overflowing upwards to accumulating downwards. Enlisina stepped back to avoid being burned by the extremely hot steam on the evil ghost. Boom! A circle of gas explosions spread from the evil ghost as the center, sweeping around, breaking the yin-yang town, sweeping away the surrounding walls, and the boiling steam disappeared from the evil ghost's mouth. The building shook violently under the impact, exacerbating the collapse and tilt. Zheng Qing watched as the two walls were swept by the air wave and shattered, and quickly rushed in front of him. Finished. Zheng Qing closed his eyes, not knowing whether he could survive after falling from the fourth floor. But the expected impact did not arrive, and a figure blocked Zheng Qing in front of him and resolved the force for him. "Don't be afraid, my friend, I'm here." Zhu Juanming stood in front of Zheng Qing, shaking a white feather fan. At this moment, Zheng Qing felt that Zhu Juanming's back was particularly tall and reliable, and he couldn't help wanting to cry. He was finally saved. "If my friend wants to cry, no one is here to see you, so you can cry secretly," Zhu Juanming suddenly said. Zheng Qing was stunned, and he didn't want to cry at all. He stared at Zhu Juanming's back, thinking that this person must have caught the roundworms in his stomach and ate them into his own stomach. Otherwise, why would he know everything he was thinking? Boom! The rumbling building made a loud noise and fell from the fourth floor. The sky above suddenly became slightly brighter, and heavy rain poured down, hitting everyone, and soon soaking everyone's clothes. The battle resumed. Zheng Qing stole a glance and found Enlisina among the returning crowd, but found that a layer of frost shield appeared on her body, blocking the rain. For some reason, Zheng Qing felt a little pity. The evil ghost stood up, looked at the people in front of him, and showed a white and strange smile. He took the lead in launching an attack, breaking through the rain curtain like a curtain and fog, and slashed at everyone with a death sickle. "Use mental skills to attack him," Enlisina shouted. Several people in the crowd immediately stepped back and used mental attack skills. The evil ghost that rushed over suddenly slowed down, steam came out of its mouth, but was dispersed by the rain. The sound of killing rang out. The people who used physical skills came forward together, surrounded and killed the evil ghost, and competed for merit at this last moment. "Aren't you going?" Zheng Qing stood up from the corner where he was shrinking and asked. "Don't worry, the evil ghosts can hold them off. Let's waste some time first," Zhu Juanming said confidently. "It's raining so hard." Zheng Qing sighed. Zhu Juanming himself was not in a hurry, so why should he be in a hurry for him? Yes, the rain of decisive battle. Zhu Juanming stretched out his white feather fan to catch the rain. The surface of the feather fan was extremely smooth, and the rain fell on the fan and slid away quickly without leaving a trace. On the other side, the fierce battle was fierce, and casualties had already occurred. The people without any tacit understanding crowded together, rushing to attack forward, losing their flexibility. Everyone was almost confined to their own area, and they had no choice but to move forward and could not retreat. When the evil ghost sickle came, the person facing it had no chance to dodge, and could only rely on strength to resist, and if they couldn't resist, they would die. "If this goes on, I'm afraid more people will die," Zheng Qing said lightly. "We are not a group, we are all free people, they won't listen to us. At this time, one more knife on the evil ghost means one more merit. Who would give up and retreat easily?" Zhu Juanming saw it very clearly. Zheng Qing thought of the scene of discounts and promotions in the supermarket, and he understood the current situation a little more. Anyway, the merits he wanted were already in his hands, so he didn't need to go and snatch them. He just had to avoid being overthrown by the evil ghosts. Contentment is the key to happiness. He also noticed that there were still a few figures on the field who didn't move. In addition to a few spirit-wandering messengers who mastered mental skills and constantly launched mental attack skills to brush merits on the evil ghosts, those people also watched the battlefield calmly like Zhu Juanming, like crocodiles lurking under the water, waiting for the moment when the evil ghosts showed weakness to grab the maximum points. Among the few people who didn't move were Enlisina and Sun Wenai, and there were 3 people Zheng Qing didn't know. He looked at the 3 people he didn't know for a few more times. The rain was too heavy, and the figures of the 3 people were very blurry, and it was difficult to see the details. "Oh, right," Zheng Qing thought of something and said, "if the flame behind the evil ghost shoots into the evil ghost's eyes, it will hurt the evil ghost." "Huh?" Zhu Juanming couldn't understand for a moment and said, "You mean the evil ghost will accidentally hurt itself?" "Come closer," Zheng Qing pretended to be mysterious. After all, this was one of his only trump cards. Poor people have to live frugally, so how can they be as generous as others? Zhu Juanming approached curiously. Zheng Qing whispered, "I can control the light and make the evil ghost's flame shoot into his own eyes." Zhu Juanming's eyes sparkled. "But don't be happy, the evil ghost's defense is too strong and it can't be broken at all. Use physical means to get rid of this idea," Zheng Qing reminded hurriedly. Zhu Juanming smiled and said, "When did I say I don't know how to attack mentally?" Zheng Qing was dumbfounded. "You old thief, you are lying to me again." "I didn't lie to you. It was you who didn't ask and took it for granted that I wouldn't launch a mental attack. Since you are so considerate, why should I ruin your kindness?" Zhu Juanming saw through Zheng Qing's thoughts and said. Chapter 21 Side Quests. Zheng Qing was very depressed. He was just a shallow person. "Alice, I treat people with sincerity, but I am deceived repeatedly. It's really hard to be a good person." He calmed down and said, "Do you have a confidence that you can succeed in one strike?" "This." Zhu Juanming dragged out his tone, "I can't guarantee it, I can only say that there is a 70% chance of winning." Zheng Qing thought that 70% is 70%, he would earn more points for himself, and who picked the peach in the end had nothing to do with him. "When I manipulate the flames behind the evil ghost to shoot into his eyes, his defense is the weakest. You seize the opportunity to attack. If someone else grabs the opportunity, don't blame me for not reminding you." "Understood, you do it." Zhu Juanming stared at the evil ghost in the crowd and shook the white feather fan slightly. "I will do it after dozens of times, and I will do it when I get one." "Listen carefully." Zheng Qing took a deep breath and focused on the flames behind the evil ghost. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words fell, Zheng Qing controlled the black light emitted by the flame to shoot into the eyes of the evil ghost. The fighting evil ghost stopped moving instantly. The 5 people watching the battle outside saw the abnormality and took off at the same time, flew into the air, and shot at the evil ghost obliquely. "Dream of the soul, take my life!" Zhu Juanming shouted, and used the white feather fan to point at the evil ghost. Zheng Qing stood beside and felt a strange force shooting out invisibly. Zhu Juanming was the last to attack, and a spiritual chain that could not be seen by the naked eye penetrated the evil ghost's body, trapped his soul, and slowly pulled it out. Everyone attacked more fiercely, wanting to kill him while he was sick. One sword divides north and south. And Listen used a sword, and the strange mercury sword light sank into the evil ghost's body. This time, the evil ghost was unable to resist the sword, and a thin line appeared in the middle of the chest of the dark steel body, which slowly extended up and down, splitting the evil ghost's body. "It's over." Zhu Juanming pulled the white feather fan back violently, and the invisible spiritual chains rang, pulling most of the evil ghost's soul out of the body. The skills of the other spirit-wandering messengers hit the evil ghost one after another. They noticed that something was wrong with him and wanted to be the last one to pick the peach. The cut on the evil ghost's chest became bigger and bigger, quickly extending to the whole body. The soul itself was also detained by Zhu Juanming and slowly pulled out, which accelerated the collapse of the evil ghost's body. "Goodbye." Zhu Juanming turned around and smiled at Zheng Qing, and put the white feather fan behind him. The evil ghost's soul was completely pulled out like a radish, and the body left behind suddenly disintegrated and shattered into black dust particles. Suddenly, something strange happened. The evil ghost's soul that was taken out broke free from the spiritual chains and let out a ghostly howl towards the sky. The rainstorm in the sky suddenly stopped, as if time was slowed down 10 times. When the spirit envoys heard the ghost howl, their faces turned pale, and they all felt a splitting headache, as if their heads were about to explode. Oops, Zhu Juanming suddenly remembered that this was a horror world, and locking souls was not very effective. This was a special place for spiritual spirit envoys. "Things have changed, you should retreat quickly." Zheng Qing's head almost split open with a headache. He vaguely heard Zhu Juanming's voice, and before he could react, he was hit in the chest by Zhu Juanming's palm and flew backwards, smashing the brick wall behind him that had long since collapsed, and fell from the 4th floor. "What the hell? I'll fall to my death." Zheng Qing felt the wind generated by the fall, and his eyes widened in horror. "At least give me some preparation. I'll ask the skeleton warrior to carry me and jump down. Do I need to be so decisive and direct?" When he was about to approach the ground, Zheng Qing's falling speed suddenly slowed down, and a layer of windshield appeared behind him, supporting him. Ouch! The windshield disappeared after removing the force of Zheng Qing's fall. Zheng Qing fell into the muddy water on the outer edge of the building, and heavy rain hit him in the face. "You still have some conscience," Zheng Qing said as he stood up from the ground. He looked at the 4th floor, thinking that Zhu Juanming did not come down because he must have the confidence to defeat the evil spirit. His strength would be very limited if he stayed up there, so it would be safer to fall down. The heavy rain did not seem to weaken at all, but the thunder disappeared. Zheng Qing retracted his gaze. The beam-like heavy rain hiding his face was really painful. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him, as if some ghost was watching him. Zheng Qing turned around quickly and looked at a dark forest behind the misty rain curtain, where a pair of cold and gloomy eyes were watching him. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck in the rainstorm, and the lightning suddenly illuminated the earth. At that moment, Zheng Qing saw a pale figure hiding in the woods and looking at him. In the distance, on the mountains, an ancient castle flashed by under the lightning, which made people feel inexplicably palpitating. "This world is very big." Zheng Qing suddenly realized that this building was just a corner, so are there other spiritual messengers doing the same task in other places, such as the castle just now? Just as Zheng Qing was thinking, the cold feeling disappeared. He looked at the place where he saw the pale figure just now, feeling uneasy, and thought that he should find a place to hide from the rain, so as not to stand outside and have any bad changes. Zheng Qing trotted along the outside of the building, looking for the entrance of the building. He ran around the periphery of the building, stepped over the ruins of the collapsed building, and returned to the original place to find that this building had no door. There was no window on the 1st floor. In this way, he could not get in. Could it be that he had to get wet in the rain here? What was the situation up there? Why didn't I hear the sound of fighting? Did it fail or succeed? Or was he separated from them in different spaces again? I broke out of the building and came to another horror world mission location. Thinking of this, Zheng Qing was filled with fear and quickly checked his task list and watched the tasks. A branch line was born. Mysterious gaze, from the side of an unknown ghost, looking for the other party's footprints, go to the castle to find out. My own mission is about to end. This branch line comes to inopportunely, and judging from my own combat power, it is not enough to complete the branch line. I don't know what kind of ghosts and monsters will appear along the way. But the current situation seems to be a little wrong. Where did Hu Juanming hit me with this palm? Should I wait here for the main line to end, or open another branch line? This branch line seems to be just an exploration task, without danger, but who can say for sure about the spiritual world? But I still have a trump card, which is time. When the main line ends, I will return according to the rules. If I encounter danger, I can just give in. I can delay the time and maybe earn 1 or 2 points. Alice, poor life does not have so many choices. Zheng Qing sighed and resolutely set out on the road. Who told him that he was not good at counting? He braved the rain and walked into the woods where he had just seen the pale figure. The woods were extremely humid, and the ground was muddy and slippery. Every step had to be taken carefully to avoid slipping and falling to the ground. Although Zheng Qing was already in a bad state, he still walked very carefully. Based on the scene in his memory, he found the place where the pale figure had been. There was a deep footprint on the ground. Zheng Qing held a tree, observed the surroundings, recalled the location of the castle at the moment when the lightning appeared, and walked towards the depths of the woods. About 2 meters away, another deep footprint appeared on the ground. Zheng Qing stopped and looked back to see the distance between the 2 footprints. The pale figure was probably a one-legged ghost, jumping and moving. He continued to move forward. The heavy rain gradually became smaller until it stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing a touch of bright moonlight. The woods were full of rainwater, but gradually even the rainwater dried up, and the ground became dry and firm. In the process, Zheng Qing's wet clothes quickly emitted mist and dried quickly, as if they were smoothed by an iron. Even the mud on the clothes fell off without leaving any traces. It was like another world here. The sound of crickets and occasional frogs rang in the woods, like a primitive forest. Suddenly, a wolf howl sounded in the woods. After a moment, Zheng Qing heard the sound of the wind, the sound of something passing quickly. He stood there, looking around warily, and a gray figure flashed out of the dense forest and landed in front of him, emitting a strong smell of wild beasts. It's a werewolf. Zheng Qing had to look up and stare at him. Human. The werewolf looked at Zheng Qing with contempt. You have entered the territory of the werewolves. You should pay the price for this. Zheng Qing did not know the werewolf's strength, so he did not attack rashly to avoid making a fool of himself, so he asked, what kind of price? The werewolf was slightly stunned, showing his sharp white teeth. You are not afraid of me. Zheng Qing certainly could not say why he should be afraid of him, and it would be of no benefit to anger the werewolf. You said you have to pay the price. You have to tell the price. Don't you know what price you want others to pay? Of course not, the werewolf said. I will eat you. Just because I entered your territory. Of course. No negotiation. The werewolf saw Zheng Qing's calm look, and he hesitated in his heart, and asked, are you very powerful? How can you ask whether your opponent is powerful or not? This wolf is too naive. Zheng Qing thought about it and replied, I am not very powerful. The werewolf was a little embarrassed, not sure about what Zheng Qing said. What if he was very powerful and beat him up? This is really a difficult problem for the wolf. He wants to eat meat but is afraid of being beaten. Suddenly, the werewolf came up with a solution and said, can you play monster cards? Not very well. Zheng Qing didn't expect that the werewolf could also play monster cards. Is this a common way to play in the horror world? Hearing Zheng Qing's answer, the werewolf immediately gained confidence and said, then let's play monster cards. If you win, I will let you pass. If you lose, you must be willing to be eaten by me. Zheng Qing looked at the werewolf, thinking that he probably couldn't beat him with his IQ. Moreover, if the two of them played against each other, with equal resources and not too bad cards, the werewolf had little chance of winning. Zheng Qing agreed. The werewolf took out a deck of monster cards, sat down on the ground, and emphasized, if you lose, you must be eaten by me, and you are not allowed to cheat. Zheng Qing thought to himself that although I am very honest, it doesn't mean that I am stupid. How can I surrender at the critical moment of life and death? I have to try to escape. However, in order to reassure the werewolf, he nodded and said, of course, don't worry, as long as you can beat me, but don't regret it if you lose. The werewolf patted his chest and guaranteed, don't worry, I am the most honest wolf within this 1 mile radius. 1 mile radius? How bad are you as a wolf? Zheng Qing looked suspicious. This wolf looked cowardly and bad. The werewolf took out the dragon and king from the monster cards, leaving the dragon card for himself, and threw the king to Zheng Qing, saying, I am a werewolf, so I am in the monster camp. You are a human, so you should be in the human camp. This can't be reversed. What a naive wolf. Zheng Qing put away the king card and thought. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, The Bride of Bones. Soldier. Zheng Qing threw out one of the few cards he had. Wolf, haha. The werewolf happily threw out the wolf card and couldn't help howling. It was really noisy. Zheng Qing looked a little annoyed and found that the werewolf would howl every time he played a wolf card, and he would never play a knight card if he could play a wolf card, even if it was more cost-effective to play a knight. Giant. Zheng Qing drew out a card. Duke. The werewolf pondered for a while. Prime Minister. Zheng Qing played it. The king and the giant can eat the prime minister, but there is no king and giant on the field. Pass. The werewolf said helplessly. Soldier. Zheng Qing played the last card. I won. He stood up. It's time to fulfill your promise. The werewolf saw Zheng Qing was about to leave, and shouted anxiously, no, it's best of 3 games, you just won 1 game. Zheng Qing knew that the wolf character in his area was not trustworthy. Best of 3 games. The werewolf vowed, best of 3 games. No regrets. If you regret, you are a puppy. Zheng Qing sat down again and played another game with the werewolf. The werewolf took out the dragon card that he had never put down from his hand, and then found the king from the deck, threw it to Zheng Qing, and then began to shuffle the cards. The two sat here and played again. Zheng Qing made a series of operations and quickly played the last soldier. 3-2, I'm leaving. No. The werewolf shouted, one more. Okay, best of 3 games, I'm leaving. Zheng Qing stood up and wanted to leave without stopping. No, let's play again. The werewolf rushed forward, hugged Zheng Qing's thigh and begged him not to leave. Zheng Qing tried to drag the werewolf for a while, but it was really hard. He stopped reluctantly and said, it's settled, the last one. Yet, the werewolf nodded obediently. But I have a condition for this last one. If you agree to it, I will play. Zheng Qing made a timely request. I guarantee my reputation within a mile. I will definitely agree to your request. The werewolf swore. Forget your reputation within a mile. The paper used to wipe your ass is more credible than you. Zheng Qing did not expose his shortcomings and said, if you lose again, take me to the castle on the nearby mountains. Do you understand? Okay, the werewolf agreed. Zheng Qing did not believe him. He agreed so quickly, so he must be prepared to go back on his word. He had to be on guard secretly to avoid being fooled by him. The two sat down on the spot. The werewolf happily dealt the cards and secretly vowed to win this time. Zheng Qing looked at the cards in his hand. There were 7 soldiers, which made him feel overwhelmed. Unfortunately, one was missing. He still had 2 tower cards in his hand, which was good. It also meant that the werewolf also had 2 tower cards in his hand. He could keep 2 soldiers to counter the werewolf's tower cards. After removing the 4 soldiers that could counter the giant, there was only 1 extra soldier left. Zheng Qing played this extra soldier card directly. Wolf. The werewolf played the wolf card without thinking. The two fought for a while, and Zheng Qing took advantage of the werewolf's love of playing wolf cards and lured out all the wolf cards in his hand. Wolf cards have a special advantage in the deck, that is, the human camp has no cards against wolf cards, and only the high-level cards of the monster camp can eat wolf cards or use tower cards to offset wolf cards. When the werewolf has no wolf cards, Zheng Qing can use the wolf cards to lure out the werewolf's high-level monster cards and establish his own advantage on the cards. Checkmate. Zheng Qing played the last card. The werewolf was at a loss, the cards in his hand fell silently, and he lost again. His little wolf eyes were filled with great doubt. He was the smartest werewolf within a mile, how could he lose? It's time to fulfill your promise. Zheng Qing was ready to summon the skeleton warrior, and the other party was most likely going to regret it. No, you lied to me. You are obviously very good at playing monster cards. You lied to me in advance, so this game doesn't count. The werewolf's eyes suddenly lit up, and he found an excuse for himself. Zheng Qing smiled slightly and chanted, "Loyal warrior sleeping in the netherworld, obey my call, wake up from death, come to me, and guard your master." For some reason, every time Zheng Qing said this involuntarily, he would feel a sense of shame in his heart. It was 2nd year, fortunately no real people knew, otherwise where would he put his face? "What are you doing?" The werewolf was in doubt. "I want you to fulfill your promise." Zheng Qing looked at the tall skeleton warrior that appeared in front of him, and decided to give it a try. The werewolf was so shameless that he just wouldn't admit defeat. It was useless to delay. On the contrary, if he won a game, he would definitely fulfill his previous words and eat him. Zheng Qing could still see through this gangster method. "Beat him!" Zheng Qing shouted. The skeleton warrior immediately moved and swung the steel knife at the werewolf. "You cheated! You rogue!" The werewolf hurriedly fled and shouted. Zheng Qing snorted coldly. It was really the evil wolf who complained first. "You are so shameless, and you still have the nerve to shout. Alice, a good man, actually believed your lies. It's really a good person being bullied by wolves. Die, kid." The werewolf quickly flashed past the skeleton warrior, pounced on Zheng Qing, and delivered a punch. Zheng Qing defensively stretched out his hand to catch it, and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Your punch is not very powerful." The werewolf was even more surprised and tried to break free from Zheng Qing, but Zheng Qing held his fist tightly. The skeleton warrior took the opportunity to chop the werewolf with a knife, and chopped the back of the werewolf with the back of the knife. The werewolf whimpered and fell to the ground. Zheng Qing loosened his fist and stepped aside. The skeleton warrior beat the werewolf lying on the ground with the back of the knife. The screams rang out one after another, which made Zheng Qing feel a little bit reluctant. He decided to watch for a while and vent his anger first. "I thought this werewolf was a big boss, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. His strength was probably about that of 2 ordinary adult men." Okay. Zheng Qing saw that the wolf's hair had fallen to the ground, and thought it was about right, so he stopped the skeleton warrior. "Are you willing to take me now?" Yes, but you see I'm injured. Do you want me to recover before taking you?" How could the werewolf not surrender? But he didn't stop his little calculation. "Is that so?" Zheng Qing said with regret. "Since you are still so reluctant, forget it." "Thank you." The werewolf was secretly happy that his plan had succeeded. "Send Mr. Werewolf away," Zheng Qing ordered the skeleton warrior. The werewolf suddenly realized something was wrong. "How?" Zheng Qing sighed. "Of course I'll ask you to see the wolf god." No, the werewolf shouted hurriedly and jumped up. "I'll go by myself." "Oh, so you're lying to me again?" Zheng Qing stared at the werewolf with amusement. No, absolutely not." The werewolf didn't dare to admit it. "It must be that the wolf god appeared just now, and my piety moved the wolf god, so I got better all of a sudden." "Are you really better?" Zheng Qing smiled. "Don't force it." "Absolutely not. It's my honor to do things for you." The werewolf smiled flatteringly. "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way." "It's no trouble. Don't be polite to me." "Hey, are you deliberately taking me to the wrong way?" Zheng Qing suddenly said. "Why, how could it be?" The werewolf stood still. "If you don't take me to see the shadow of the castle right away, don't blame me for not reminding you. I will never show mercy." Zheng Qing said calmly. "Okay, let's go." Okay." The werewolf turned in a direction. "This way." This wolf was really cunning. Zheng Qing couldn't help but sigh. The werewolf took Zheng Qing through the woods and came to the foot of the mountain. He pointed to the dark castle on the mountain and said, "That's it. Go by yourself. I can't step into the mountain." Zheng Qing nodded and let the werewolf go. The moonlight was bright and white, like the dawn, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of white gauze. There were dead trees on the mountain, and the leafless branches were like the witch's old and thin claws reaching to the sky. The castle was majestic and mysterious. Zheng Qing took the skeleton warrior up the mountain and came to the castle. The quiet and dark castle lit up the moment he approached, and the dark windows emitted the light of the lights, and the castle seemed to come alive. A pair of curious big eyes appeared on the heavy iron gate of the castle, one by one, looking down at Zheng Qing. This scared him. How could Zheng Qing have thought that there would be eyes on the gate? The light under the iron gate suddenly became brighter, and a moment later it became brighter, as if the lights inside the castle were lighting up the gate. After a while, Light shone from the gap under the iron gate, and the two heavy iron doors made a teeth-grinding sound and slowly opened backwards. "Welcome, sir." An old butler with pointed ears, pale skin, white hair and silver eyebrows stood in the door to greet him. There were fine wrinkles on his old face, and the corners of his mouth smiled with a suitable arc, which was both polite and not flattering. "Hello, whose castle is this?" Zheng Qing kept the task in mind. "This is the castle of Madame Whitebone," said the old housekeeper. "No one has come here for a long time. Welcome to come. Madame is waiting for you inside." Zheng Qing hesitated a little, but still stepped into the castle. Under the guidance of the old housekeeper, he came to the castle hall. A woman in a snow-white wedding dress stood under the crystal chandelier in the hall, with her back to Zheng Qing. She was tall and had olive-colored hair, like a newlywed girl. "Madam, the guests are here," the old housekeeper reminded softly. The woman turned slowly, revealing a full and white chest. Her face was delicate and elegant, full of femininity. Zheng Qing's face flushed, and he felt that there was an evil fire burning wildly in his body, rushing from his lower abdomen to his chest, almost burning into his brain. He looked away in panic. This Madame Whitebone was different. He couldn't look at her. If he looked at her, he would probably get into trouble. Many old-fashioned stories have men encountering female ghosts in the wilderness, and they were sucked dry of their essence. Zheng Qing once expressed great disdain for these men who would rather be romantic ghosts. It was really stupid to disregard their lives for the sake of momentary happiness. But today, I ran into a female ghost and realized how powerful it was. Some things were simply out of my control. Even if I had a heart of stone, I would be burned by this evil fire. "Hello, where are you from? What's your name?" Mrs. Whitebone asked gently. Her voice reached Zheng Qing's ears, like a pot of kerosene poured into a raging fire, fueling the fire. Zheng Qing only felt that there were dense little bugs crawling all over his body, itchy and sore. The evil fire in his stomach burned more and more. His 5 internal organs were burning, his mind was slightly blurred, and a primitive impulse hit Zheng Qing's consciousness. It was too evil, too evil. Zheng Qing couldn't bear it, turned around and ran away, not caring about any mission, and he must not be sucked into a human body. No one came out to stop him along the way. Seeing that he was about to reach the castle gate, the 2 iron doors closed before Zheng Qing was about to rush out. With a clang, Zheng Qing stood in front of the closed door in despair. Could it be that he couldn't escape the fate of being turned into a human body tonight? "Guest, please go back." The old housekeeper was still so polite. Zheng Qing panted and moved his eyes to his lower body. Suddenly, an extremely bold idea popped up in his mind. Chapter 23 Time. The knife was drawn into peace, and it has been many years since then. Bah. 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 Zheng Qing quickly gave up this idea. If his real body in the real world was implicated, wouldn't he become eunuch Zheng in the future? How could he face people? Even though it was extremely dangerous here, he hadn't reached the end of his rope yet. How could he resort to such a bad strategy? It was too wrong, too wrong. "Guest, please go back." The old housekeeper repeated it again. Zheng Qing looked at the old housekeeper, thinking that the current plan would depend on when the main task would be completed. "Zhu Jianming, don't cheat me, kill the evil ghost and finish the task early." He walked slowly back to the castle hall with the old housekeeper, lowering his head all the way, and refused to look at Mrs. Whitebones. The female ghost was really scary. Suddenly, Zheng Qing remembered the story of the ancient book Strange Stories from a Chinese studio handed down from the previous civilization. He didn't think of ghosts, but a fierce fox hunting general in it. It would be nice if there was a fierce ghost hunting general beside him. "Why is the guest in such a hurry to leave?" Mrs. Whitebone asked, her voice soft and charming. I am so suffocated that I really can't do it anymore. I am too embarrassed to relieve myself here, so I have to run outside first. Please be merciful, madam, open the door and let me go to relieve myself." Zheng Qing lowered his head and recited mathematical formulas in his mind. After reciting all the formulas he remembered, he repeatedly recited the multiplication table to clear his mind of distracting thoughts, so as not to let the evil sounds enter his ears and disturb his mind. If the guest wants to relieve himself, just say so. There are places to relieve himself in the castle. "Butler, take him there," Mrs. Whitebone said considerately. No, I can still bear it." "Madam, please tell me what you want to say. It's so late at night, I can't disturb you for too long." Zheng Qing was afraid of getting stuck here, so he quickly refused. Besides, he is now a conscious body, and he doesn't need to eat, drink, defecate, urinate, or sleep. Convenience is just an excuse. The guest doesn't need to be polite. If you want to go to the bile duct, just go, said Mrs. Whitebone. No, Zheng Qing refused. Is the guest going to answer my question? Mrs. Bagu changed the subject. I came from outside the mountain, and my name is Ju. Zheng Qing thought about it and chose a quirky pseudonym. Ju. Mrs. Bagu read it out. The guest's name is really weird. I wonder who the lady is waiting for here in her wedding dress. Zheng Qing didn't want to get entangled in the pseudonym, so he changed the subject at the right time. The lady's fiancé died early, and the lady is waiting for a suitor. The old housekeeper said beside him. Oh, Zheng Qing was amazed. Then has there been any suitors? No, the old housekeeper said helplessly. Zheng Qing was slightly shocked, staring at the floor, and said, that means I am the first person. That's right, Mrs. Bagu stared at Zheng Qing. You are indeed the first person. Zheng Qing swallowed nervously. Did he have to die here tonight? Oh, that's a pity. I have an engagement and will have to go back to my hometown to get married soon. He lied the second time without hesitation. The guests dare not even look at me. It's a pity to say that this is hypocritical. Mrs. Bagu said pointedly. If he looks at you, he will lose his life. Zheng Qing thought that the other party even closed the door, which showed that he didn't want him to leave easily. Now the situation is critical. He can only hope that Zhu Juanming can complete the task as soon as possible. Madam, you misunderstood. There is a saying in my hometown that you should not look at or listen to anything indecent. I am a guest here today. How dare I be disrespectful to you? Isn't it against the way of being a guest? Zheng Qing thought of the old saying and made up a bunch of nonsense. He would never look up at her even if he was beaten to death. The guest is too pedantic. Mrs. Bagu walked towards Zheng Qing with light steps. If one look is considered indecent, then how many times did the guest look when he first came in? If you didn't know me when you came in, it would be fine. Now that you know, it would be a sin to look again. Zheng Qing listened to the subtle footsteps, and his heart tightened more and more. Sin? How big is this sin? Mrs. Bagu walked in front of Zheng Qing, stretched out her palm, and reached towards Zheng Qing's lowered head. Please be dignified, madam. Zheng Qing stepped back hastily and said righteously. A mere beauty trap, don't think of harming me. The guest is really interesting, Mrs. Bagu laughed, full of charm. Zheng Qing almost lost his mind, and the evil fire burning in his body was slowly growing stronger. Mrs. Bagu exuded a strange fragrance, which was inhaled into his body by Zheng Qing. Madam, I really can't hold it anymore. Please let me borrow the toilet to go to the bathroom. Zheng Qing shouted. If he stayed by the ghost girl, something bad would happen. Mrs. Bagu was stunned and said, Housekeeper, please take him there. Please come this way, guest. The old housekeeper led the way. Zheng Qing breathed a sigh of relief and followed the old housekeeper to leave quickly. After winding all the way, he finally came to the toilet. The moment he opened the toilet door, Zheng Qing was almost scared by the gold-plated toilet inside. He really deserved to live in a castle. Even the toilet was so high-end. After all, I have been a poor man for 18 years and my experience is too short. Zheng Qing thanked the old housekeeper, and quickly entered the toilet and locked the door. He stayed in the toilet until the end. Let's see what you can do. I am so smart. I have to admire myself. How can there be such a smart person like me in the world? Zheng Qing praised himself in his heart. After a long time, the old housekeeper shouted outside, Is the guest not ready yet? Not yet, please wait a little longer. Zheng Qing leaned against the door and said to the outside. The old housekeeper waited for a while, and seeing that Zheng Qing hadn't come out yet, he couldn't help but shout, Guest, are you okay? Zheng Qing responded, No, if you have something to do, please leave first. I know the way myself. Guest, do you really know the way? Suddenly, the old housekeeper's voice sounded beside Zheng Qing's ear, as if he was speaking to Zheng Qing's ear. Zheng Qing felt a strange and weak heat, and his eyes slowly turned to the side. The old housekeeper's face appeared on the toilet door and smiled at him, Guest. Zheng Qing was shocked and sweated, You, what's wrong with you? Guest, if you don't need it, please come out, the old housekeeper said and retreated, and the toilet door returned to normal. It really deserves to be a ghost castle. Zheng Qing's legs were slightly weak, and the face that suddenly appeared on the door was simply terrifying. What on earth is Zhu Juanming doing? Why hasn't the battle ended yet? If it doesn't end there, I will have to fall into this side quest. To die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. I really don't know which pervert came up with this idea. Bah, life is too cheap. Life is so precious, how can it be squandered? You have to protect your own life and overcome your own difficulties. From now on, you can only take one step at a time. I hope Zhu Juanming can complete the task before I completely lose. Zheng Qing pushed the door open, gathered his spirits, stepped out, and saw the old housekeeper waiting beside him. He said, "It's late at night now. Please prepare a room for me to spend the night." The old housekeeper said, "This matter must be reported to the madam." Zheng Qing said, "But I am very tired and I am eager to rest. Can the old housekeeper be flexible? If not, please open the door so that I can find a place to spend the night somewhere else." "This, I have to report to the madam." The old housekeeper was very experienced. "The guest should go to see the madam first. Maybe it will be a perfect match." "What perfect match? It's obvious that she is full and I am in trouble. There are so many female ghost stories, how many of them are good? Isn't it just greedy for my Yuanang?" Zheng Qing was worried and was about to speak, but suddenly a white light lit up, and Zheng Qing disappeared in the surprised eyes of the old housekeeper. The night was silent. Zheng Qing woke up in bed and sat up to celebrate. It was a close call. I almost lost my virginity. Zhu Juanming and his team completed the main story, and Zheng Qing also returned to the real world, escaping the disaster of the castle. After celebrating, Zheng Qing hurriedly checked his gains, 3,000 points. Taking risks to do side quests really paid off. Zheng Qing did not add points randomly with the points. He still remembered what Li Zuanai said, "It is best to choose a basic attribute skill to practice before adding points, which will help reduce the upgrade points." He opened the store to search and directly locked on the 2,000-point yin-yang transformation. Zheng Qing had seen this skill before. It is a strength attribute skill, taken from Tai Chi Liangai. It is somewhat similar to Sun Wenai's skills, which can lay a foundation for more tolerance. Even if Zheng Qing changes to other attribute skills in the future, with this foundation, it can also reduce the conflict of the body. After learning yin-yang transformation, Zheng Qing's occupation column has another cultivator. Now there are 1,040 points left. Zheng Qing hesitated for a while and tried to upgrade the monk profession to a matching state. He immediately spent 500 points and upgraded the monk profession to junior monk. There were still 540 points left. If he used them to upgrade the summoner profession, it would be worth it. Zheng Qing thought about it and added the points to the strength attribute, upgrading the strength to the first and second levels, which cost him 300 points. In the end, these 240 points were saved by Zheng Qing and saved for when he needed them. After the upgrade, Zheng Qing was quite excited and tried to use the yin and yang key. He felt that there was a heat rising in his body, which was divided into two in his chest, one cold and one hot, and they flowed to the palms respectively. A black mist appeared in his left palm and a white mist appeared in his right palm, which looked very much like Sun Wenai's skills. Zheng Qing suppressed the urge to try the power of yin and yang qi in his heart, so as not to cause trouble at home, and then he would inevitably be criticized by his parents. But he was itching and unwilling to give it a try. There is a park behind the community. There is no one there at night. Some areas have no street lights or surveillance. If you try there, you should not be discovered. Zheng Qing put on his clothes secretly, got out of bed and opened the door. He observed the movements in his parents' room, then carefully sneaked to the door, opened the door a little and got out, and then gently closed it. The sound of the door lock tightening made Zheng Qing's heart jump. He hurriedly ran to the elevator, took the elevator down to the first floor, left the community, and went to the park. The temperature was low at night, and the park was dark. Only a row of street lights were illuminated by the road, but there were still a lot of cameras in the park. Zheng Qing didn't want to be seen by the camera. He relied on his memory and walked all the way to the back of a big sign tree in the park. The waist of the tree was so tall that it took 4 people to hug it. The tree was lush with branches and leaves, like a giant umbrella. This is a plant left over from the Zishan era, and it was lucky that it was not cut down by people. Chapter 24 Other Superpowers. Zheng Qing used the yin and yang to transform into 2 energies behind the tree. 2 black and white mists gushed out of his palms. He shouted, "Yin and yang transform into 2 energies." He combined his palms and struck forward. The black and white mists merged into a gray gas column, which shot straight out and exploded in the air, generating a circle of air waves that swept across the tree. The tree rustled, leaves flew, and thin, brittle dead branches fell densely and hit Zheng Qing. It looked powerful. It was commendable that it could be used to this extent at the first and second levels. Zheng Qing was satisfied and planned to go home. As soon as he stepped on the ground, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps running towards him. Who would rush here at night? He stopped and listened quietly. The sound was getting closer and closer to him. The other party was coming towards him. Next to the tree, a man wearing a military coat and a black felt hat rushed out. He keenly discovered Zheng Qing hiding behind the tree. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He stopped in one step, turned around quickly, and punched Zheng Qing fiercely. Zheng Qing had expected it in his heart, but how could he know that the man would attack him without knowing the reason? It was too vulgar and unreasonable. Fortunately, Zheng Qing was no longer the Zheng Qing he used to be. After training in the spiritual world, his body's instincts were improved. Seeing the other party's fist coming, Zheng Qing subconsciously threw a punch, punching him. Bang! A low muffled sound. Zheng Qing was surprised. He actually felt a pain. He was a cultivator of the first and second level of strength. How could a normal person make him feel tired? There must be something wrong with this person. The mysterious man's eyes widened, staring at Zheng Qing in disbelief. His 5 fingers seemed to be about to break. He knew that he was an awakened person with a power system ability. If an ordinary person was hit by this punch, he would either be seriously injured and unconscious or die. But this man could resist him. He was indeed a lackey of the Security Deacon Association. Go to hell. After the mysterious man put his fist away, he kicked Zheng Qing with a leg whip. His movements were standard and refined, and he had obviously practiced before. Zheng Qing hurriedly stepped back and dodged the attack. He was sure that this man was not a good person, so he didn't intend to be polite anymore. He gathered his energy with his 2 palms and shouted, yin-yang transformed into 2 ki. The mysterious man saw a gray gas column shooting at him, and he didn't dare to be careless, so he wanted to dodge, but his movements were a little slow. He was hit by the yin-yang transformed 2 ki, his face turned pale, and he flew backwards and crashed into the greening trees on the grass, breaking the greening trees. Wow! He spit out a mouthful of blood after falling to the ground. His eyes were horrified. Zheng Qing himself was also a little surprised. He knew that the power of yin and yang qi was quite powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Maybe the opponent was too weak, he thought. Who are you? Zheng Qing stood behind the sign tree and asked. Who are you? The mysterious man noticed something was wrong. This man didn't seem to know his identity. Could it be that he was not a security deacon of the Security Deacon Council? Now I'm asking you. Zheng Qing emphasized his tone. I hope you don't challenge my patience. He threatened deliberately. I'm from the Security Deacon Council. The mysterious man was bold and planned to trick Zheng Qing once to see if it would work. Security Deacon Council. Zheng Qing murmured softly, and a feeling of being in trouble and about to face a disaster enveloped him. At this time, I must stay calm and resolutely not reveal my identity, he comforted himself, and then asked, then do you know who I am? The mysterious man snorted coldly, stood up from the ground, and said arrogantly, I don't care who you are, you have offended our Security Deacon Committee and hindered me from performing my duties. Now you'd better surrender, and we can still give you leniency. Are you a guy with an abandoned look from the Security Deacon Committee? Zheng Qing expressed his doubt and said, where's your ID? The mysterious man said, I left in a hurry. This reason sounded very reasonable. Zheng Qing rolled his eyes and decided to cheat the other party. He smiled slightly and said, I am also from the Security Deacon Committee. I came from the United General Assembly. Where are you from? The mysterious man was shocked when he heard it. This is not a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, a fake official meeting a real official, but if he showed his cowardice at this critical moment, he would definitely not have a good result. The only way now is to continue to pretend to be real and fool this man. I'm from the Regional Association, and I've been ordered to investigate the case of the superpower. Zheng Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed a man of great wisdom and could fool himself. It would be better to get out of this situation as soon as possible to avoid getting involved and getting into trouble. Since you are here to investigate the superpower, why did you come here? The mysterious man replied, I came here because I received a tip-off that there was a superpower nearby. When I saw you just now, I mistakenly thought you were the superpower mentioned in the tip-off, so I acted rashly, which led to this misunderstanding. Please forgive me. Zheng Qing said politely, it's nothing. We are all here for official business. But I have been here before and didn't see anyone passing by. I'm afraid your tip-off is wrong. It's better to go back and check it carefully. The mysterious man took advantage of the situation and said, you are absolutely right. I will go back and check it now. He wanted to take this opportunity to get out. Zheng Qing finally felt relieved when he saw that he had fooled the man away, but he almost got into trouble. Suddenly, 2 more people came. Where can you go this time? One of them shouted at the mysterious man. The mysterious man was horrified and only cared about deceiving Zheng Qing. He forgot that he was being hunted. He was quick-witted and shouted to Zheng Qing, brother, save me. Zheng Qing was startled and faintly smelled the smell of misfortune, but he had to help when he saw injustice. Zheng Qing hid behind the tree and shouted, who are you? How dare you attack the security deacon? Security deacon? This person is a supernatural criminal. Who are you? The person in front said to the tree. Brother, these 2 are extremely vicious supernatural bandits. Don't listen to them. Help me quickly. The mysterious man said with his identity reversed. Zheng Qing did not act rashly. He had long seen that the mysterious man was not a good person, but he was not sure about the identities of the other 2 people. He thought it would be better to stay away from the incident. I am Liang Wuji from the 9 Netherworld. You said he is a criminal. Do you have evidence? Zheng Qing simply made up an identity. The 9 Netherworld? Liang Wuji? The 3 people outside the tree were all surprised. The mysterious man realized that he had been deceived, and the other 2 security deacons had never heard of the 9 Netherworld. Don't talk nonsense. There is no such thing as the 9 Netherworld in the world, a security deacon refuted. Don't talk nonsense here. Come out quickly, or I will take you away. Zheng Qing laughed. He had already made up his identity. Wouldn't it be a slap in his face if he stood out at this time? What if his true identity was exposed? What should he do in the future? You ignorant child, don't you know how powerful my 9 Netherworld is? Come here if you have the courage. I will teach you a lesson. The first priority is to catch the criminal. The rest can be put aside for later, the security deacon on the right reminded. The security officer looked at the mysterious man and said, I will argue with you after I capture this man. Zheng Qing was so into the play that he said, this man has already been injured by me. Why do you need to waste your energy? You said you are security officers. Hurry up and show us the evidence. No one can believe you without evidence. The mysterious man thought it was not good and turned around to run. Zheng Qing saw it from behind the tree and understood it immediately. He flicked his hand and slapped it. A pure white mist shot out and hit the mysterious man's waist, knocking him to the ground. It seems that this person is indeed a fake security officer. The 2 security officers outside the tree saw this scene and looked at each other in surprise. It doesn't look like a supernatural power, the security officer on the right said solemnly. Who are you? The security officer on the left was suspicious. Zheng Qing felt that he should show the demeanor of a hidden master at this moment and fool these 2 people away first. He then snorted coldly, I said, I am Liang Wuji from the 9 Netherworld. I came out in response to the great calamity of heaven and earth. You don't need to ask more. When bragging, as long as it is beyond the knowledge of the other party, even if the other party wants to refute, they can come up with a solid point of view and knowledge to support it. Zheng Qing himself didn't know what the great calamity of heaven and earth was. The only key to this matter is not whether the 2 people outside believe it, but whether Zheng Qing can beat the 2 people outside. If he can beat them, the other party can only doubt it if they don't believe it. If he can't beat them, then it will be terrible. Not only will his bragging be exposed, but he will also get into big trouble. Don't talk nonsense, watch me pull you out. The security deacon on the left rushed behind the tree. He was an awakened person with a power mutation system. His strength was stronger than the mysterious man being hunted. He had considerable self-confidence and of course didn't believe Zheng Qing's nonsense. Yin-Yang transforms into 2 Qi. Zheng Qing didn't dare to be careless. He used his unique skills, and a gray gas column shot from behind the tree to the attacking security deacon. The security deacon did not dodge or evade, but raised his right fist. His ordinary fist suddenly expanded more than 10 times, as if it was inflated. The surface was purple and blue, and the blue veins twisted like snakes, with a dark and heavy feeling. Bang! He punched the yin and yang Qi that shot at him, and his fist with 5 fingers clenched immediately spread out. The huge force defeated his fist. The security deacon's fist was like a kite with a broken string, pulling the security deacon back. In an instant, cold sweat flowed on his forehead, and his right palm returned to its original shape, trembling. "Are you okay?" The security deacon on the right stepped forward to support him and asked. "No, it's okay." The security deacon on the left said in a trance. "I don't want to embarrass you, and it has nothing to do with the secular world. I just want to welcome the disaster. Please leave." Zheng Qing's indifferent voice came from behind the tree. "The Nine Netherworld, may I ask where that is?" The security deacon on the right asked. Zheng Qing had no idea where it was, he just made it up. "Don't ask too much about things that are none of your business. The catastrophe is coming, so take care of yourself. Let's leave," the security officer on the left said, holding his right arm. The security officer on the right hesitated for a moment, stepped forward to grab the mysterious man, and left with his companions. Zheng Qing watched them go away from behind the tree and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks to my alertness, otherwise I would have been in trouble tonight." However, what Zheng Qing did not expect was that so many superpowers had awakened in secret, but the outside public opinion was still tightly restricted. Was the Earth Union raising forces or preventing chaos? After waiting for a while, Zheng Qing estimated that the two security officers had gone far away, and then ran out of the park from another direction and returned to the community. Chapter 25, Awakening of Superpowers. After returning home, Zheng Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that just going out for a tryout would cause so much trouble. He walked back to his room, wrapped himself in a quilt and went to sleep. The next day, at dawn, a ringing phone woke Zheng Qing up. He fumbled for his phone and saw that it was Qin Ji calling. "Hello, what's the matter?" Zheng Qing asked. "I have something to do. Come to my house," Qin Ji said mysteriously. "It's early in the morning. Even if you have something to do, you can call me later," Zheng Qing complained helplessly. "It's very urgent." "You will know when you come," Qin Ji's tone revealed a sense of anxiety. "Is there something wrong with your relative's family again?" Zheng Qing joked. "Oh, it's hard to explain over the phone. Come quickly," Qin Ji said anxiously. Okay, I'll come over in the afternoon when I see the time," Zheng Qing said. "No, come over in the morning. It's a big deal and very urgent," Qin Ji emphasized repeatedly. Okay, I'll come over when I get up." Zheng Qing hung up the phone, sat up from the bed, stretched, picked up the clothes on one side of the bed and slowly put them on. After getting dressed, Zheng Qing walked out of the bedroom, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then put on his shoes and went out. Arriving at the supermarket outside the community, Zheng Qing bought a bag of yogurt and went to the small station to wait for the bus. After the morning rush hour, the buses became empty. Zheng Qing boarded the bus to Qin Ji's home and found a seat on the bus. When the bus arrived at the station, he got off and went to Qin Ji's community. Bang! 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 Zheng Qing knocked on the door of Qin Ji's house. After a while, Qin Ji came out to open the door. "What happened?" Zheng Qing asked. "Come in first," Qin Ji said anxiously. Zheng Qing walked into Qin's house in confusion and came to the living room. He watched Qin Ji hurriedly draw the curtain leading to the balcony in the living room, and then ran to turn on the headlights in the living room. "What are you doing?" Zheng Qing didn't understand. Qin Ji took out a bottle and placed it on the corner of the coffee table, calling Zheng Qing over. "You'll understand if you come and see." Zheng Qing walked over and sat down, looking at the bottle, and said, "Nothing special." Qin Ji said a little excitedly, "Pay attention to the shadow of the bottle." Zheng Qing was skeptical and looked at the slightly lighter and shorter shadow of the bottle. Qin Ji reminded, "Watch it carefully." Zheng Qing was concentrating, and saw that the shadow of the bottle on the coffee table suddenly changed, becoming a thin line, and in a moment it shrank back to the bottom of the bottle and then came out again, like a plate on the bottom of the bottle. "How is it, magical?" Qin Ji said excitedly. "The ability to change shadows." Zheng Qing looked at Qin Ji. "Have you awakened the ability?" "Very powerful, right?" Qin Ji boasted proudly. "But what's the use of your ability? You can't make money, and you can't fight," Zheng Qing said disparagingly. "You can't just stop someone on the street and say, 'Brother, I'll show you a special skill, shadow transformation, $5 a time.' By then, everyone will awaken their superpowers, and your ability will probably be pushed to the bottom. Will everyone awaken their superpowers one day?" Qin Ji was a little worried. "Just check it online. Don't you have relatives who have awakened?" Now you have awakened too. I think there will be more people who will awaken their abilities in the future. The coming era is not the Ice Age, but a brand new era. You have to be prepared. Zheng Qing reminded. It's better than you. I can be considered to have superpowers now. Qin Ji snorted. How do you know I don't have superpowers? Zheng Qing asked back. Qin Ji was startled. What ability have you awakened? Zheng Qing sighed. Change the light. Qin Ji snorted. You are so useless. You still dare to say that to me. Your ability is useless when there is light, and you can't use it when there is no light. Zheng Qing smiled bitterly and said, not necessarily. Maybe we can tap and develop our abilities and improve our mastery of our abilities. It seems useless now, but if we can deeply tap the potential of our abilities, we may burst out with powerful power in the future. Qin Ji said, but how to do it? Zheng Qing thought about it and said, train. Find a way from constantly training your abilities. Qin Ji said discouragedly, only you can do this. Zheng Qing smiled bitterly. He wanted to do it, but he didn't have time. He had to do the test papers every day. Suddenly, he remembered the spiritual world again. Maybe he could use the time difference between the spiritual world and the outside world to train his abilities in the consciousness space. This is perfect. You're just playing games at home, why don't you try to train your abilities? You know, the superpower wave is coming, you should seize the time to awaken first to improve your abilities, so that you can be more comfortable in the future. Zheng Qing said. But what future can Shadow have? Qin Ji was not very interested. But if you don't try, how will you know? Zheng Qing looked at him. You are just so optimistic. Qin Ji smiled slightly. This is a shortcut for you to change your life, Zheng Qing said. It's not that simple to awaken your superpowers. Don't forget that there are still many animals and insects on Earth, many fish in the ocean, and even giant beasts left over from the Kunpeng era. When technology loses its advantage over superpowers, humans will return to the starting line of biological competition. By then, their homes will be shattered, and life and death will be decided by fate. There will be no chance to regret. How can it be that exaggerated? Qin Ji smiled awkwardly. Isn't there the Earth Union? The Earth Union was established to deal with this kind of crisis. Zheng Qing said lightly, there are so many people on Earth, and some people must have to give up in the face of disasters. Are you sure you will be the one who becomes the spark of fire? Qin Ji muttered, how can the situation be this serious? Zheng Qing said, we are all ordinary people. When encountering a disaster, if we don't think from the worst level, should we think from the best level? Do we have the ability to resist disasters? Instead of pinning our hopes on others, we might as well be prepared from the beginning. When a crisis comes, who can save whom? Qin Ji still didn't believe it. You're exaggerating. Zheng Qing was silent for a while. I hope so. School is about to start. Qin Ji broke the silence. Graduation is coming soon. Zheng Qing sighed. It was graduation time again. Have you decided which university to apply to? Qin Ji asked. How can I decide so quickly? It's useless to think about it before the results come out. Zheng Qing joked. Do you know which university Han Yuan is going to apply to? Qin Ji suddenly teased. Zheng Qing glanced at him. How should I know? Qin Ji said happily. She is going to apply to Oriental University in Xinhe City. Do you know how I asked her? I said to her, Zheng Qing wants to ask you which university you are going to apply to, and she told me. Zheng Qing gritted his teeth and said, you are really a beast. Qin Ji smiled and said, it is my duty to help my brothers solve their problems, so don't thank me. Zheng Qing smiled murderously and said, I want to beat you to death. Qin Ji said righteously, I helped you a lot. As a boy, how can I not take the initiative? Zheng Qing smiled bitterly and said, you are just worrying about other people's business. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Qin Ji said, if you succeed in the future, remember to treat me to a meal. Zheng Qing said helplessly, how can anything be accomplished? Qin Ji was surprised and said, no way, it's only a winter vacation, and you have fallen in love with someone else. Zheng Qing glared at him and said, did I say I like her? Qin Ji said innocently, your eyes told me. That's because you are blind. Zheng Qing said angrily, you have made me passive now. Passive what? What's so passive about it? Qin Ji didn't care. You'd better not help me, the more you help, the more trouble you make, Zheng Qing complained. I mean well. Thank you for your kindness, keep it to harm others. What are you afraid of? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? I just found a more interesting goal in life. You like men. You should thank the criminal law, it saved you. Then what do you want to do? Unparalleled in the world, immortality. You are dreaming. Maybe it's a dream, but you and I both have superpowers now, and who can say what will happen in the future? Zheng Qing didn't tell Qin about the spiritual world. You think too much, Qin said. Even if we have superpowers, the Earth Union is still able to maintain the order of the world, and we don't need to worry about anything. That's it. Zheng Qing didn't want to talk about it anymore. If nothing happens, I'll leave first. Then see you at the beginning of the school, Qin said. See you at the beginning of the school term. Zheng Qing left the Qin family. The cold current lingered in the corridor. Zheng Qing exhaled and went to the stairs to take the elevator. He took a car back to the community and walked downstairs to the residential building. He saw a stranger wearing a brown windbreaker and a brown cowboy hat standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Zheng Qing walked up the stairs and was about to enter the building when he was stopped by the stranger. Hello, are you free now? I have something to ask you. Who are you? Zheng Qing asked cautiously. The stranger took out his ID from his pocket and handed it to Zheng Qing, saying, Security Deacon. Zheng Qing checked the ID and felt a little overwhelmed. If this could be found, there must be too many cameras. What do you want to talk to me about? Zheng Qing glanced at the stranger uneasily. There are too many people here, let's talk in a convenient place. The security deacon said. The two walked to the edge of the community, and the security deacon said, My name is Wang Mingke, and I have been ordered to ask you some questions. Is it convenient, little brother? Ask. Zheng Qing thought that since he was here, how could he not say it? What did you do in the park last night? Wang Mingke asked. The pressure of the college entrance examination was too great, and I was too upset, so I went to the park to relax. Later, I fainted near a big tree. I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I found that I didn't lose anything, so I hurried home. Zheng Qing said. Did you find anything else? Wang Mingke was not giving up. I did find something. When I woke up, there was a tree next to the big tree that had fallen down for some reason. Zheng Qing was telling the truth. Besides, who would suspect that a high school student was Lang Wuji from the Nine Netherworld? His identity could be found out. At most, it could be seen that he was knocked unconscious, or at worst, he was possessed. The Nine Netherworld is definitely not a normal world. Wang Mingke felt a little sorry and said, What's your name, little brother? Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing had nothing to hide. Anyway, the other party could find out, and hiding it would be a bad thing. Thank you, little brother. Wang Mingke turned and walked away. Zheng Qing watched him walk out 3 or 4 meters and then stop, then turned back and asked, Brother, have you discovered anything strange recently? For example, have there been any changes in yourself? Zheng Qing shook his head, no. Only then did Wang Mingke give up and leave. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.